Hello guys, welcome to day 2 of CareerCon. I'm so pumped to have you back for another day of incredible speakers and masterclasses and panel discussions. And, I'm going to be honest with you, today is going to be bigger and better than yesterday. I am so pumped. For those of you that haven't joined us yet, welcome. Welcome to CareerCon. Today we'll be discussing and unpacking various themes when it comes to your career, such as what the blue collar worker actually means. We'll be discussing what skills you need for various career choices. And of course, we're going to give you guys the opportunity and the chance to dive in deep and ask all of your questions to any of our speakers. We're going to give you guys the opportunity because, hey, we know that this year isn't exactly what we thought it would be, and we know that everyone needs a little bit of extra support now and then, and particularly as you lead up into the exam period. So welcome to CareerCon. As I said before, we've got a couple of housekeeping rules that I'd love to take you through. Number 1 is just remember we have a big competition going. So all you need to do during the day is to take a snap of wherever you are viewing in from, if it's your bed, your couch. If you're in Melbourne right now, it's a rainy day. So, get creative with your pictures. Make sure that you follow us on The Cool Career at Instagram. And then once you have your picture, simply tag us and let us know where you're viewing in from. It would be great if you could use the hashtag as well, which is CareerCon 2020. And also keep an eye out because during the course of the day, we'll be offering 3 prizes as well. So again, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back really shortly with our first presenter, who is Isabelle Banas from Frank Body. See you soon. Hey guys, and welcome back to our very first session of the day. Now, I am so ridiculously excited about this session because, who isn't obsessed with Frank Body? Don't even look in my pantry, my bathroom cupboard at home. It's not in my pantry, but it could possibly be. So yes, this session is with Isabelle Banas from Frank Body. And just before we get into the Q&A, I'd love to give you a little bit of a bio and background because Isabelle has done so much awesome stuff. So Isabelle actually went to Monash University right here in Melbourne and studied marketing and economics whilst interning with Brushband, who was a fashion retail company for Guess Jeans, Gap, Aldo and Tumi. And after a couple of years after landing her first marketing jobs, she realised her interest was in digital advertising, which at the time was being outsourced for the company she worked for. Although TV and print advertising was still heavily relied on back then, she noticed the ever-growing effectiveness and efficiency of digital channels and really wanted to upskill in that specialty. Isabelle then proceeded to complete a postgraduate diploma in digital marketing at the Chartered Institute of Marketing, where she picked up the technical hands-on skills that she needed to fulfill her job. This week, after the week of completing her studies, she began her digital marketing career, working for an agency, managing SEM and SEO campaigns for a range of companies from varying industries. Fast forward to 2020, she is now the digital marketing manager of one of the largest skincare brands in Australia, Frank Body. Her remit includes managing a range of channels such as organic and paid social, Google search, shopping ads, organic content and display ads. And wow, what an incredible job. So Isabelle, thank you so much for joining us and welcome to CareerCon.
Hi, Kara. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. What a way to start day one. I mean, we are so pumped here in the office to hear all of the little bits and pieces that you have to do with your job. But before we sort of get there, I'd love for you to take us back, take us back to Isabelle when you were at high school. Tell us a little bit about where you grew up and how that kind of got you on the path to where you are now.
Cool. So to be honest, when I was in high school, my priority definitely wasn't getting good grades or anything like that at the start. Just like any teenage girl, I was all about, the popularity contest. I was more concerned about my social life than my grades. Sometimes skipped a few classes and stuff like that. I wasn't like really into school until about year 10, year 11, the penny kind of dropped. I was realizing I was coming to the end of my schooling and I was like, okay, what do I want to do after? So I quickly realized I loved marketing. So I was like, okay, what do I need to do to get this, a job in marketing? And then, figuring out what kind of like ATAR score I needed, etc. So then I was like, okay, I need to pull up my socks and I need to study a little bit harder. So I went from not caring about school to becoming a complete square. I was obsessed with just like acing every class and just to get to the to the end with the best score I could get to the university I wanted to get to.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, it's interesting to hear you say that you early on that you recognized that you were interested in marketing because, from our experience, we deal with so many students that are, kind of navigating this time at the moment. And there are so many of them that actually have no idea what it is that they want to get into. So we're going to explain a little bit about that later, Isabelle. But can you just take us now to uni and maybe just explain a little bit about your time at Monash? And then, maybe even sort of, explain a little bit about, current university and if you think that students need to go to further education to do what you do.
That's a great question. Although I really loved marketing and I knew I wanted to, sell, but I didn't really actually, when I was at uni, really know that I wanted to do digital marketing. I probably didn't even know what that was or if that was a specific specialty back then. And to be honest, if you asked me back then, what kind of job do you want straight after uni, I wouldn't be able to tell you. So I knew I enjoyed the field. I enjoyed what I was studying. So I didn't really have my cards in a row in that sense, where I knew specifically what I wanted to do. After I graduated and I got my first job out of uni, then like a couple of years after that, that's when I actually realized. So it wasn't for a couple of years until after I graduated where I was like, look, I've been in this career for a couple of years now. I understand a little bit more hands-on and the different jobs that pertain to marketing. So I was able to then discern that, hey, I actually am interested in digital marketing. And to answer your question about whether you need to do further studies or stuff like that, does university equip you for everything that you need for your job? Well, for digital marketing, I'll have to say no, unless because I remember at Monash, there was only at the time, I don't know that now, There was only one elective that was called e-marketing, and I didn't select it, so it was optional. So and probably was very foundational in the idea of digital marketing. But throughout my time at Monash, it was primarily focused on the principles of marketing that you can carry to any kind of marketing job out there. It doesn't have to be specific to digital. So that foundation, I guess, that you learn at university, I think it's very important for any job in marketing. But when it comes to technical kind of hands-on stuff, you either learn that on the job, get further studies, or a mixture.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome, because you're sort of, leading in perfectly to our next question, and you've kind of explained it a little bit in that answer then. But I mean, one of the big sort of themes that we're trying to, unpack and really sort of take a deep dive into over yesterday and today is this whole thing about skills. Because, we know that there's, even people that are in, current university subjects or school, people that actually aren't even in school at the moment, we know that they're sort of at a stage in their lives where they're kind of like, oh, what's next? Like, what do I do next? And I think it's important to note also that you build up all these skills during your career, and we like to call them transferable skills, but it's just things that you pick up that you may not even know are actually something that you can use in your career. So can you kind of explain skills you think that students need for a career in digital marketing? And then, we ask this to everyone, but I'd love to know what you think your top skill is.
Oh, okay, I'll maybe have a think about that last question. But in terms of transferable skills, I think it's really important, I kind of touched on it before, to really get those foundational marketing kind of principles and learn that, like in university, or there's definitely people that can learn it on the job, but really wrap your head around that. And I think that's very important for any marketing job. Things like understanding consumer behavior, what drives people to buy, and messages and signals and stuff like that that people look at before they trust a brand, what drives them to want to buy, etc. And really understanding where they are cognitively before they make a decision, etc. Understanding their needs. I think that's a very important skill to have, and you can, basically get a job anywhere in marketing. It doesn't have to be digital specifically, but it's important for digital marketing. Another transferable skill that's quite important, I would imagine, is someone that loves data and uses data to really drive their decision making. So in university, I was actually we'll take it back to high school. I didn't love maths, but was good at it. So I did, maths methods. I know what it's called in other states, but it's like a high level maths unit. So, and then in university, I selected to do econometrics as my major, which is very business modeling focused and stuff like that. And I think that was another good decision that really helped me get on the right foot to digital marketing, because it's very, as much as it looks like very exciting and pretty and ads, etc., it's very data driven. You have to understand, what makes a good ad, what kind of objectives are going to tell, or metrics are going to tell you whether or not your advertising campaign's doing well, etc. So you have to be very driven by data. It's sometimes you are driven by a hunch because you understand consumer behavior, but a lot of the time you have to let the data dictate exactly whether it worked well or what your next steps are. So I would say that is a foundational skill that you can pick up, I guess, on the job or in university, and I think it's really important for digital marketing.
Isabelle, I loved that you touched on data then, because I think the preconception is at a high school level that sometimes, marketing subjects, PR subjects are the subjects that, you go to if you're good at English and if you're good at media. And, I think that it's important to sort of realise that, even data and math skills and being able to critically analyse things is something that, you know, you use, you know, probably even daily. Would that be correct in saying that you use it daily in your job?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not doing trigonometry every day, but, you know, you need to have
trigonometry.
I mean, I don't actually, like, you know, like in my head work out things. I use a calculator for probably the simplest of equations, but you definitely do need that level of maths in a digital marketing role, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. No, thank you for explaining that. I think, you know, we have, you know, I've been around for, you know, probably a little bit longer than yourself, but I remember the very first day that my mum ordered some Frank Body. I was living with her, and I remember the old school container that it came in. It was like a brown Ziploc bag, and you know what? Like, I'm pretty sure that she's watching. I think she still has it in her cupboard because she's like one of these big beauty hoarders. But can you? The brand has just evolved into such a, you know, it's almost like Kellogg's, you know, Frank Body. Like, everyone kind of knows what it is. Can you kind of explain what it is that you do in your day-to-day job, just to sort of give us an insight as to how, you know, your 9 to 5 kind of works?
My 9 to 5, it kind of varies on the day. There's a lot of reporting, which is not very glamorous, but it is fun to plan, you know, campaigns that are coming up and new products that we're launching. Those are probably my favorite things to do. Briefing in like what kind of creative and messaging we're going to be including in the campaign, doing research to find out what consumers are looking for in a product, you know, things that, you know, they're searching for when it comes to skincare, and really taking, like, you know, those learnings and like applying it to our campaigns that we are going to run in the future. So yeah, like a lot of that, a lot of planning, a lot of reporting, and execution as well, and briefing the teams, just to get across, you know, the next steps, and of course optimizing. So current campaigns that are running, having a look at them every single day, making sure we're on track, hitting our targets. If not, what do we do? And making those adjustments.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, you know, the industry that you work within too can sometimes be a little bit unpredictable, I'm guessing, like with your, you know, when you analyze your data, and you know, is there some tricky days in your job? You know, do you find some days, like, what are the hardest things that you've kind of come across, and can you give us an example of one of those?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think like working towards like deadlines is very crucial, but also when there's several departments, let's say, that have certain deadlines and they cross over, it gets quite stressful, and trying to deliver everything on time is, I would say, not just for me, but a lot of people in our marketing department feel the same. And yeah, the stress factor to deliver on time. And I personally, I hate the idea of, you know, letting people down and being a blocker to getting things moving. So I put that pressure on myself as well, to make sure everything gets done on time. And I would say that's probably the unglamorous part of the job, or the not fun part, I guess you could call it. But I don't know, I guess I get to work with a fabulous team, and everyone's really understanding. Sometimes there's opportunity to push out deadlines, which is great, but I know that's not always possible, and in some situations for us that's not always possible either. So so I would say that's quite stressful at times, but it's okay.
Oh, I can imagine. You know, do you in your job? I know that we've had a discussion about this in the past, but you know, Frank are actually in multiple companies, multiple areas around the world at the moment. And you know, is your head office in Melbourne? Do you actually you know, direct a lot of the individual countries, or do they sort of look after their own kind of agenda?
Yeah, good question. We have head office in Melbourne, where I work from. And we have an office in New York. So the team in New York, primarily, they solely look after everything in the US. However, the team in Melbourne most of us are global team members. So myself, my role is global, so I don't just focus on Australia, even though I'm based here. I have to focus on all our regions. So to answer your question, we're growing throughout the world, and I have to make sure I bring the messaging and bring the kind of, wherever that consumer is at for that particular region when we enter into that new region, just realising that she might not be familiar with Frank as a normal Australian girl would. So it'd be a lot of introductory kind of very coffee scrub focused messaging in those regions, as opposed to here, where we kind of educate her on, the various types of skincare categories that we have at Frank. So it's a little bit different, the message here, because everyone's quite familiar with Frank.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. And I guess you're right. I guess in establishing kind of markets, you probably need to think differently than how you do here in Australia. And maybe products different, and a whole gamut of things you need to take into consideration. So thanks for explaining that, Isabelle. And I think another kind of misconception that we sort of see regularly is the kind of distinction between, digital marketing and social media, and how they kind of, what's what. Can you explain a little bit about, the differences? And do you work closely with your social media teams?
Yeah. To answer your first question, digital marketing is very, very broad. And I would agree with you that from one job, it might look completely different to someone who has my title in another job, and they look after completely different things. So it is very ambiguous. There's someone that purely looks after running the e-com shop, someone that looks purely after email, or it varies very much in the digital marketing space. At the end of the day, it's digital and it's marketing, and that could pertain to most things. So I do look after the strategy for organic social. So it's quite important to really understand what we're doing organically and in paid, and just making sure that our campaigns and our messaging are all integrated, which is the strongest kind of message, when we're singing the same song across all our channels, and no matter which touch point she sees, she's seeing that message. So I'm not doing the posting, and I don't come up with the fantastic memes, but in terms of direction and content, that's what I look after.
Oh, awesome. Fantastic. Well, we have our chat box and our Q&A box has lit up. So, Isabelle, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions from the audience. Get ready. There's a lot of them. So I'm going to hit you up with the first one, which is from Zoe. And Zoe said, how do you think digital marketing has changed in the last 3 to 5 years?
Okay, I'm just quickly doing my math in my head. Okay. So 5 years ago, what was I doing? It's changed a lot, actually. Things like GDPR has come into place in the last 5 years. Each platform has changed drastically in what you're able to do, who you're able to target. The different ad formats have changed. I would say consumers are spending probably more time on, especially this year, on platforms like Facebook and Instagram and TikTok. Those emerging platforms that you definitely have to consider. And in the next 5 years, there might be another TikTok or another emerging platform that comes, introduces itself. So it's rapidly changing, to answer your question, Zoe. I guess my job, though, and what I do day to day hasn't drastically changed probably in the last 5 years. You're still doing the same, things, but I guess what's available to you and what kind of tools you can use as a digital marketer has changed in the last 5 years, and the rules as well.
Yeah, wow. And, just on Zoe's question, just to sort of, this is probably for my own knowledge, Zoe, a bit of, I'm sorry, Isabelle, just a little sneaky peek, but when a new platform emerges, so when TikTok emerges, does a brand like yourself, do you sort of, analyze whether you think it's worthy to be a part of it, or do you sort of just jump right in, to be a bit of a trailblazer? Like, how does that kind of work within your teams?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you have to think about first your audience, first and foremost, pretty much with everything. And is your target consumer on that platform? Are they using that channel? If they are, then get in as soon as you can. And the reason why I say that is because typically for an advertising perspective, generally costs are quite low at the start when a new platform launches, and you want to capitalize on that cheap cost while you can, and you also want to capitalize on the how little competition you have. So most likely there isn't other players advertising on TikTok straight away, and you want to be one of the first on there, so, and get your presence out there. So first and foremost, think about your audience, and second of all, get in as soon as you can, and really obviously also plan the kind of content that you want to roll out on that platform, because it might not be like a copy paste kind of solution. You might have to tailor it specifically for that platform.
Oh, that is such a great answer. Thanks for that, for Isabelle. So it's, knowing your audience and then jumping on straight away. I'll have to remember that. So the next question comes from Geordie, and she or he, I think it's a she, she's actually asked, does Frank Body offer internships? What do you look for in candidates? So much love, Frank Body.
Great. To answer your question, yes, we do. And we have such amazing interns that come through Frank Body, and they're such a joy to work with. We get people who reach out to us via Instagram or on LinkedIn or whatever, or sometimes just email us with their CV, etc. If we're a particular person that looks after whatever area they want experience in, needs some help, then we definitely interview and recruit. So and internships can go as long or short as you like. And so if you want an internship at Frank, just reach out, let us know what you want experience in, and we'll see if we have the capacity. Maybe we already have an intern in that position, but if you're happy to wait, we can definitely call you in for after that internship finishes.
Oh, that's awesome. And you're based in Melbourne, are you? Is that where that's where you're based? Yeah. Just say if you're a girl that's watching, from Queensland at the moment, that potentially, would love to get involved in helping spread the Frank news, maybe as an influencer, or, are there ways that other people in other states can get involved as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially now that we're in lockdown and we're not physically at the office, I think now is the best time, because any brand is, every brand working from home. So it doesn't matter if you're in Melbourne or Queensland or wherever. So I wouldn't let that be a barrier. And I think now's your opportunity, because, the world is your oyster in a digital world. So take that opportunity now, before everyone goes back to the office.
Exactly. Yes. Oh, wow. I 100% agree. So our next question has come from Anonymous, and it's, does Frank Body employ graduates? How can I apply for work experience? You've already kind of mentioned that, but, would you hire, within your teams, somebody that doesn't have, that tertiary education or that qualification?
Yeah. Good question. First of all, Frank Body is quite a small team, so it's not very often we hire graduates or anyone else for that matter. But to answer that question, yes, we have before. So, however, I strongly recommend interning where you want to potentially work as a grad. And I say that because I can think of 4 people at Frank Body who have started from interning to, you know, a junior grad role, etc., etc. And that has been really a common theme for quite a few people at Frank. So I would say your first step would be to intern at Frank or any other skincare brand or beauty brand, if possible, and then, you know, make yourself needed, and then see what happens from there.
Oh, that's awesome. You know, great. It's funny, isn't it, that you kind of, you know, from the outset looking in, sometimes you think that a certain company is just huge. So it's kind of humbling to hear that you guys are, you know, a really smart, sharp, kind of, you know, fast working team. So thanks for explaining that. It's very interesting to hear. Another question is regarding who designs the ads? So I'm assuming it's the Frank Body ads. I'm studying graphic design at Melbourne and would love to do design for brands' social media.
Cool. I will do my best to answer this because I'm not a graphic designer. But we have, I'll start from the top, I guess, in terms of like the flow of work. So we have an art director, and she kind of directs the theme, the look of a shoot. So that kind of like guides how the assets turn out after they're touched up, and it like gives the feel for the campaigns, whether that be at the beach or in the bathroom or whatever. Like she concepts that kind of thing. And then we've got designers. So we've got an amazing girl who looks after all our packaging, and anything design and graphic-y, she designs, and she's amazing, and she's a really fast worker. And then we've got someone that I work very close with. He basically puts the ads together for me. So, and he is a perfectionist, and I bloody love working with him. So I'm a perfectionist as well, so it's so good working with him. Yeah, he puts the ads together, whether that be an image, and uses like the images from the shoot, iconography from the designer, and then puts it all together and brings it to life, whether that be video, image, Giphy, whatever it is that we use for ads or for organic social.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we've got a question that I'd love to sort of throw at you, actually. It's probably not that much in regards to your career, but it's something that's kind of really interesting, and that's the whole kind of, we are in lockdown. Most states aren't in lockdown, but here in Melbourne we are in lockdown, and even during COVID and people being at home, working from home, has your category, so skincare or even Frank, grown during this period? In terms of, brand awareness or sales or anything that you want to attribute it to?
Yeah, we're actually quite lucky that our brand has kind of had a really good run during COVID, and we're very aware that it's not common, and there's a lot of brands that have been struggling, and we sympathise with that. But we're very lucky, like I said, that we've had an increase in sales. So, and that's, you could say it's quite obvious because you can think about how everyone shifted to focusing on skincare and self-care as soon as lockdown kicked in. So, off the back of that, more people have been like buying our masks and stuff like that, which is great, and falling in love with the brand, which is good. So, we're very, like I said, very lucky in that sense. Yeah, no,
that's awesome to know, because I think too it just shows a resilience of a brand being able to adapt and move in current changes, and also knowing how to respond to your consumer and actually know what they want. So I think that's awesome, and congratulations on that. I think that's fantastic. We're kind of nearing the end of our talk this morning, Isabelle, which is such a shame, because I feel like we could just sort of unpack so many different things in regards to your career and campaigns and talking more about data. But anyway, the last question that I would love to ask you is in regards to, giving advice to yourself. So, think back to, yourself at high school, or maybe even your first year at uni, and, what's one bit of advice that you wish that you could have given Isabelle at the time?
Well, I think, one of the things that I would say is, that, you have to be First and foremost, I would definitely say to back yourself. There's definitely been moments in my career where I've had self-doubt and it cripples me and stops me from taking a risk and, taking that next step that I really want to take. And I might, have those voices and something that say, oh, you're not ready, or you're not good enough, or so-and-so is better. So back yourself. And that's definitely one. Second of all, don't compare yourself to anyone else. You're doing your own, you're on your own journey, your own path. Someone else might be, really blessed and really smart and, excel a lot quicker than you. That's fine. You're on your own journey. And I wouldn't compare yourself to anyone else. Who's to say that you have better skills elsewhere than this person, or et cetera, et cetera. So that's another thing. And if you do find that you're lacking in a particular skill, that you identify that I'm not that good at X, Y, Z, and I'd like to be better at it, practice, upskill yourself, take that time. So at the end of the day, like, it's your career, you need to take those steps to really upskill and wherever you want to like close that gap. So and that's what I did. Like for digital marketing, I was like, I want to do this, but I don't know anything about it. So that's why I did my postgrad. So yeah, I encourage you to upskill yourself where you can. Take those, courses, short courses and stuff like that to really close that gap in those knowledge areas. And for digital marketing especially, I have to call out to a platform that I recommend that you have a look at. So when I was starting off in digital marketing, this platform has changed its name 10 million times. I have to double check what it's called. It's called Skillshop by Google. So it's basically a platform where you can watch videos, read content, and learn how to use Google's platform yourself. There's some great videos as well that you can watch on YouTube. I basically self-taught myself how to use Google Ads and stuff like that. So using these resources, they're there. They're ready to go. Just have to put the time aside to actually invest in yourself. So check it out. So I'll just read out the URL again. It's skillshop.withgoogle.com. Check it out.
Wow, that's all. And we will don't worry about it, guys, we will actually send the link out. We'll grab the link from Isabelle and we'll send it out to everyone as well, because upskilling yourself. And Isabelle's just said that she self-taught herself. So I mean, if I think that that's a great opportunity. And I love what she actually said about, finding the areas that you kind of are lacking and upskilling in those and doing short courses and things. So, Isabelle, that was like the most brilliant way to start CareerCon. Thank you so much for joining us. Can anyone reach out to you if they are interested, or how can they kind of keep in touch if they have any other questions?
Yeah, just reach out to me on LinkedIn. So my name's Isabelle Banas, find me. And you can send me a message and ask me any question you want. Happy to help.
Oh, unreal. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your day. You've got a whole weekend ahead of you now, and thank you for being a part of CareerCon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. and welcome back. Wasn't that a brilliant way to kick off CareerCon? But we're just going to keep this energy going because now we're about to enter a masterclass. Now, this masterclass is by the brilliant Gianna Lucas. The title is How to Be a Resilient Goal-Getter, and I cannot even tell you how excited that we all are to listen to this masterclass. Before we kick off, I would love to give you just a little bit more information about Gianna because, whoa, she is remarkable and has done so much. So as I mentioned, the title of this masterclass is called How to Become a Resilient Goal-Getter. And Gianna Lucas is an educator, a motivational speaker, co-founder and CEO of HAPPOW, which is a social enterprise on a mission to future-proof the lives of young people. Outside of HAPPOW, she's a life coach for young women and girls and a radio announcer on 89.9 The Light in Melbourne, Australia. Gianna is incredibly passionate about transforming the lives of young people. One reason for this is because she herself had to work through immense adversity throughout her childhood, including a chronic and debilitating anxiety disorder. Gianna's on a mission to empower youth so they feel more supported, motivated and equipped with the tools they need to believe in their own unique potential with purpose and their goals with passion and conviction. In this How to Become a Resilient Goal-Getter Masterclass, Gianna will give you a whole stack of tools to help you smash your goals. Yep, she's actually going to tell you how you can achieve your goals, honestly. You know, this session is going to be full of strategies and top tips and uplifting stories and more. And essentially, it's going to give you the clarity and confidence, you know, to pursue your own personal values, mission, and vision. You know, and just tying back to yesterday's masterclass on LinkedIn, you know, this session here will be really helpful in order to nail your personal brand and work out what it is that you want to do moving forward. Just to give you guys some, you know, housekeeping rules in regards to this session, please, as Gianna's going through, ask any of your questions in the Q&A box. And towards the end of the session, I'll be coming back and I will ask Gianna the questions live on your behalf. So without further ado, let's bring Gianna to the CareerCon stage. Hi, Gianna.
Hello. Hey, Kira, how are you?
Good. Well, welcome to CareerCon. We're so pumped to have you here. I'm going to hand the reins over to you, so feel free to, you know, to introduce yourself and go ahead with the masterclass.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for having me. I am so excited to be here today, and I had a glimpse of what CareerCon was all about yesterday, and I got to watch some of the presentations and they were just phenomenal. So I really hope that my PowerPoint, my presentation masterclass is going to give you a whole lot of skills to support you in your world as you work towards your goals. Okay, so as Kira said, my name is Gianna Lucas, and this masterclass is all about becoming a resilient goal-getter, and I'm going to give you a whole lot of strategies. What I encourage you to do throughout the masterclass is make notes. I'll every now and then I might pause for a moment so you can take things down, because I really feel that as this finishes and you go about your everyday life, you're actually able to implement some of the strategies that I share with you today. And also, as Kira said as well, if you have any questions for me at any time, just pop them into the chat box and I'd love to answer them at the end of the presentation. All right, let's get into it. Did you know that 92% of people who set New Year's resolutions around the world never actually achieve them? That's 92%. Now, I guarantee if I then surveyed the world's population and during COVID-19, this would be even higher. The reality is that sometimes when it comes to the start of the year and we're really, really pumped about what we want to do, where we want to go, we get really excited and we probably set some fantastic goals for ourselves, but they might be a little bit unrealistic. And so we don't recognize that at the time because we're just full of energy and positivity. And so we set all these goals out for ourselves. And then we don't realize that as the year goes on and as we finish up that year and we look back, we go, why didn't I actually achieve that goal? Now, 92% sounds a little bit dire because it's majority of people. But I like to look at the glass half full. That's just the way I am. So let's flip the switch here. Let's look at the flip side. 8% of people are actually able to achieve their goals, their New Year's resolutions. 8%. Now, what makes this 8% different to the 92% of the world's population? Because clearly they're doing something that's different to make them so unique for them to actually achieve their goals. Now, I'm really, really passionate about personal development because of the work that I do, but also because of myself and the goals that I want to achieve in my life. So I decided to go on a quest to figure out how they actually do it. What makes this 8% so different to the 92% of us? So this is what I decided to do. I looked at research that had been done in this area, and I found that there was this Harvard study done, and in the study, they were looking at how goals are created, why they're created, and how to nail them. And I loved this particular line. My goodness, it was a light bulb moment for me. It says, although goal setting improves performance, it is nevertheless a skill. One must learn how to effectively set goals. And why this was a light bulb moment for me is because sometimes we set goals and we're like, I'm going to get it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to achieve it. And that's so great to have that passion and that energy. But if we look at goal setting as a skill, then technically we've got to look at it like any other skill that we have to learn in life. And I'm sure throughout CareerCon, you've learned from amazing people that have talked about their skill set, and they've obviously, no doubt, encouraged you to build up your own skill set so it's nice and broad. So if you're interested in playing a musical instrument or learning a new skill in your career, practice makes progress. You get better and better the more you practice. So if we approach goal setting this way as something that we can get better and better at as time goes on, it can help us in the long run. So when you are setting a goal, sometimes you feel like that goal is really, really far away from you and really high up and unachievable. So imagine you are that little person at the bottom of a mountain, and around you is just Desiree. It's messy, it's dark and gloomy, and you can't even see the light between the darkness. It's all too much. And right at the top of that mountain is where you want to be. It's your goal that you would love to achieve. But because you don't know how to get there or who to go to for support, etc., you just stay stuck at the bottom and you don't know where to turn. And that is sometimes how we feel when we're actually going about goal setting, especially when trying to create a goal that we've never even thought of before, especially if it's out of our comfort zone. Usually when it comes to us feeling that anxiety and that overwhelm as we look up towards our goal and where we want to be, often there's something holding us back. And that is why we feel overwhelmed and we're unsure and we feel stuck. And often when I talk to people, they say to me it's their fear that actually is the thing that is holding them back, which causes that stress and that anxiety and prevents them from moving forward. So this is the good news. Again, glass half full moment. I truly believe that you know exactly what you need to do to get to where you want to be. I truly believe that. The reason why I believe that is because our mind is so powerful, and sometimes we don't give it the credit it deserves. Think about our subconscious. Just you getting here today. I mean, it is now 10:10 a.m. in the morning. Your brain has done so many things even before this moment today, some of which you didn't even realize you were doing. It's just on autopilot. So if our brain can do that, what stuff have we untapped in our mind that we can do? And this is why I get so excited, because I believe that you do have the potential and you know what you need to do. There's this amazing man. He's an American. You might know of him. His name is Tony Robbins, and he is a speaker, business coach, entrepreneur. He runs a lot of companies, some of the biggest in the world, and he travels all around the world, obviously not during COVID, but he normally travels the world running these huge conferences to empower people. He's an amazing man, and last year I got to hear him speak, and it was a real dream come true because I've looked up to Tony Robbins for a really long time. Now, Tony has said some amazing things throughout his, 40 years in this business, but something that I feel resonates when it comes to goal setting is this quote, and I'll read it to you. Most people will overestimate what they can accomplish in a year and underestimate what they can achieve in a decade. Now, if we're thinking about New Year's resolutions right now, if we're putting this into practice, we are probably at the start of the year, or when we're setting goals throughout the year, we're overestimating what we can do in 365 days in 1 year. But when it comes to our long-term goals in the next 2, 5, 10 years, we underestimate how far we can actually go. Now, maybe it's because of imposter syndrome. Maybe it's because we feel like, oh, this person has done such extraordinary things. How could I possibly measure up to them? Well, everybody starts somewhere. And so I want to encourage you to say it's all about the small steps we take now that pays off in the long run. Taking each day as it comes, step by step. So you still think about your big goals that you want to achieve, but you break it down into bite-sized chunks that are actually more achievable. So that's how that works. Now, talking about holistically how to do this, like Kura was saying, this masterclass is going to give you the tools and strategies for you to achieve your goals. Now, I made it my mission to find out what formulas work, and I've made it my own, and I'm really excited to be supporting you in this space today. So there's 3 parts to this to nail your goals and become a resilient goal getter, one that can push through difficult times to achieve their goals. Number 1, you have to align your purpose and your goals together, right? Number 2, you got to be courageous, because you could then know what you want to do with your goals. But if you're not willing to step out of your comfort zone, then that's going to be a bit of a challenge. And then the third part to this is taking action. So once you align your purpose and goals, you decide to be courageous and make those steps to move forward out of your comfort zone. And then you got to take action. And once you take action, that is the last step and one of the biggest ones you'll ever take. So we're going to unpack each of these 3 parts today. Part 1, aligning your purpose and your goals. Alrighty, so think about your passions right now. Now, for every one of us in this masterclass that's watching, we are all going to have different passions. Some may be the same, but I'd probably say we're all very unique and we'll have different interests. These are the things that you love doing and would do for free. You'd volunteer your time to do it because you love it so much. And I'm sure that you've already can list right now a couple of things that you love to do. And it doesn't matter if it's related to your career or other things in your personal life. These are just things that you love. They're your passions. Then you have your values. These are things that you really, really care about. The stuff that's, really lights you up, right? And it's the things that are meaningful to you. And this year alone, we've had so many opportunities for us to step up and represent and be really proud of some things in the community because we care about them. Again, this is individual for you. And then thirdly, it's all about your vision, what you want for your future, right? This is the big stuff, the big picture stuff. Like I was talking to you about before with Tony Robbins saying that we underestimate what we can do in a decade. This vision relates to that. Where do you see yourself in the long run? That's what your vision is. So one great thing I recommend you do is write down on a piece of paper and a notebook on your desktop. You don't have to do it now. And feel free to take a screenshot of this page or write it down, because there's such power in creating this document. Write down all your passions, your things that you love to do. Then once you've done that, in another column, I want you to put in your values, the things that you care about. And in the third column, I want you to write down your vision for your future. Now, your vision could have a couple of items. It could be a whole lot of stuff you want for your future. Write all that down in those 3 columns. And at the bottom, I want you to look at all these parts to your life that make up your world, make up who you are. And you will realize once they're all combined that your why will pop up, your purpose. It's the thing that you do. It's the thing that you want for your world. It's the thing that you want for your future. It's the reason why you do what you do. It's the reason why you have your passions, your values, and your vision in the first place. And sometimes when we look at purpose, we see it as a really big thing, and we put a lot of pressure on ourselves to figure out our purpose in this world or what we're meant to be doing. And I think that this really simplifies it. So essentially, it's just things that you love to do, the things you're passionate about, and your vision combined. And the reason why I say here, if you have no purpose, you have no plan. The reason why I say that is because if you don't actually know why you're doing something, if you don't know why you have a particular goal in your heart, then how can you plan it properly without knowing why you're doing it? And I'll come back to that a little bit later, but it's really, really important that you understand that. So moral of the story is nail your purpose. Got it? Great. All right. Part 2 is all about being courageous. This is a big one. There is an amazing Australian woman, you might know of her. Her name is Melissa Ambrosini. She is a speaker, an entrepreneur, author of a book, actually quite a number of books, but one of them is called Mastering Your Mean Girl. And in fact, I have it right here. It came out in 2016. And I remember reading this book as soon as it came out. And my goodness, it is amazing. I highly recommend you give it a read. Really, really empowering. Now, what I love in this particular book is she coins that negative talk in our heads, the voice that says, you know, you're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you don't have the ability to do that, you're not like that person. She coins that as a mean girl, that voice in our head that it really is a mean girl, which means they're the bully. She calls it the bully. And what I've learned is that that voice is not us. I know, a bit of a light bulb moment. Imagine that voice inside your head telling you you're not good enough or smart enough to do something isn't you speaking. Now think about a bully in your world. Now it could be anybody, right? Think about someone who might have hurt you. When they hurt you, that could still cut deep, right? But you recognize, oh, that person doesn't know me. They don't know who I really am. Well, go about the negative self-talk in our head the same way. If we're able to understand that it's not us speaking, we're able to remove ourselves a little more from the situation, from those words, so that we can be in more control of them rather than get the better of us, because that is the first stage of change. It's really, really powerful to know that, and encouraging to know in many ways, because guess what? When you listen to Spotify, when you listen to a podcast, when you listen to music in Apple Podcasts, or sorry, Apple Music, whatever you use, or if you listen to the good old radio, when you don't like something, you don't like a song in a playlist, or you don't like what you're hearing, what do? You change it. You change the dial, you flick the switch, you change it to something you want to hear. What if we approached our mind in the exact same way? What if we decided to actually go, you know what? I'm going to be more aware of my self-talk right now so I can create change in my world. Because we can easily do it when it comes to music and podcasts and radio. But how about our own mind? Now, just like goal setting, it's a skill. It's not something you're going to be nailing straight away. For me, in my own life, it has taken practice and you make progress. But as soon as you're able to understand this, it can really change your world, especially when it comes to goal setting. So once you've been able to articulate your self-talk and what it's saying, let's do a risk assessment. So let's think about the worst case scenario versus the best case scenario. All right, this is how you do a worst case scenario evaluation. Number one, you got to listen to your self-talk, and we've already discussed that a little bit. So think about what your voice is saying to you. What are your thoughts going on in your mind? Especially when it comes to goal setting, is that voice saying you can't do it? Number two, you've got to recognize the truth. You actually got to understand, is this just fear and anxiety speaking to me? The fear of unknown? Or is this actually something I should be wary of? And so if we recognize it as being fear and we know it's not true, then why don't we step out with courage? And the reason I put a question mark there is this is a decision that you have to make. No one can make it for you. I can sit here like I am right now doing this presentation and I can encourage you to step out with courage. In the end, it's your choice. You have to make that decision for yourself. So when it comes to doing the best case scenario evaluation, this is where I get excited. Again, the glass half full moment. What are the potential positive things that can happen by you stepping out of your comfort zone? And I guarantee there are going to be way, way more things to get excited about by stepping out of your comfort zone than staying inside your comfort zone. That is just the way it is. But sometimes our self-talk, and as we're doing that worst case scenario evaluation, we focus on the negative things and we blow them out so big that they become massive and they outweigh the positive things. Though the positive things are actually the things that should outweigh the negative, because there's always so much more to gain by stepping out of your comfort zone. There is this amazing Australian woman. I know I'm talking about a few Aussies here, but we've got some great Aussies here in Australia. This wonderful lady is called Bronnie Ware. Now, Bronnie Ware is a motivational speaker, and she's written a couple of books, including the author of The Top 5 Regrets of the Dying. Now, Bronnie Ware, before she decided to be a motivational speaker and an author, she was actually a palliative care nurse. And what's really makes me really emotional is what this woman had to deal with every single day for all the years of a palliative care nurse. Now, if you don't know what a palliative care nurse, they're nurses that work with those that are on their last legs, that are in hospital and they're dying. And her job is to give them respite and to support them in that time. And often they're in hospital or nursing homes. And it's really, really tough. She's an amazing woman. And she found in all the years of her working, time and time again, when she would sit with these people, they would always have the same regret. And this is it. I wish I had the courage to live a life true to myself and not the life that others expected of me. Now, in your world, you might have some great dreams. And sometimes we're too scared to even go for them, not just because of our own personal fears, but the fears of others around us. And they might be really well-intentional. They might really they love us, and they like our parents or our guardians or our friends, and they want the best for us. And because of their own fears, they put that on us, and that prevents us from doing what we really love in our life. And Bronnie's decided to spread this word to say, hey, don't have that regret. Have the courage to do what you love, because you don't want to get to your deathbed and realize, I wish I had. So I ask you today, are you going through the motions in life, or are you showing up like you want to be there? It's a really powerful question. Now, the reality is, a great reality, is that you're here at CareerCon. You're sitting here listening to me doing this masterclass. And I can tell you straight away, you are showing up like you want to be there. You're showing up to life like you are excited about what's to come. And I applaud you for doing that. I congratulate you for doing that. That is an amazing thing right now. I'm so excited for you. But as you go about your everyday, think about it. Now, your best changes every single day. Today, you might be feeling, I'm going to nail life. I'm excited. Tomorrow, you might feel a little bit flat. That is normal. We all go through our peaks and troughs, and we've got to really understand that our best changes every day. But as long as we do our best, whatever our best looks like, that is the number one thing. So think about that when you're going about your everyday life. Check in with your self-talk. How are you feeling? One of the things that can really, really help you in your world as you try to create goals for yourself and make them a reality is practicing gratitude. I cannot tell you how powerful this tool is. Practicing gratitude is a simple task. It literally is a moment in your world where you every day take a time to actually say thank you for life's little things. They don't have to be big things. It's just about acknowledging the stuff in your world that often you would dismiss as being stupid or irrelevant, but acknowledge them as being something awesome. Because when you practice gratitude, especially on a daily basis, it changes your world. I have been practicing gratitude on a daily basis for, I reckon, 3-4 years now, a really long time. And I've become better and better at the skill. And why I'm calling it a skill is because just like goal setting, just like understanding your self-talk, this takes practice as well. Because you're rewiring your brain to focus on something different. You're making the brain focus on the positive things, the things that we often take for granted. Now, it's been proven time and time again, also by Harvard University, as one example, that practicing gratitude for 3 weeks every day, writing down 3 things you're grateful for, and it could be anything. It could be the fact that you got to watch your favorite show on Netflix, you got to have a super awesome smoothie that set your day right. It could be that you had you got to chat with your mates on, and create super cool videos on TikTok. That could be it. That could be the 3 things in one day that you're thankful for. And if you do that every single day for 3 weeks, it starts to change the way you look at your world. And if you practice it for another 3 weeks, so now 6 weeks in total, your whole body, your well-being starts to change. You actually tend to get through things better. You become physically stronger because of your mind. Again, like I said at the start of this masterclass, we don't give our brain enough credit. It is amazing what happens when we practice gratitude. So I implore you to do this. It can really change your world. Now, part 3 is all about taking action. Oh, this is the best bit. Okay. Don't know if you've heard of this woman, but she's an amazing American, not an Aussie, an American this time. She is a motivational speaker, TV host. She's a TEDx speaker, TED talker. She's also the author of the 5-Second Rule. And she actually did a talk on this, which I believe that you can watch on YouTube. It is amazing. Now, if you're wondering what the 5-second rule is, essentially, in the simplest form, our brain takes in 5 seconds. Sorry, we need 5 seconds to make a decision before our brain starts to tell us, nah, let's not do that. So in 5 seconds, we actually have the ability, when we've got an idea in our head, we can take action within 5 seconds before the brain starts telling us, not interested. That is powerful stuff. That is how it works. The brain works like that. So I'll repeat, we have 5 seconds to make action, to take action in something, whether it be big or small, before our self-talk comes in and says, not interested. Amazing, right? So she coined it the 5-second rule. She was talking about the fact that in life we have these goals that we want to achieve, but we always say to ourselves, oh, I just don't have the time, or I just can't. And she goes, you know what? You actually can. You can make a choice and decide to take massive action in your world if you want to. You just got to do it in 5 seconds. So I'll give you a really good example. Now, this is a school. Imagine right now, and I know your world is a little bit different if you're in Melbourne like me or in Victoria, and school at the moment is offline. So it's online and not in person. University, the same thing. In Melbourne, it's actually online. But in all other states, still schools are open. Now, I want you to think about something right now. Even if you're not a high school student or a university student, you're in your career, imagine, you can close your eyes if you want, imagine that the morning has just started, it's 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, and your alarm has gone off, okay? Imagine your alarm has gone off. What do? Do you press snooze and be like, oh, I'll just sleep in for another 10 minutes until it rings again? Or are you the person that likes to get out of bed? Now, I can put up my hand and say, I press snooze sometimes. We're all guilty of it. None of us are perfect here. But I'd love to encourage you to implement Mel Robbins' 5-second rule. This is the challenge I'd love to set for you. When you get up in the morning, you set your alarm the night before, it goes off that day. When it goes off, in your head, do this. Count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And as soon as you hit 1, I want you to open up your quilt on your bed and I want you to get out of bed. Because if you don't do that at that point, you're probably going to press snooze and stay in bed. And if you're able to get out of bed in that moment, I've got some great news for you. Do you know what? If you do that every single day for 5 days straight, now my maths isn't that great here, but I'm pretty sure 5 by 10 is 50. Is that right? Oh my goodness. I don't know. Let's just say 50 minutes. Yeah, it's 50. Oh my goodness, how embarrassing. You're probably laughing at me right now. It's okay. I understand. All right, you got 50 minutes. You've just gained 50 minutes in your day by getting up when your alarm goes off Monday to Friday. That is 10 extra minutes a day, right? That is amazing stuff. What if you tend to press snooze twice on your alarm? That's 20 minutes lost. So if you get up, you've saved yourself 20 minutes, which you can then add to your day, and it can help you start your day earlier and you can work towards your goals. Cool stuff, right? So moral of the story is be a self-starter. Don't just be interested, take action. I meet people in my life over the years that say, I really want to do this thing. I want to start this business. I want to start this side hustle. I want to get into this course. And they say, I wanna. But do they actually do it? Do they put these steps into place to make it happen? Now, I'm going to be sharing with you my top tips towards the end of this masterclass, which are going to help you nail your goals. And I can't wait to show you those. But before I do, I want to share a little bit about my story. The reason why I'm so passionate about this topic is because I myself had to work through a lot of stuff in my world, even when I was a little girl. But before I get to that, I want to share this quote with you. Action is the antidote to fear. Action is the antidote to fear. I'm living proof of that, and I'll explain why in a sec. But in order for your fear that is preventing you from achieving your goals because it's all so gloomy and it seems too hard, that fear becomes less and less and less effective, less and less big. It becomes smaller and smaller and smaller the more you take action, because suddenly that fear is outweighed by positive thoughts, because you're proving to yourself that that fear wasn't something you should have even thought about in the first place. Now, a little bit about my story. When I was in prep, my first day of primary school, I was in the car with my mum going to school. Now, I remember this day like it was yesterday, although it was many, many, many years ago. I went to Australia's, actually, the biggest primary school, both in land mass and the number of students in the Southern Hemisphere. I went to a huge primary school. It was very rare to have such big primary schools like that. And in fact, I still believe today they're the biggest primary school in the Southern Hemisphere. And I didn't have any siblings, but I came from a big Australian family that was huge, and I was very, very close with my cousins, and I'd see them a lot. Now, to my family and to my very close friends that I had great, strong relationships with, I was this bubbly, positive Little Miss Chatterbox. Literally, I even got a T-shirt of Little Miss Chatterbox when I was younger. But to people who didn't know me, to other people in my school, my teachers, anyone like that, they saw a different side to me. You see, I had a debilitating and chronic anxiety disorder. And when I was in grade prep, that's when things really came to the forefront, because I had to end up stopping on the side of the road. And as I was going to school, I vomited because I was just so nauseous. I felt so sick inside that the only way I could actually get rid of my nausea was to vomit. And that's the way I dealt with it as a child. And it wasn't just a one-off thing. From prep all the way to the start of grade 6, I would have this nausea. And it was really, really challenging, really challenging. I was seeing clinical psychologists, I was seeing school counselors, and despite all of that heartache that it caused my parents, the most beautiful people on the planet, but despite all of that, I always felt in my heart that I would one day be able to control a little bit more my anxiety so it didn't get so out of hand. Because I had big dreams, I had big goals, even as a little girl. I loved music, I loved performing, I loved presenting, I loved being with people and speaking with people. And even from a young age, I knew that the only way for me to actually pursue my dreams is by me working through myself, understanding my mind, making sense of who I am and why I'm so fearful of the unknown, fearful of being around people I didn't know, fearful of public spaces like shopping centres. Now, when I was 8 years old, I entered into a talent show at my local shopping centre. And I remember preparing my song. It was a ballad from Celine Dion. It was called My Heart Will Go On. And I remember practicing and practicing and practicing. I was so proud of what I had done. And it came to the day and they called my name on the side of the stage. And the judges said to me, Gianna, come to the stage now, come up on stage. And I started getting sick, like a whole lot of nausea again in my tummy. And I was like, oh no, I'm going to vomit, aren't I? And my mum was with me and I quickly ran to the bathroom and I vomited. I remember looking into the mirror, and the mirror for me has been a really super powerful tool to be able to acknowledge who I am and to be able to, put positive self-talk in my mind. And at the time I didn't know it, but these are essentially words of affirmation. It's affirming words to tell me that I'm strong, I'm good enough, I can do this. But at the time I didn't know that's what it was. So I would look into the mirror and I'd say, Gianna, you can do this. Just show up. Just show up. Because I didn't want to be defeated. I didn't want this hurdle to prevent me from living a life I really, really wanted. And so we spoke to the judges and they said, could I still go? So not the judges, the organizer. I said, could I go on stage? And they said, sure thing. And I said, I'm not able to sing, but I can mime. I know every line of the song, and being a talent show, you can do anything. So I got up on stage and I knew every line. So I mimed with Celine Dion's voice above me, but I acted out every single line. I used that stage. I moved around and I was so proud of myself that I showed up. And I ended up winning the talent quest, which is amazing. But that is not what I want to share with you today. I want to share with you this, the fact that I showed up. Did I show up the way I thought I was going to show up? No. But did I decide to stay away and not actually move forward? No, I decided to take a chance. I decided to prove to myself that I was stronger than my mind was telling me. So when I was 14 years old, I ended up getting into an Australian band. I won a recording contract and I was a part of a band called Charms with a Z at the end. And it was an amazing experience in my life. It was a part of Mattel, who run Barbie and Shock Records, and it was honestly amazing. But despite all the travel and creating an album and a single and all that sort of stuff and all the shows that we did, the one thing that I still to this day remember like it was yesterday was our very first performance, and it was at a shopping centre, believe it or not. And I remember being called to the stage, and this, where we performed, was actually at the biggest shopping centre in the Southern Hemisphere. And so if you're in Victoria, you probably know it. Even in Australia, you might know it as well. It's called Chatston. It's huge. It's in Melbourne, a massive shopping centre. So we performed in there. And I remember when they called me to stage, they called my name. Instead of having nausea, I had butterflies. I was so excited to go on stage. And I remember, it still makes me emotional today, you see. I remember looking at my younger self, literally having a visual of young Gianna in primary school, who had all these goals and dreams. And I remember just looking up to the sky. Though there was a ceiling, I imagined I was looking up to the sky, and I just said thank you. And I was just like, oh, we can do so much that we put our mind to if we believe, if we're able to not give up and just give things a go. It's amazing what we can do in our life. So out of Charms, I decided I wanted to be a force for good. I wanted to help young women and youth in general to be their best selves, especially those that have experienced anxiety. And so I decided to pursue a career in media, and I worked as a volunteer in year 12 at a local radio station near my home. I decided to do a course as part of my year 12 as well, called Radio Industries Media Broadcasting or something like that. And it was a Certificate 3 that was a part of my year 12 studies. And that was fantastic to do. And I knew in my heart I loved radio, I loved presenting, and I thought that was a good way into the media industry. And so I worked my way in that space. And long story short, that is still something I do today. But through my passion and sharing my story, I've been able to now do the one thing that I feared the most when I was younger. I get to be on stage and share my story. I get to empower young people and families and just individuals on radio. I get to do all these things because I didn't give up. And it's amazing to think that my number one fear was the thing I wanted most in my life. I want to be able to be a presenter. I wanted to be able to be a force for good. I want to be able to use the gifts that I've been given and my passions, and I want to combine them all, just like I've shared with you today, aligning your passions with your values and your vision. I have done just that. I could have given up time and time again, and no, life is not simple for me even now as an adult, but I decide to keep going because there's such power in that, and I encourage you to do the same. So I'm going to share with you now some steps to help you achieve your goals. And I highly suggest that you write these steps down, because this is a game changer. This is stuff I do myself and I teach in my coaching and everything. All right. Number one, when you are setting a goal for yourself, make sure it's specific and challenging, but not too hard. But also don't be too vague, okay? So think about the very start of this masterclass. I said to you this, I said 92% of the world's population that set goals do not achieve them, but 8% do. I could almost guarantee if I surveyed them right now, they would say that their goal wasn't specific, it probably was really challenging, and it was super vague. So for example, in the case of me, and if I'm using myself as an example, I have always wanted to start my own media company for young people, right? Now, if I say I want to start a media company for young people, I'm kind of being specific. I mean, it's probably a little bit challenging, but because I'm a little bit vague with my response, I'm vague with what my goal is. How am I going to be able to know if I've achieved a media company? How do I know how many people I'm going to impact? How do I know how long it's going to take for me to get there? So it's not a specific goal. I haven't time-stamped it or anything like that. So number two, you've got to actually write down your goal, and you got to put it somewhere you frequent. Now think about this. Your goal, right, could also come in the form of a vision board when you're writing it down. You don't actually have to write down your goal, but put it on paper somehow, somewhere you actually see. Now, in your home, this could be in your bedroom, it could be in your bathroom on the mirror, it could be in a journal, it could be in your diary if you have an old school diary, whatever. But put it somewhere, even if you drive in your car, on your, near your dash or something like that. You want to put it somewhere that is top of mind, because when it's top of mind, you're prompted to remember to work towards that goal, right? Because if it's not top of mind, you're going to forget about it. And then all the other things that we do in our life will come into play, and we'll never actually achieve it because it doesn't take precedence anymore. But if it's top of mind, it's top on our radar. All right, so that's what I'd say. The next really, really important step is creating a time management log for 1 week. Now, the reason why I get you to do this is for a super important reason. Often I find when I speak with people, when I coach people, they always say to me, I just don't have any time to achieve my goal. I don't have any time in my day. My day is full. My weeks are full. Even if they're in high school, they say that, right? And I know that, these days there is a lot of things that grab our attention, from social media to, our friends and family that need us. I mean, COVID-19 has been a massive thing for our mind to deal with. It has made us feel a lot more emotional. It's really opened us up to a whole lot of feelings, right? So we can feel overwhelmed sometimes, and we might be getting distracted really easily. So if you create a time management log, right, for 1 week, and if you want to do it longer, you can, you're able to see how you manage your time. You can see how you plan out your days. And if you're finding that you're actually spending a lot more time on something like social media than you expected, then you can take action in that space and put like little, I know you could do this on your phone where you can set little notifications so it bars you from going into that app. Again, this is about you being disciplined. I can tell you what to do, but in the end, it's your choice on how you want to do it, because you might actually find you've got a lot more room to play with than you first expected. So number 4 is about writing a resource review. Now, a resource review is literally where you review everything in your world right now that can help you achieve your goals. This doesn't actually have to be people necessarily, and they definitely can be. They could be people that you see on LinkedIn. They could be people that you know personally, whether it be a mentor or a teacher or a friend or someone that you like, a lecturer at uni or whatever it might be, that might be a great person to support you. But also it could be in the form of videos that you could find on YouTube. It could be courses that you can do, whether they be free or paid. It could be podcasts that you can listen to that have a whole lot of information in it. It could be things like CareerCon and events like that that can help empower you. It could be anything. It could be movies that you watch, any kind of resource to help you achieve your goal. Because another thing I often find is that people say, oh, you knew people that allowed you to get to where you need to be. And I say, no, that is not the case. I had to start from scratch, and I had to network. I had to really work on myself. I had to do courses. I had to put myself out there. And I literally put a review together where I got to see everyone in my circle, everything that I could access to help me move forward towards my goals. It is a powerful tool. And if there's one thing that you do, I would say this would be it, because it's really encouraging to know that we actually have a lot at our disposal that we just never thought we had. Number 5 is create an action plan. So you've got to really think about this, because there is no point in having these amazing goals if you don't put a plan in place. Otherwise, they're just goals and you don't know what to do with them. Now, when you create an action plan, there's the SMART goal system, which is, and I know there's slightly different variations on the word SMART as an acronym, but I say SMART, measurable, SMART, measurable, attainable. Then you've got, oh my goodness, my mind has just left me, but you've got realistic, and then you've got time stamped. There we go, I got there in the end. Just Google SMART acronym and little SMART goals, and they'll come up on Google. Again, there's various versions of it. But essentially, it's about you setting goals that meet this criteria, putting a plan in place that meets this criteria. Because again, it's important to make sure that the goals that you set for yourself are able to be achieved by you setting parameters around them that are attainable. So if they're measurable, then you know that the goal is, you'll know that you've achieved that goal because you put this action in place, because you've set this goal to say, hey, I want to start a media company for youth. So I know that I've done that once I set up the social media pages, once I've got my website up, and once I've started creating content, say a podcast. Once I've done that and I've launched those, then I know that that is a measurable tool that I can use to say, yes, I've been able to meet that step in my goal. That's what I mean by creating an action plan that works. Number 6, remain passionate and committed to achieving your goal. No matter what your goal is, big or small, something you want to achieve in the next month or the next year or 10 years, you need to be passionate. And the reason why you need to be passionate is because there will be tough days. There will be tough seasons. COVID-19, pardon me, is just one example of something that can be thrown at you that you never thought you would experience, and yet you've got to keep going. You've got to make it work, right? And in those tough seasons, the only thing that's going to get you through when you want to give up is your passion. It's your passion, and it's your values, and it's your vision, it's your purpose, your why. The thing I spoke about before, your why is what's going to help you stay committed. Because when everything else is going downhill, that is going to allow you to still rise up when a challenge happens. Number 7, tell people you trust about your goal. Be accountable. Oh, this is so important. I can tell you I do this in my own world, with my own network of people I work with friends. I now tell people about my goals, and I tell them proudly. I say to them, hey, I'm working on this. The reason why I tell them is not to brag. It's not to go, oh, look at me, I want to do this. No, when you tell people you trust and that you appreciate and love you and they want to be your cheerleader, suddenly you are accountable. Why? Because they know about your goal. It's almost like you're not just doing it for yourself, you're doing it for them because you want to make them happy. You want them to be proud of you. So suddenly they can also be used as a mentor, checking in with you every fortnight, every month. You can tell them that, hey, I'm going to tell you my goal, but can you pencil in your calendar? Can you reach out to me once a month and just check in to see how I'm going with my steps? Because then they can say, hey, Gianna, how you going? Have you done that? Oops, no. Oh, come on, you can do it. Let's support you in this space. So, massive thing you can do. Number 8, stay focused and track your progress. Again, a really powerful thing you can do. Why? Because sometimes we get so hung up on the end of that goal once we've achieved it that we forget how far we've come. We don't track how far we've come. We don't track our progress. We don't acknowledge it. Track your progress. Keep a journal. I keep a journal, right? Now, this is one I just finished. You can tell I wasn't prepared to show you this, but this is my journal, right? I keep all different ones, and I've just finished this one here. I write down my progress on how I'm going with my goals. It makes me so happy to write it down, especially when I've achieved something, and also a wonderful thing to look back on and see how far you've come. And not only that, when you put these trackers in place, I want you to also give yourself something to look forward to once you've achieved that step, once you've reached that checkpoint. It could be anything, but reward yourself. Be proud of yourself that you're making another step closer to a goal. Number 9, take it one step at a time. Sometimes we can get really overwhelmed, but I encourage you to take it one step at a time, because before you know it, you're going to achieve your goal. Now, have a look at this. This image I showed you much earlier on in the masterclass. Imagine that's at the bottom of the mountain. And originally, everything seemed so complicated, too overwhelming, too hard. That mountain, that dream you want to achieve is just too far away to fathom. But by putting these practices into place, suddenly there's more clarity. Suddenly it's not so dark, it's light. You still know that that goal might be far away, but you're getting closer and closer and closer to it. Isn't that amazing? And guess what? Before you know it, you've achieved it. You've made that goal a reality. And isn't that something to celebrate? We all have the ability, I said that at the start, we all have the ability to achieve our goals. It's up to us if we want to actually action it. As I spoke before about a media company, and Kira alluded to it as well, I'm so excited to say that on Monday, one of my biggest goals of my life is being achieved. And it makes me really emotional. But I've always wanted to start up a social enterprise, a media company for young people. I've always wanted to do it. And on this Monday coming, the 14th, our HAPPOW.com site goes live. And we've been posting on social media, on Instagram and Facebook, but this has become a reality. And I'm so glad that I get to share this masterclass with you now, because you get to see me in my rawest moment talking about something that I love, that I finally get to pursue. And it's been a hard road just to get it to launch phase, a huge road. I could have thrown in the towel so many times, but we're there. And I want to encourage you to head to our Instagram, to follow us, to be a part of HAPPOW, because we don't exist without you. You'll find and learn so many things. And it's a free platform. That's the other thing too. I wanted it to be 100% free for young people that can be accessed at any time of the day, with video masterclasses, with podcasts and blogs and so much more. And if you would love to work with me, I also gave you a flyer in your virtual bag where you can do an 8-week course that I've put together as well. And I've given you a special discount as being CareerCon. And if you'd love to do it, it's a self-paced 8-week course that can help you achieve your goals, but just your overall well-being, every aspect of your life, to help you build resilience within you and confidence. So you could do that as well. And last but not least, if you'd love to reach out to me, my email is right there, hello@giannalucas.com. I'd love to speak with you, have a chat with you. I want to thank you so much for having me. I'd love to thank you for showing up today and being a part of this masterclass. I really hope that you've learned at least one thing that you can take into your world today as you work towards your goals, as you work towards your career, your future career, whatever it might be. And I want to thank Kira as well for having me. It's been an absolute treat. So thanks, Kira.
You're welcome, Gianna. That was incredible. What a fast and furious masterclass on, we've had, the chat box and the Q&A box has been, lit up, which is awesome. But unfortunately, we've only got a time for a couple of questions. So let's just dive into them, okay?
Okay, yeah, let's go.
Okay, we've got a question from Geordie, who has said, how do you pick yourself up, not allow yourself to be down if you aren't able to achieve a goal when you set out to? Oh, goody.
Such a good question, Geordie. You know how I was talking a little bit before about your passion? My goodness, that is your superpower right there. Because when you don't achieve your goal, it can be really, really deflating, right? It could be agonizing. But I want to give you some hope right now, Geordie. I want to say that just because you didn't achieve that goal does not mean in any way that your next goal is not going to be achieved. That's a fallacy right there. I want you to be encouraged to know that every time we don't achieve something, we're learning a lesson in that moment. There is something to be gained in everything that we do, whether we do well at it or not so well. So know that, write down some of the stuff that you learned in that moment and then put that to use when you go to your next goal. That would be my quickest response.
Oh, awesome. Great one, Gianna. Okay, so the next question is from Anonymous, and it's, how do I cultivate the abundance mindset? I realize I have the scarcity mindset, which stops me from achieving many of my goals. Oh, that's a good one.
That is a good one. Okay, scarcity mindset. That is so big. Okay, what I want you to realize is that sometimes scarcity mindset comes from imposter syndrome. It's the fact that we feel like we don't, as ourselves, have the ability to do something awesome, right? We don't have that ability. But I want to encourage you to say this, that you actually have the ability. When we look at other people that have done really cool stuff, we forget to see the long road it took to get there, all the trials and tribulations and hurdles. So we look at them as being the epitome of greatness, and we feel like we don't measure up to that. So when thinking about scarcity mindset, you've got to look at the abundance mindset and go, okay, let's forget right now what this person has done. Let's focus on what we have done so far. If you have write down everything you've achieved in your world, do that. Look at it and go, right, let's write down all the things I'm great at. Do that. Then what I want you to do is I want you to put up these words on somewhere that you can actually see to remind yourself of your skills, your ability, and say these as affirmations to yourself. It can change your world. It's a practice. Again, it's a skill that we have to learn, but it can do great things. And I encourage you, even on your tougher days when you don't think about abundance and you think more scarcity mindset, to know that you have a great future ahead of you, and you've got to believe it. Like, even if you don't know what the future holds, none of us do. I don't even know what my media company is going to do once it launches. But it's about being excited about the future and acknowledging what good can come from it rather than being fearful of that.
Whoa, that was awesome. Thank you. And one of the last questions. Now, I just want to let everyone know that if you've asked Gianna a Q&A in this box and we don't actually get to you, make sure that you do reach out to her. She's very happy to answer any of your questions. She's fabulous at this. So, please do reach out if you have any questions for her. But the last one that I wanted to, because I love this question, Gianna. So, I think my goals are based on what society and my family wants me to do. How do I work out what it is that I really want? Oh, I love that question.
Oh, that is such a great question. Okay. You probably would feel, you'll know straight away that your goals are based on your family and friends is usually when they put a bit of pressure on you, but not in a, how are you going? It's more of a, how's this coming along type of vibe. You know when it's put on you, when it doesn't make you feel good on the inside. If you think about the goal, if it doesn't make you feel good, if it doesn't give you little butterflies on the inside, if it doesn't get you excited, it's probably not a goal that you really want. Now, another great thing to know if it's a goal that you want or a goal that others want for you is by doing this as well. Close your eyes and imagine your future. Can you see yourself an older version of yourself and where you want to be? Can you see yourself achieving that goal? And if you can't see yourself achieving that goal, I would probably say to you that it's not for you, because if you don't have any passion, if you can't see it in your vision and it doesn't align with your values, like I spoke about in the masterclass, then your why isn't apparent. It doesn't exist. And therefore, you're not probably going to be able to achieve it in the way you want to. Maybe you could achieve it, but it may not fulfill you. Because in the end, fulfillment is what it comes down to. If it doesn't lift up your cup, then I wouldn't pursue it. And I would have these heart-to-heart conversations with your family and your friends and say, hey, I know you want the best for me, but this might not be the best thing for me, even though you see it is. I don't. And it's about being honest with that.
What a perfect ending. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gianna. That was awesome. Got a pad full of notes down here beside me, and I'm sure that most of the guys at home have as well. So thank you so much for being a part of CareerCon, and thanks for sharing the details about where we can reach you further if we've got any questions.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, so excited. Thank you for coming. Have a good
That's all right.
afternoon.
You too. All the best with CareerCon. Bye.
Hello, welcome back to CareerCon. I am so excited to take you through this next speaker and introduce you to her because this session is going to be amazing. We all know the current climate that we live in. We all know that the thing that's taken away from us the most, the thing that we love most is going to music festivals, is going to huge events. So Libbie Ray from AV 24/7 will be able to help us out, help us navigate this industry that we're finding ourselves and the challenges and problems, and also answer any of your questions if you want to get involved in the events industry. So super excited for this chat. But before we dive in and introduce Libbie to the CareerCon stage, I'm just going to read her bio for you because it is so super exciting. Okay, so let's go. Libbie is the co-owner and general manager of Audiovisual and Staging Special, AV 24/7. Her 20-year career covers events, technology, and marketing. With her partner, she has built a vibrant business that has evolved with the changing demands of the marketplace. The company operates around Australia and works with leading global and Australian brands, delivering out-of-the-box experiences for clients and partners. She has been a passionate promoter of job opportunities for women in technology and has been actively involved in helping to advise TAFE New South Wales on reviews of course content for event management courses, and was also appointed to the Technical Advisory Committee of Skills IQ. Whoa. As a member of the industry's peak body, the Exhibition and Events Association of Australasia, Libbie has stepped forward to support the industry by contributing her expertise in industry forums and educational sessions. Libbie, we are so pumped to have you here at CareerCon. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be part of today and been listening to all the speakers, and they're so inspiring. So just great to be sharing my experience with everyone and chatting to you.
It looks like you're actually a newsreader, like you're about to step out onto Channel 10's, news segment. So it looks fabulous.
Thanks. We're actually in our studio right now. So
incredible. Well, as I mentioned, we're so pumped to have you here because you have a wealth of knowledge, obviously in the events industry, but also how the events industry ties into marketing and so much. So, let's get cracking. Let's get into the questions. So the first one is regarding, I'd love for you to give us more of a rounded approach of who Libbie is. So take us back to your time at high school. Explain a little bit where you grew up and how that kind of took you into the industry that you're in now.
Well, I mean, going back to high school, I would never have thought I would be where I am today because my beginning years started very differently. I think in high school, from an education perspective, I was definitely more of a math girl than an English girl, and I was really drawn to things like music and drama. I think having the interest in both analytical and creative spaces really helped to me to develop skills across a cross-section of the different industries. And then the other thing that I noted down in relation to how high school sort of supported me into my growth journey into the event space is also socially, I learnt a lot of resilience in high school. I'm sure there's a few people maybe watching who experienced bullying in high school and had some very interesting experiences through their journey through high school. But I'm actually quite grateful for those experiences in hindsight now because of their resilience and ability to deal with a lot of different challenges throughout my life as well. And then the other part is I left school in year 10. So it's 15 years and 15 years old and got straight into the working life full time, but started out as a chef. So I went to get a trade. I grew up in a few different areas, both down at Barara Waters and then on the Central Coast and then been in Sydney now for the last God knows how many years. So it was really my beginning of high school sort of journey.
Yeah. I think that's awesome too, you know, that you mentioned there that you did actually only go to year 10. So I think it's you know, so important because we have a lot of young people that follow us at the Cool Career that, you know what, they don't actually want to go on to further education. We have lots of girls that follow us that are now, you know, in trade. They're electricians or carpenters or, you know, they're in the hospitality industry and having massive, awesome careers that they love. So thank you for taking us back to your time in high school as well. So I guess that kind of leads into, you know, now we're kind of at the stage of the year for most students when they're like, right, we have to pick our university courses and we have to do this and we have to do that. You know, to get into the events industry, do you believe that students need to go on to further education? Can you sort of explain what you think about that?
Well, it would be very wrong of me to say they need more education because that hasn't been my experience. You know, again, as I said, my only formal education was a trade, and that was my chefing apprenticeship. So, and definitely the earlier years of business, I really did not regard education in people's CVs as a quality I was looking for. I didn't really even consider that. I definitely took work experience as a high priority over education. However, as the years go by, I do now see it as a benefit. It's definitely not the only thing that I look for or the first thing, but it does show that the candidates can actually commit to something and follow through. Not necessarily the course content itself that I feel is particularly valuable. I mean, obviously, the more you can learn, the better, which is great, but just that option to be able to, or that ability to pick something, learn about it and follow through and finish it. It's definitely something that I would regard as a positive attribute.
Yeah, because you're kind of leading into our next question there perfectly, which is about skills and, you know, and skill sets. And I think that, you know, what you mentioned before is that, you know, you look beyond that when you're hiring people. And, you know, I know from my personal experience that I went to university, but I have never been asked to prove that I have. And I've also never been asked to prove or even tell people what and back then it was an enter score. So I've never even been, you know, asked to explain that. So I think it's also a perfect time to sort of chat about skills within the events industry. So what kind of skills do you think people need to look out for if they're kind of, you know, on the fence and thinking, do you know what, you know, maybe I might want to get involved in this kind of industry? What skills do you think students need? And, you know, I'd love to know what you believe your best skill is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the events industry, as everyone would know, is so far-reaching and it's so varied. So in relation to skills, there's specific skills that you would need in different areas. But what I was thinking when I was looking through questions earlier is, is that some of the really key areas for a successful career, sort of the maybe more of the attributes than skills, is resilience, flexibility, passion, and energy. Events are like most certainly not for the faint-hearted. They are hard work. There's long days, there's stressful days. However, the rewards are unbelievable, and just being able to see something come from just an idea and then be created in front of your eyes, and if you're part of something like that, and creating those connections, those moments for people, it's such a wonderful thing. So if you do want a career in events, definitely those sorts of top attributes you'd be wanting to hold, and then basically working out which area of the events industry that you love the most, and then upskilling in those sorts of things as well. And then for the second part, in relation to what I think my best skill is, I think my best skill would have to be the ability to see opportunities and create creative solutions that solve problems and make connections. I also think I've got a good ability to be able to find positives in challenges. And I think being positive and having a solution-focused mindset is key to be able to come up with really innovative solutions and do amazing things.
Well, your job sounds amazing. Just having the liberty to actually dream big and think of something, and then be a part of even with your support with my event, with CareerCon, just being able to know that someone can see a vision and actually help make it come to life it must be such a rewarding job. Let's dive a little bit further into the events industry, because like there are so many different facets. There's technicians, and there's people that sort of look after organizing the logistics of an event. Can you kind of explain some of the roles that there are in the events industry, and then maybe explain like what you do as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are, again, so many different roles. There's operational roles, very logistical style roles, creative production roles, event sales. There are, theming and design roles. There are even things now, there's a lot of digital roles available and a lot of creative roles. I think that the ones that I've worked in, I've been an event producer, which is fantastic. It's end-to-end, coming up with a solution and finding a creative way to do things, and then following that through. So bringing all the suppliers together and following that through. I worked mostly in fashion and racing events, so that was really fun and exciting. I also have done a lot of business development for venues, which is really fun because it's about relationship building and building connections. So that's fantastic. And then now into obviously the audiovisual production side, sort of bringing all of those skills together and being able to do end-to-end production and technology services, which is really amazing. But obviously, you're thinking about AV production. Obviously people will be thinking, you need to be really technical and know how to set things up and do all of those. To be honest, if I'm fair, I'm not really that technical, but I love AV because it just brings things alive. So the most important thing to any event, in my opinion, it opens up a space, it draws people in, it makes people pay attention, and if it's bad, then that's like obviously the end of your event is such a key element. And then, currently my role is mostly around sort of leadership and strategy at the moment, but I love working with clients, and I could never lose that part of my role. So that client relationship as well. So.
Oh, that's awesome. I love what you said before about the fact that you were, working predominantly in the fashion industries, and I love when you sort of walk into an event And you're right, it's literally the, you know, first you obviously scout out who's there, but then you kind of look to the atmosphere. And some of the most memorable concerts and events that I've been to is the actual AV component, and that's what you actually talk about after the event. This is a bit of a side question, but have you had any difficult, because I'm sure that you would have seen lots of celebrities and worked with lots of musicians and DJs, and, you know, is there any kind of like crazy moments that you can tell us about, you know, just off the top of your head?
Oh, just, you know, different things that we've worked on or been part of.
Yes, yeah.
Look, it's hard to even really go back. I mean, when I was doing fashion work, I used to work at David Jones in their events and marketing team, and you would have, you know, Megan Gale and, you know, incredible entertainers and models and all sorts of people. And, you know, one of the biggest things that I've learned when you're working in spaces, when you're working with really high-end talent, is that we're all the same, and everyone is just, most people are so wonderful and so lovely. I think some of the funnest stuff that I love working on now is Sephora, one of our major clients, and we do all of their store launches and events, and that's a really, really fun, exciting project to be on. But they're all great. They all have so many, every event has something they're trying to do, something they're trying to communicate, and in a way that they want to be seen in the marketplace or connect with their customers. So everything is creative, and everything has a challenge to it, and everything feels great once you've followed through.
Oh, of course. And I guess that, you know, one pro of your job, and obviously you'd be able to work on so many different things. Like, it wouldn't just be a 9-to-5 at your desk where you kind of, you know, chugging away at spreadsheets. You know, you'd be, you know, doing lots of varied tasks every day, and it just seems so exciting. That's awesome. The next question that we'd love to sort of, you know, ask you, Libbie, is, you know, obviously we are, you know, 2020 has arrived, and, you know, the world is not what we thought it would be. And, you know, predominantly for students that are going through school or high school, or even people that actually aren't even working in further education, you know, that are thinking of the events industry. You know, I think that it has changed so much in like a space of, you know, not even so much time, 5-6 months. Like, can you explain the changes in the industry? And do you actually think that it's worth getting involved in the industry now moving forward? Can you explain the changes and what we can expect?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of that's to actually be decided. Our industry has taken a hit, and that is no secret at all. Our entire industry was wiped out. Friday the 13th of March was the exact day it happened. I will remember it for my whole life. It was crazy. However, this means that it's been completely disrupted. Like, our industry has never been disrupted like this before. And we all kind of, you know, it's a scary time for, you know, an industry to be disrupted, but we know what happens when industries are disrupted. It's when opportunity exists, and that's when real change and real exciting things come out the other side. When people are forced to think creatively and fight to survive, real innovation comes to life. And, you know, in events, people are so resilient and they're so creative. And you're seeing it already. I mean, obviously, events now are purely digital, or mostly digital and hybrid, which is very, you know, pretty much not seen very, very often in, you know, pre-COVID world. But some of those innovations that are coming out of that are incredible. Our industry is going to come back, and it is a great industry to be part of. It's not going to be the same. It'll most certainly be a different events industry. And it's going to be a really good opportunity for young people, to be honest, because the younger generations they have an amazing ability to be able to pick up technology and just run with it and use it. And that's really going to have an upper hand moving forward. It will turn to be a lot more heavily reliant on technology. And so, you know, being able to have that ability to sort of work with technology, but also be creative and come up with ideas is certainly a real positive for people wanting to get into the industry. It's, you know, I will stand by my industry, and I really hope that people still consider it. It's going to have such amazing opportunities into the future.
Oh, awesome. And I guess, it really brings it back to the fact that, we are in this new normal, not really new normal, but we actually are in this new space. Everything's been disrupted. Everything's been torn apart. Everything that we thought we knew and that we loved is now changing, but it's actually more exciting than ever. I find, I know, and even my friends, I know as soon as the next music festival hits, we will all be there all together and probably planning the next year as well. So, lots of opportunities spring forth from these things. But thank you for talking about the disruption. I guess now, I'd love to sort of know what you think. The events industry is different to potentially even what careers advisors were telling students about it, even last year. So what do you think is one thing that most guys can do now if they're interested in pursuing a career in the events industry? Just one thing that they can do now that would help them get ahead.
Get out there, do some volunteering or talk to some people in the industry. See what you like. There's also TAFE have a few short courses that you can get in and just get a bit of a tester of what it's like, which is really good. And also our industry is really open. Bless you. Our industry is super. Bless you. Hope you. Our industry is super open to supporting new talent. So reach out to people. Personally, I'd be happy to chat to anyone that wants to sort of talk through the different parts of the industry or want some support trying to work out where they might want to go into that industry. More than happy to set up some Zoom chats and help you to find your passion in our space.
Yeah, cool. Oh, that's awesome. We've had some awesome questions come through, actually. So I'm going to hit you with some of them now, Libbie, and there's some good ones here. So the first one is, how has the events industry changed since COVID, and should I still get into it? I think we've answered that. I think, you've really touched on the fact that it is still a thriving industry and that people should still get into it. Do you know, the next question here is, what's the best events course out there?
I think that's an interesting question. Yeah, I mean, look, there are so many different events courses out there, and if you just want to do, in a generic overarching one, the course content, I think it's going to be a bit difficult right now because as we talked about disruption, the course content is obviously very, very focused on what it was pre-COVID. But it is a really great opportunity to get into, it takes you great courses, I think. There's so many different event management courses out there. I don't think there's one that just jumps out that's significantly better than the others. So you can really sort of get in there and get a taster. Maybe it's good to start off with a small course and see sort of which way you want and then go into a specialist area.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's awesome. And I think too, what you touched on before is just getting out there, and I think too, maybe even speaking to some people that work within the events industry, just reaching out and seeing what they've done. So that's awesome tip. Thank you. Another question that's come through is, how do I get work experience in the events industry?
Find a job, a company that you like, or a few different companies, and just reach out. Again, our industry is so supportive of new talent, and people are very, very approachable. So, you just reach out. More than happy if you want to touch base with me and you're looking for work experience in a particular type of business. I'm more than happy to share some of my contacts and maybe some, facilitate some introductions. So, that's another way of doing it. So find someone to talk to and just reach out. It's easier than you think if you've just be confident and have the courage to believe in your passion, and someone will most certainly support you through that journey.
And I think there's a massive lesson to be learned in what you just said then, Libbie, because, in my own personal experience, just by reaching out, you'd be surprised how many people are willing to help. And you'd be surprised at how many people have actually actually haven't had anyone approach them to help. You know, like you might even just assume that someone that, you know, is the CEO of a big company has people approach them all the time. But in most instances that I've found, they haven't. So, you know, I would really encourage, you know, even if anyone here on the call wants to have a career in the events industry, you know, pick an event and just approach them and do it this afternoon or do it tomorrow and see what happens. So thank you for that. Another question is more specific. You know, it's coming from Rosalie, and she's asking a question about, I'm currently doing a diploma of event management. How do you suggest I get my foot in the door?
Again, I think that's a similar answer. Just find a way, you know, find a company that you want to work for. Don't necessarily wait to see a job ad out. Pick up the phone, call people, because, you know, that there's an element of, you know, strength to someone that's going to pick up the phone and call and believe in them. And I don't think that I've ever, you know, turned down or turned away anyone that's just picked up the call or walked into the office and said, I'm looking for work. If you ever have something coming up, please keep me in mind. You know, maybe we didn't have anything, but maybe I've gone, oh, that's great. I remember that person. And then next time we can sort of reach out if there is a role. So just find something that you want to do and get out there. And don't be afraid of being sort of let down if there's nothing available or being, you know, turned away. It's okay. You know, everyone's going through a different journey, and, you know, if it's not right for them, then it's probably not right for you either. And then just, you know, move on to something else and stay positive and upbeat and just get out there and connect with people.
Oh, amazing. I mean, I'm just sort of thinking back to, you know, Libbie, just I actually credit the events industry for, you know, really kickstarting what I've done in life. I mean, I was in year 12 and I volunteered for Melbourne Spring Fashion Week, which was an event for part of the city of Melbourne. And I was a volunteer. I dressed models. The next year, because I kept in touch, the next year they hired me as a volunteer coordinator. And then it just kind of, you know, progressed from there. And I now, even to this day, the people that I know that I can rely on, that I can ask for a reference, are all the group of people that were volunteers back then. You know, one of them is now the CEO of the, you know, Melbourne Fashion Festival. Another one is the head marketing manager at Country Road. Like, we're all volunteers together, and now they're just, you know, killing it in their own careers. So I guess in the events industry, you do have to be nice to everyone too, because they probably remember you. What do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that should probably be everybody's thought process everywhere they go, because you never know, even if someone's been mean to you or saying something wrong to you, you don't really know why that is and why they're sort of acting in that way. So it's best to just kind of take the nice kind of calm road. And the thing with the events industry is, it's, you know, there's very few people that go in it and get out again. It's kind of captures you. It's, I don't know whether it's the, you know, the kind of the ability to see these amazing things comes to life becomes a little addictive potentially. I don't know, but, you know, once you're in, you tend to not want to leave. So you're right. You'll see people around. They'll grow with you. They'll stay around, and just to keep those relationships strong.
Oh, unreal. That's just, it's really exciting. I think too, you know, you're right. It does grip you. And once you're in and you get to meet all these amazing people, you kind of just don't want to leave it, you know. So, you know, I would love to end on a really kind of, you know, reflective note, I guess, because, you know, over the last day and even today, we have so many young people that, you know, are currently 17, 18, 19, you know, even up to 24. And, you know, it's such a great time of the year to actually think back. And I'd love for you to cast your mind back, not that long ago, but to when you were that age. You know, what's one bit of advice that you would give someone? No, what's one bit of advice that you would give Libbie at 17 years old?
Well, I'm going to be cheeky and have two, if that's okay.
Okay, go for it. Yeah.
The first one is that the world is large, and there's not a single thing that you can't solve or resolve. And being positive is the only way to see opportunity. And then the other thing is your journey will find you. You don't need to decide today what you're going to do for the rest of your life. Just pick something, roll with it, stay open-minded, believe in yourself. I never thought I'd be here at 17, but I trusted my instincts and I followed my journey, and I've had a career for life.
Oh, Libbie, that is amazing. So I just think that's just the perfect way to end this conversation. Just get out there and get something done. And I think that what you mentioned before, what was your first point again about, can you just explain that one again?
That the world being large. I think a lot of the time when you're 17, your world is you're just coming out of school. You don't know a lot of people outside of school. You feel kind of that you're a big piece in a small world, and if something goes wrong, it feels sometimes hard to get past problems or issues. But just remember, the world is large, and you can conquer anything. Nothing can't be solved.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, thank you, Libbie. Thank you so much for joining. I'm just so super pumped we got the opportunity to have a chat and also to sort of, pick apart the events industry. And, I bet everyone believes, in what I'm saying when I say that I think that it's a great industry to be involved in. So thank you so much for your time again.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thanks. Had so much fun.
No worries. Thank you. and welcome back. I am so super pumped to commence our next portion of the day because it's only going to get bigger and better from here on in, guys. We're so excited. Now, today's masterclass, an actual discussion and panel discussion, is with the incredible team from Endota Wellness College. But before we dive into that, and bring the guys live, I wanted to give you a bit of an introduction into the industry, but also to introduce Helen, who is the CEO of Endota and is such an incredible powerhouse with such amazing experience. So let's dive into a little bit of that. Because, currently the health and wellness industry is a $4.2 trillion industry. Let me just say that number again. It's $4.2 trillion. And in the current climate that we're in at the moment and the pandemic we're facing, it's really no surprise to me that we're reaching to those industries more now than ever. But really, what is it like working within the health and wellness industry? What different roles are involved? And also, where do we turn to and where do we look for advice? Well, that's why I'm so super pumped about this session, because one provider that is leading the way is the Endota Wellness College. As I mentioned before, we are very privy to have three incredible panelists join us today. We have Helen Robb-Lacey, who is the CEO. We have Hayley, who is a present student, and Eleanor, that is a current student of the college. So, we are super pumped to have them all here. But just some more information about Helen before we kick off. Helen is a talent behind the Endota treatment menu. So she actually created that menu that you all love and know about. She also helped create the methods and protocols for the school itself. She also heads up the postgraduate training programs, which enhance the existing skills of over 1,000 Endota therapists. 1,000, that's just massive. Helen is an experienced small business owner with over 30 years experience in coaching and mentoring in the beauty, health and wellness industry. So much advice and so much goodness that Helen has in her brain, which is amazing. And her knowledge and experience, really ensures that the industry needs are met and at the forefront of all the course designs at Endota, while ensuring that the college values and the intent and connect and truth and balance are all focus, and everything is a beautiful holistic package at the Endota Wellness College for plenty of students to enjoy. So, without further ado, let's bring all the guys live and meet Helen, Hayley and Eleanor. Hi, guys.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having us today. We're very pumped as well.
Oh, Helen, so excited to have you. So thank you. I think, because we've got so many of you guys here, I think it'd be great if we could just take a few moments and just move around the virtual room. And if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourselves and, giving us a little bit of a hint as to what your role is at Endota Wellness College. Helen, we might start with you.
Thank you. Well, my name's Helen Robb-Lacey. I'm the CEO of the college, and I just run the culture, the day-to-day running of all the strategies, and yes, and I'm very happy to be here today to talk about it. And then we'll go to Hayley.
So hi, I'm Hayley, and you're right, I'm a graduate. I've graduated last year in December, and I am currently working at an Endota spa. Has been the best experience and workplace that I've ever been at. And I would say that Endota has been like the best schooling experience that I've been to. It's just very wholesome, holistic learning. It's a very beautiful space to be part of.
Yeah, awesome.
Hello, I'm Eleanor. I'm 27 years old and I'm currently studying at Endota Wellness College in Docklands, Melbourne, full-time. I'm doing the Diploma of Beauty Therapy. I'm loving it. I came from a customer service background where I've been working for the past 10 years since I graduated VCE, and I am stoked that I'm now currently doing this course with Endota. I'm loving it.
Oh, that's amazing. Thanks, guys. I mean, it's incredible to know that, you are working within the industry and still really enjoying it, but also that you've had your experience in actually growing with the college as well and having lots of the opportunities that are presented to you. So, I mean, we would love to, bash on about everything and anything and everything about this college, but I'd love to first take us back You know, and maybe this question's for you, Eleanor and Hayley. You know, can you take us back to, you know, not that long ago when you were in high school, and, you know, actually explain to us the steps and the reasons why you actually chose to get into this industry and then go to Endota Wellness College as, you know, to get your education.
Hayley, do you want to go first?
Sure.
Yeah.
Seems a long time ago now. I think like two different stages. High school feels like a different stage to the process of Endota. But my experience in high school, like I wasn't very confident. I was very hard on myself. And you do a lot of competition and comparing yourself to other students. Whereas more adult learning, it's more for yourself. And you try and do the best for yourself and where you want to go. You're not too worried about other sort of students. But I think having that lack of confidence, and I didn't try as hard, whereas going into school, now going through the college, I was a lot more confident. You know, I was able to focus a bit more on what I wanted. I didn't really have that expectation of school and like your parents and going to university or anything like that. But I didn't know what I wanted to do when I finished high school. So it was really just playing around, figuring out what I wanted, going to different open days. And my career path I wanted to do first was going into makeup, sort of like things like that, movies and things. And then beauty became more of an interest to me, and it became more, you know, you're connected with people a lot more. And I think I found that a lot more interesting, and that's what drew me into wanting to go into beauty.
Yeah, that's awesome.
My experience feels quite similar, actually. Especially with the confidence throughout high school. So I dealt with a lot of different mental health issues throughout high school, which I probably didn't even recognise were going on at the time. So that, in addition to just everything that's demanding your attention when you're in high school, I found it quite hard to prioritise high school, especially because there weren't too many subjects that really excited me. I loved my art subjects, cooking, anything creative. So I always thought that I might kind of go down that avenue. But I definitely found that once I was able to finish high school, I was able to prioritise my mental health, work on it. And that once I was able to do that, I kind of got a clearer idea of what it was that I actually enjoyed and what I loved. And I was definitely working with people. And I initially wanted to do remedial massage, and Endota offered that as well. And then when I had a look into Endota's different courses, went to the open day, I found that the beauty therapy course just had so much variety and was exactly what I wanted to do. I just felt I just knew what I wanted to do as soon as I kind of got through the muddle of high school, to be honest. It just took finishing to bring some clarity.
You know, and I think that's an awesome point that you mentioned there as well, because, you know, there is such this incredible pressure, you know, on all of us, like even at that, excuse me, at that younger age, to just, you know, be able to know what it is that we want to do for the rest of our lives. And I mean, you know, I just even think about my career journey and how many different twists and turns, you know, and opportunities that I've sort of grabbed on, you know, as you go. So, you know, it's amazing to me that even so many of the people that are joining us now are not just from that lower level, so, you know, high school, but also, you know, students or even, you know, people that want a career change. And that's why I think it's really important that we talk with, you know, later on about everything that you guys offer, because, you know, you really don't need to be just a high school student in order to go to your college. So thank you so much for that. And I think that's the perfect entry, Helen. You know, if we can just have a little chat about, you know, skill set, because, you know, there is such a massive, as I mentioned before, there's just so much pressure put on people in order to, you know, find that one course that they want to do, go to this one uni, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're heading this amazing job and you're in that one job for the rest of your life. It doesn't happen. So we really focus on skills. Yeah. So can you just, you know, maybe just talk about some of the skills that you think that students need to identify in themselves to be successful in, you know, the health and wellness industry? And then I would love to know what you believe your best skill is.
Okay. Well, I think, and always have had, an enormous passion in the wellness industry when I started way back in the 80s. And I did my diploma of beauty therapy, and it wasn't really a well-known career in Australia. It was more hairdressing. And I just felt that the best skill when you're doing either beauty therapy, spa management, remedial massage is consultation, client connection, and communication. And I think that if that's wrapped around all your theory and your practical, it's no good having, all the knowledge in the world and being the best at something if you can't connect with people, all right? So you have to know how to meet and greet and really make that, identify with that customer. What's their need? What's their concern? How can I meet it with my knowledge? How can I meet it with, my prescription? So what we try to do at the college is really set that environment up so that from day dot, you are practicing those soft skills, those communication skills. They always say it's how you make a person feel is what they'll remember, So it's very important, often girls I know, because I've owned salons and spas, you hire them and they can do everything really well, but they're awkward in their client connection. And so I think that's a very, very important skill. So for me personally, I think, my own personal skill is communication, bringing people together, making people feel comfortable, making people feel safe. And whenever you're dealing with people in the wellness sector, that's what they're going to remember. And then everything comes afterwards. So I think that's a very important skill to have.
Yeah. I mean, Helen, sorry, what were you saying?
Well, we were just saying, Eleanor said she worked for, 10 years and now she's coming back to beauty as a mature age student, but her communication skills and her customer service skills are transferable. And that's what you need in the wellness sector. Yes. Go on.
Yeah.
Keep going.
No, I was just going to say, you mentioned before about the fact that, what you really focus on are those, skills where, that you actually probably can't really acquire in real life until you're in the instances or in the situations that you provide at your school. But, just say, for example, if a student enrolls and, and they really want to get into, the beauty industry and potentially work at a TV station or something, and you notice that they don't actually have those, the empathy skills or the passion skills, is that something that you actually, foster with them and help them identify in themselves?
Yeah, building their confidence up,
Yes.
I always say I can teach you anything, but if you come to college with a really great attitude and a passion to learn, we'll give you everything else. We'll deliver everything else. The girls know that I just say to them, if you turn up, we'll supply you with everything. But a great attitude and a bubbliness with passion for what you do is really what translates and makes you to connect with people, because it's authentic, I think, and it's believable.
Yeah, that's right. And you're right. That's what makes a great experience, especially when you go to one of the spas and you know that they've got a love for what they do. Helen, I'd love to take a bit of a step change here and, actually focus on the college itself. Can you, give us a bit of we've seen the beautiful pictures of your school and where the training is, and we know the brand because we've experienced it in real life. But can you just take us into the school? Just give us a bird's eye view and explain the different components and how it all works and really why it's a great place to study.
Well, I think the most startling thing and the most different thing about our school once you enter it is that it actually looks like a spa. And so it doesn't look like a classroom. So as you enter it, it's a very, very big spa, but, the whole place has a beautiful breakout area, a lounge area. It's very bright and colourful and full of plants. And it's a welcoming college. And I think the fact that it looks like a spa and feels like a spa, the girls feel like they're getting close to where they're heading. So every day they're in there studying, it feels like they're a step closer to working within the wellness industry. And I am a stickler, as the girls will tell you, about structure and about really getting into learning the habits of a spa from day dot. You can't separate the theory and the practical from the consultation, the communication and the running of the spa, because it all intertwines. So if you learn that from day dot and you have to leave the classroom as if you were leaving a spa for the evening and get prepared for the next day, it teaches great habits. So it's a beautiful, wide, open college. It's all white. It's got beautiful plants everywhere. And you really feel like it's a special, sacred space for you to come and learn. And that's what we wanted, because we believe at Endota that if the spaces are beautiful and you deserve for them to be beautiful, then it really enables you to have the right intention to study. We teach the girls meditation every morning. Before every class, they meditate for 10 minutes. And that just gets them ready to align themselves, to forget about what's going on at home. You know, if they had a bad time getting to the college, even now that we're online, we still do it online. So it's about setting that intention for the day and owning your space and your study and knowing that the sort of day you have is really your choice. So, you know, we call it the Endota Wellness College because we believe holistically in wellness, and it's not just about what you're mentally doing. It's emotional, it's spiritual, it's physical. We run Pilates classes at lunchtime, yoga classes. We surprise them with, you know, healthy smoothies. Even in lockdown, we've got a beautiful wellness calendar that's been running, and the girls hop into workshops all day, aromatherapy workshops. We've been doing mood boards. So even though we're in lockdown, we're planning our future. It's about nurturing the whole person as a whole. And I think that's what makes our college really special.
Wow. I mean, can we just jump into that now, please? Maybe we should have actually had a special Endota CareerCon, calendar of Pilates, and sounds incredible. That's amazing. Congratulations on that as well, because just on the side note, I have actually spoken to quite a lot of students that have studied or are studying, and they all agree that it is just such a progressive and an amazing place to have studied, and that the way that you've actually seamlessly and quickly turned it into like an online, wellness hub of incredible beauty and amazingness is just fantastic. So that's massive credit to you guys. But this is not about this. I'm going to jump into some questions now for the guys, because, I might just direct this question to you, Eleanor, just to start with. But can you tell us why you actually went to Endota Wellness College? Like, what did you investigate any other schools? How did you actually find out about them? Like, give us all that good detail.
Sure thing. So I've always been quite afraid of making the wrong decision. I take quite some time. So yes, I definitely checked out all of my other options living in Melbourne. Endota Wellness College obviously did stand out because it's very obvious that they do prioritise the learning environment, and the way that I learn is very practical, and I just really thought that it looked great. So then I went to the open day, and we began the open day with meditation. So that was a massive tick for me. That's something I try and do every day. And I immediately felt calm being there. And that's not a feeling that I've ever associated with learning. So again, felt great about it. I then spoke to a previous student who was then now working in an Endota, who emphasised how job ready they get you. So it was looking great on all fronts. And basically, as I said earlier, I was interested in doing remedial massage initially. And then I realised that the Diploma of Beauty Therapy, actually, it includes relaxation massage along with a whole lot of other different subjects that they didn't even seem like work to me, just things that I was really interested in: aromatherapy, skin science, Indian head massage, reflexology, just a really wide range that I wasn't expecting. And it just felt great being there. So I think that I just knew that it was right. And then as soon as I started, it just kept on getting better, to be honest. Love it.
Yeah. And what about you, Hayley? Like, how did you discover Endota Wellness College, and then, take us through the process of actually joining? Like, why did you choose them?
Okay, so I was actually at a different school, and then that school closed down. So I had a bit of a tough time dealing with that and finding a transition into another school. And it was quite hard because a lot of the programs were like, oh, you can't go to this school, you can't go to that one. So that was really quite frustrating. But I had a friend who lived across from the school and was like, check out this school, it's really good. And I heard about it a couple of times. Like my Cara, she's very, very similar to like Endota's sort of value. Like she's very relaxation, connecting with your body. So she introduced me to Endota. So I'm like, oh, I've heard about it so many times. It's something that's really calling to me. So I went there quite a few times. Spoke one-on-one with Linda, who helped with following me up with the course, explaining it. Then I went to an open night, which was more bit more magical than during the day. And I had 100 million questions for Helen when I first met her about the school. Just trying to figure out what it was best for me, and like just all the things she said, and like getting you ready to be out. Like I felt like I could see a light at the end of my tunnel. Like I was always really scared of getting a degree or a diploma and not finding a job. Like that was a big fear for me. So knowing that there was an easy transition, you had heaps of work experience, and the way of learning was just so, I think, holistic. Like you can do theory and then you're practicing that theory into practical and then experiencing it then in a spa. So you're really taking those steps, and that's what I really enjoyed about it. It wasn't chop and change. It was like a very good flow into what you were doing. That's what I really loved about it.
So, Hayley, I might keep on, having a chat with you. Just so when you actually enrolled, now this might be it might be a bit of a silly question, but I'm just going to ask it anyway. When you enrolled, did you know what it is that you wanted to do within the health and wellness industry, or did you discover that just by being involved, learning all the different modules that you sort of, did you have an idea at the start, or has that sort of changed now that you've progressed further along?
It definitely changed. I sort of took a chance. It was something that was calling to me, but I didn't know what it was. And yeah, because my first intentions, I thought I wanted to be more into makeup and like working movies and doing like bridal stuff. And I realized that wasn't for me. But when I first sort of started, I was still like, is this right? Am I taking the right decision? Because I did look at other schools as well, but I just felt like just meeting Helen, she really sold it to me. But yeah, it was something that progressed, and like doing more courses definitely helped as well. Like when we got more into like doing specialized facials, I was just like, this is something I really want to do. And there's just so much education. Like I love it.
Yeah, it sounds so good. It sounds so good. I was gonna keep on going with some of our questions that we've, but the chat box is just lit up. So there are so many questions coming in from students. So I think we might just sort of start with this, and then we'll see how we go, and we might sort of migrate back and forth. But Helen, I guess most of these questions will kind of be delivered to yourself, including this first one, which is from Anonymous, but it says, what is the duration of your courses?
Okay, so we have 3 different courses. We have the Diploma of Beauty Therapy, which is part and full-time. So if you do it full-time, it's 4 days a week and it's 12 months. If you do it part-time, it's a Monday and Wednesday evening and it's 18 months. If you do the spa management, it's a rolling intake. So that's around 18 months as well. It's self-paced, so, it's up to you. You can finish a little bit sooner if you like. With the remedial, it's full and part-time, and it's the same as beauty. It's either 12 months full-time or 18 months part-time. And we also have distance, which again is it's face-to-face for 4 sessions a month. And then you do the rest of the study online. It's around 6 hours a week, and that takes just over 12 months. Yes.
Wow. Yeah, no, great. No, thank you for explaining that, because I guess the questions that are sort of keep on coming are all about, the sort of logistics and the actual courses themselves. But I just wanted to let everyone know as well that we will be sharing some great information from the whole team of Endota Wellness College. So you'll be able to ask your questions and see a greater sort of, in-depth view of the college. And of course, at the end of this discussion, we will be sharing all the details for you to go over and actually, ask your questions to the guys. And from what it sounds like from listening to Hayley talk, that Helen's right in there answering all the questions, so that's awesome. The next question, Helen, is can I pay for your courses? How can I pay for your courses? Can I part pay them?
Well, the courses, we have funding available. So if you come along to an info session, it all depends on where you sit in that funding. All right. So all of our courses are covered by 2 sets of funding, and it depends if you're eligible, what the gap is. And so therefore, it's the beauty therapy course is $21,000. And we might segue to the girls, and they might discuss how much they paid, and depending on where they sat. The remedial is $19,000, and the actual spa management is $9,000, and that's online. So I think we might take it over to Hayley, if you don't mind, Hayley, if you could tell us where you sat in that criteria.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm just asking about the funding. So when you applied to do your course, could you tell me what you were eligible and where you sat, what your course cost you?
I can't remember. I think, gosh, you don't really focus on that sometimes.
That's good.
Yes, yeah, it is good. So I got a loan through Vet Loans. It was a little bit more tricky because I was at another school. I then had to transition, which I was also going to say you guys were pretty sympathetic of and knew the struggle I was going through. But that you sort of go through a payment plan when you're getting your school stuff. So you can either pay it all up front, or you can do a payment plan, which is what I did, because money's always a struggle when you go study and you're not working as much. So that's very helpful with like your uniform. What else did we get? Your textbooks, different equipment. So that really helps as well. But yeah, you're always getting, you can always talk to someone if you're confused about your payments. I think it ended up being, I think it depends if you've done another diploma or not. It really, like you get, like I got government, the 10,000 substantial. So that helped with me a lot. So I didn't have to pay as much. But obviously if I was to do another diploma, I would have to pay more. But yeah, it's all planned out for you. It's very structured, which is very helpful. And there's so many options where you can get a loan. So I did it through a vet loan. So that was very helpful for me as well.
Thanks, Hayley. And Eleanor, you were a mature student. So what was it like for you?
Well, I hadn't studied a diploma before, so I was also eligible for the vet student loans.
Fantastic.
Again, I don't remember exactly, but it wasn't an overwhelming, in comparison to friends of mine who have gone to universities and done different courses. It's not an overwhelming amount as it's a vet student loan. I think I paid a little bit up front that I could have put on a payment plan if I wanted to do so, but I had some savings, so I just went for it. And I think that possibly I paid maybe up front about $1,800 just to smooth things out and make sure I didn't have any payments coming up. But it will all come out of your pay when you get a job anyhow. Just small amounts anyway. You're not really going to notice it, but I could give you a figure. I'm really sorry. Can't remember.
That's
Worth
great.
it. Worth it.
So what the girls are trying to say to you is that you have to come along for an interview. There's a certain pool of funding from the government. It's a little bit like when you finish, and go to uni and you pay it back, or you do a short course at TAFE. So it's really depending. That's why you have to have your interview and see whether you sit in that criteria as to what the final amount will be. But generally speaking, if you're in the ages between Hayley and Eleanor and you haven't done a diploma, most of it gets paid and there's a small gap. But we can't really tell you exactly what that is until you come along and we work all those details out for you. And as the girl said, we have our liaison officer. She's fantastic. She tells you exactly what documentation you need, and she walks you through that process and allows you to make your decisions in your own time. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for taking a deep dive into that too, because I think that's, it's really important, to sort of hear that there is plenty of assistance available, and really it's an individual case. So that was awesome to explain that. Yeah, thanks, Helen. Do women of all ages join your college? That's another question.
Yes, that's the really great thing. We have a really large amount of women between the ages of 24 and 35. And then they often fill up the part-time courses at night and the distance, because they're really interested in changing their career path. And then we have the 18 to 24s. We have that's a large section that come full-time because, they're just starting out and they've decided to do that. So, and then we have women that are, you know, women that have 6 children. I've got a couple in there that I don't know how they fit it in. They're so organised, and yeah, it's really fantastic. And because people now, I mean, they just feel like it's a really fantastic career to have if you have got children, or, you know, that it's a career that will last your span. I mean, for myself, I've had so many different hats on in this career, and it allows you to dovetail, you know, and it really suits your lifestyle. And I think that's why it's the big industry that it is now. And you can take it overseas, you can, you know, you can go anywhere with this career. And I think that's what makes it so appealing.
Oh, that's just, yeah, no, thank you for explaining that, Helen. This next question that's come through is very interesting, actually, but I'm going to throw it. I might throw it to you, Helen, and then we might see if even Eleanor or Hayley want to answer it as well. But how do you feel about the huge increase in cosmetic surgery with young girls, and how important is it to remain holistic within your company?
Oh, I love that question, don't I, girls? Well, look, honestly, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So honestly, you know, everyone's perception of beauty is different. So Endota's intrinsic essence, when it originally was formed, was all around nature and the holistic beauty. But, you know, if girls wish to dabble in cosmetic modalities, I think that that's fine. That's a section of girls that really love that look of beauty, and I wouldn't judge that. I think that's important because we all see things differently. At our college, we have, you know, the Diploma of Beauty Therapy, but if you want to come back and do a postgraduate course and you find that Medi-Spa sings to your heart, then you can do a postgraduate course in dermal therapies. And so it's a really big, you know, section and of the community that enjoys, you know, having those treatments done. So I would never judge people who do that. And I think if young girls feel that they need to do that because it makes them feel better about themselves and more confident, then that's what they need to do. What do you think, Hayley?
I'm really keen to answer this question because I've got a lot of these. Same thing, what I found about the college is that you do take a very, you know, natural standard of it. I think the one thing I push towards, like with clients and stuff like that, especially for younger people, once you do study at Endota, like you understand how the skin works, how aging works quite effectively, and your mind will definitely change about sort of cosmetic surgery and injections. And there's a lot more study to go forward with it. But what I think is that when it comes to like beauty trends, it will never compare to your natural beauty. So I definitely think like there's no judgment at all. Like you can definitely get filler and Botox, things like that. But I think natural beauty is always a way to go, and there's just so many ways you can go with it. But yeah, so definitely natural beauty is a lot more, and aging more gracefully is nice. So I've gone a bit off topic. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But definitely once you've studied how this industry sort of works and how the skin works and how it all plans out, and then you find out that lip injections and things like that are really just a trend and they'll come and go, but your face will always be beautiful anyway.
And I suppose what we try to do at the college, and I am big about this, is that you will never be more beautiful than you are between the ages of 16 and 24. I myself have never had any Botox or anything. I'm not interested in having that. I believe in aging consciously, and that is the culture of our college. I wish to empower young women, and I want them to feel good about themselves and to accept themselves as they are, because beauty is, you know, it's what resonates from within. And we don't say age gracefully, we say age consciously, because if you're actually disciplined about what you eat and what you think, and you take responsibility for yourself, you know, that shines through, and that's true beauty. So it's, you know, we start with that premise, and I think the college is about empowering young women. you know, beauty doesn't come easy. It's like anything. You've got to do your exercise. Even at my age, you know, sort of do your yoga. You really got to concentrate on, you know, your mental health, your physical health, your spiritual health, and your emotional health. Every week you've got to feed each of those parts of yourself. And if you're doing that, that brings about an inner confidence. And I think that's a great thing. Yeah. Did you have anything to say about that? Yeah. Eleanor, did you have anything to say about that?
Not too much. I think it's a very much like an each to their own. Everyone's got different styles and tastes when it comes to clothes, makeup, all of that jazz. So I think so long as whatever you're doing is because it's what you want to do, just so long as that's what you're about. When it comes to Endota Wellness College, it's very much wellness driven. So we're not even going into we don't learn about that side of things. We're just learning about how your skin works and pumping nutrients into it and making sure everything's working really well. So I don't have much of a view on that side of things. So long as whatever you're doing it's because you want to do it. And at the end of the day, focusing on the health of your skin and mind and body and everything like that. To me, that's what the beauty industry is kind of well, that's what it is for me anyway. But yeah, each to their own.
Oh, that was awesome. Thank you for answering that question, guys. You don't mind hanging around just for a couple more questions? I know that we've run over, but there's some really great ones that I'd love to get through. One question is from Marianne. And Helen, I might just sort of throw this to you first, but what are some tips for employment in the beauty industry? And does Endota Wellness College employ others that got their education from another institution?
Oh, of course we do. Of course we do. You know, the Endota Wellness College isn't just all about Endota. You know, we're producing 70%. We've had 250 students through in the last 2.5 years. We're just into our third year. And 70% of those have positions in the wellness industry, which is excellent. And 60% are in Endota. But there's that percentage that, you know, are out and having employment in other spas and other companies. And we're really all for that, you know. So, no, that was part of the question. What was the first part of the question, please? That was,
part was
how do you get employment? Yeah.
Yes.
How do you get employed?
Yes, I think it's been disappeared, but I think the question was actually how does Endota Wellness College actually support their graduates to get employment after they're finished?
Oh, yes, of course we do. Not even after you finish, during. So the thing is, it's really great because we have 100 spas Australia-wide. Once the girls are about a third way through their course, and, you know, you've got to get money while you're studying, and they come to me and say, Helen, I really would love a job, you know, practicing what I'm doing. So then they put their resume into our liaison officer, and then I ask, where do you live? And we arrange them to, you know, go to a spa that's convenient close to where they live or where they'd like to work, and they go and have an interview. And, you know, most of our girls are already in part-time work whilst they're studying, which then segues to full-time work, which is what happened with Hayley. Yes, Hayley? So I think Hayley's best positioned to talk about that. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah, so I got my job in September, almost finishing because I graduated in September. So that was a really good transition. And then you could and it was good because you're still learning. So if I had any questions about certain experiences in the spa, I could go to Helen or go to my teachers and be like, oh, I've dealt with this client. How can I consult with them about certain things? So it's really good to have both of that. But yeah, I felt the process was quite quick. It was quite easy. I was in a job that I didn't like at all. And I was like, no, I got to get into beauty. I got to get into what I'm practicing. So I quit. And then I was like, Helen, are there any openings? I would really love a job. And she definitely helped me out with that. And it was a really good process. Yeah, it was really good for that transition to happen. It was literally like being a duck to water. Like, it was just so easy. And because you're learning all the progress, you know, all the massages and the facials, it's really quite easy to transition. So easy.
And I just will mention that on top of learning your diploma of beauty therapy, which is like 26 units, you do learn all of the Endota menu. and that's 54 treatments plus 160 products, and you learn all of the way to do those treatments. So you can imagine if you're applying for a job and you're already trained in everything that they're doing in that spa, you're going to be a very good candidate for that position, you know. So you're already ready to hit the ground running. And of course, employees are going to love that because they're thinking, great, this person's already trained. They know how to consult. They know how to connect. They're beautifully presented. This is amazing. And, you know, that's just not for Endota. You know, we're putting out our graduates and they can, you know, choose to work wherever they like. I've been in the industry 35 years, so I have many contacts that aren't just Endota. And I'm so happy to, you know, lots of other salons and spas call me and say, Helen, have you got any graduates? And I'm like, I certainly do. So, you know, I've got one of our graduates is working at Byron Bay, a little company up there. So it's definitely our graduates are there for everybody who would like to take them on.
Oh, and Helen, do you have any, this is another question, but do you need any experience or skills to sign up to be a student?
No, you need something. Look, you know, year 11 or 12 biology might help, wouldn't it, girls? Because we do really deep dive into skin, but it's not, you don't have to have it. As I said, just a real passion and a sense of, you know, the right attitude is just what you need to bring to the Endota Wellness College. You know, we're not asking you to come with any prerequisites. We just want you to find something that resonates with you and something that you love, you know. And if you do and it sits with you, like Eleanor said, you'll know straight away. Often when I'm doing info days, I'm saying, look, I'm really not selling this to you. I just wanted to explain exactly what we offer, and if it sits with you and resonates with you, then we're your tribe, and away we go. Yeah.
Oh, well, the final question that I'm going to ask you is in the actual Q&A box, and that is, do you offer further study for graduated employees? So whether it be product knowledge or if they need to update a technique, can they go back and learn that?
Well, currently, yeah, of course, they come back. It's the mothership. So, you know, getting a diploma in beauty therapy or spa management or remedial massage is just your first entry into wellness. And once you get that golden ticket and then you start to get a job, you explore and you find out what resonates with you. And then you can come back in, and as I mentioned before, you might want to do a postgraduate in dermal therapy. You might want to come back and dip in. At the moment, you know, currently we have a great education platform for Endota, and all of the workshops on the skin conditions and all of our products and treatment runs, you know, 365 days of the year, and you can dip into that. If you choose to, you know, you do remedial massage and you want to come back and specialize in Chinese massage or myopathy, we've got postgraduate courses in that. Training and assessment is really big on my agenda. That gets you into becoming a teacher. So if you do a 12-month TNA, we call it, we've got pathways to that. We guide you to where you can do that. That enables you to become an educator or a national trainer or work for a cosmetic company. You might want to be a rep or a manager. So there's lots of avenues for you to come back and dip into the college. And I'll just let everyone know that our satellite campus is, there's one in New South Wales offering our courses. We're opening in Queensland in January, and we're opening next June in South Australia. So our satellite colleges will be, you know, in every state. Yeah.
Oh, the mothership is growing. That's so exciting. Now, I would love to wrap it up with this one question, because I think it's really important just to hone it all back in, and also, you know, just invite each of you to answer this question, and that is, you know, cast your minds back, and what's one piece of advice you'd love to give yourself, if your 17-year-old self back in the day, you know, because it's really important to learn from other people. So, you know, Helen, we might just throw that one to you first.
Oh, look, I would just, you know, I would tell myself just to listen to yourself, like follow your passion and your truth, and try not to look around and try not to impress others, and just be your authentic self and let yourself shine. Because when you listen to your own truth and you travel that, then you're your best self. So that's what I would tell myself.
I'm laughing
awesome.
because that's exactly what I would say, Helen. Trust your intuition.
Yeah.
It's your career, it's your path, and you can take many paths. Don't freak out at the idea that you have to stick with one career, because that's something I got really overwhelmed by. But yeah, trust your intuition. You know what you like. Just think about what excites you. Imagine yourself doing all sorts of things, whatever it is that excites you, and just start there. You don't have to. It doesn't have to happen if it doesn't work out that way. But I think in the end, if you trust your intuition, then you'll end up doing something that you love. And if you stop loving it, do something else.
Oh, that's
Fine.
great.
That is right. Hayley,
That's right.
Hayley.
Yeah, like exactly the same thing. Yeah, I think maybe just try and find people that inspire you. Go towards them. Don't follow the crowd. Follow your own intuition. Definitely find a mentor to really help and guide you into what you want to do, and seek advice from them is really good. Speak your mind. Tell people what you're feeling, thinking. It's a really good way to progress, and they can help you where you want to go.
Wow, that's awesome. Thanks for that, Hayley. Great advice. Well, thank you so much, Helen, Hayley and Eleanor, for joining us today. We have had so many people that have been really interested in this session, and I hope that everyone's gotten something from it. But I just wanted to reiterate to everyone that there are plenty of opportunities to reach out to Endota Wellness College through the CareerCon and Cool Career platform. And for the next couple of months, we'll also be sharing quite a lot of interviews from students. We've had Eleanor's already up, which has been really interesting to learn all about, you know, where she actually started her career and also where she's going. So Helen, thank you so much for joining us, and, you know, enjoy the rest of the afternoon. It's the weekend, so have an awesome afternoon.
Thank you so much for having us. We really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Woohoo, we're back. We're back. Wasn't that an awesome session with the guys from Endota Wellness College? Don't worry, we're going to keep the momentum pumping now for our next session, because, okay, the next guest is actually one of my biggest career crushes ever. And I'm going to say that because Miers is actually, you know, one of those chicks that you meet, you know, those people that you actually want to meet, but you kind of never do, but you know that when you do, you're going to like love them and you're going to be best friends. And anyway, I digress. I'm going to introduce you to Caitlin, but before we go in, let me give you a bit of background about what she's done and what she currently does. So just to take you guys back, just to take you guys back and just to give you a little bit more information, Caitlin actually has a course, you know, so she's actually from the Clique. So don't stress, towards the end of the session, we're going to give you more information about that. But also please remember to keep your questions coming in the Q&A box. So as I mentioned before, this session is called Why Being a Photographer and Traveling the Globe is the Best Job in the World. So Cait is actually 27 years old. She's originally from the Mornington Peninsula in Victoria, but now is currently based in Byron Bay. She completed a Bachelor of Photography at Melbourne's RMIT in 2014, and her unique and authentic approach to photography has seen her work with clients from literally all over the world. Cait is one of the leading women's surf photographers in the industry, and it was her dream right from the start. Her goal is to inspire elegance and femininity in women's surfing and continue to shoot people in places from all walks of life. Cait's clientele has grown rapidly over the past few years, and she's passionate about conceptualizing her clients' vision and bringing everything to life, you know, with her own twist on it, of course. Recently, now get a load of this. These are some of the brands that Cait has recently worked with. So her high-profile clients include WSL, Roxy, Kentucky, Cotton On, Billabong, Lululemon, as well as travel tourism bodies in the Northern Territory, WA and Victoria. Cait is dedicated to following her passion and covering a diverse range of stories through her photography. And as I mentioned before, she's also recently launched the Clique, which is a community of like-minded photographers. And we will be talking a little bit more about the Clique later on. So let's welcome Cait to the CareerCon stage. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you so much for being here.
I'm stoked. That was a great intro.
I was, you know, it was like, okay, it keeps on going, it keeps on going. But I mean, you know, it's so important to actually mention how old you are, Cait, because, you know, it's such, you know, and I'm just going to say this, you know, at such a young age, you've been able to, you know, grow your clientele and your contact base and literally work with some of the biggest surf brands and biggest brands in general, you know, in Australia and the world. So that's awesome. We're so excited to have you here. But let's get started. Let's get right into the questions. Let's get right into the questions. So the first one is, I'd really love it if you could take us all back to, you know, Cait at high school, the Mornington Peninsula in Victoria. You know, tell us a little bit about that girl and why she, you know, took the path that she did that led you to being this photographer that you are now.
Yeah, so I obviously grew up on the Mornington Peninsula, a beautiful part of the world. I went to Peninsula Grammar now, and yeah, it was a great high school. I had a really good experience with high school. I was a very, I did a lot of extracurricular stuff. Like I did productions, musicals, all that kind of stuff. That's something you might not know about me. But yeah, and I think doing all of those things kind of enabled me to have a lot of discipline and a lot of, it taught me a lot of hard work and kind of the grind into working hard towards like a goal and then achieving it. So I think I was kind of exposed to that from a pretty like young age. I used to swim competitively as a kid as well. So that obviously has now set me up to be surf photographer, swimming in the water. But yeah, that also like that grind of going up and down that black line for a lot of my childhood. And then like I was talking to my mom about it the other day and I was like, that's what's the discipline that has allowed me to do what I'm doing now. But yeah, like high school was great. And I didn't really do a whole lot of photography, to be honest, until like year 12. It wasn't really, I actually didn't think that I could have a career in it, to be honest. It wasn't really something that I was like going for. I was actually way more sporty. And yeah, so that was my high school.
Yeah, no, thank you for explaining that, because, you know, it's interesting that we're not going to touch on skills yet, but it's interesting that you mentioned a couple of skills that you recognize in yourself from a younger age, and, you know, even the swimming and being able to use that now, you know, but I think our next kind of step is you did go to university. So you did go to RMIT. why did you choose that? And why did you choose the course that you did? And take us through your time there and just explain the whole thing for us.
Yeah. So I love telling the story because I came out of high school and I went straight into a degree of sports science and sports management at Deakin. So I had nothing to do with photography. I was like, that was not even a thing. And I thought I wanted to be a sports scientist. I thought I wanted to be a physio and all that kind of stuff. And I had this big dream of, working with like athletes and all that kind of stuff. So I was like, all right, I'm going to do this. And then about halfway through that year, I was like, this is not for me. And I kept getting drawn to this course at RMIT. And also, like, I wanted to study in the city as well. Like, I didn't really want to be out in the suburbs and stuff. So, yeah, I kept getting drawn to that. And then I was like, okay, I think I'm going to do it. Like, I told mum and dad, and they were like, oh my God, what? Like, can you even get a career in that? I'm like, yep, just let me do it. I'll trust me. And so then, yeah, I got a little folio together and I applied for the uni and, I got in, which was amazing. And so I did a 3-year, it's a 3-year course at the Bachelor of Arts Photography. Yeah. And that was like such an experience as well, because I was surrounded by a lot of like technical photographers, and I am probably one of the most least technical photographer. I was so intimidated, and I think a lot of my experience at uni is what I kind of teach in my, Clique courses and stuff, that like, you don't have to know about your camera. You don't have to know about, you don't need to know about all these technical things that might freak you out to like have a career in photography. And it took me years to realize that. And now that's one of the biggest things. Like, I was like so scared at uni. Like, I was surrounded by just so many people that knew way more about Photoshop and all that kind of stuff than me. And that really kind of freaked me out at the start. And then I was like, hang on a second, like, I'm just going to like do my thing and shoot what I want to shoot and see where it takes me. And I think when I realized that I could have a career without knowing all of this technical stuff, that was like when stuff kind of really opened up for me. So, yeah.
Wow. So, it's interesting that photography wasn't even a thing. So this is the kind of stuff that I love talking about, because, it wasn't even a thing, but then you said that you were drawn to the course at RMIT. Yeah. Was that because you were actively still searching while you were studying?
Yes. Yeah. And I knew that I wasn't on the right path. I could just feel it. And I'm pretty intuitive and, quite a spiritual person. And I was just like, I am not on my path, like here, like it just didn't feel right. And so I'm a bit of a doer, and I was like, well, if it doesn't feel right, I'm going to change, and I did. And that, like, as soon as I kind of went into that course and started like shooting things that I loved shooting, I was like, this is it. Like, this is what I was put on this earth to do. So yeah, I haven't looked back since, which is great. But I know that a lot of people, it takes a long time to find that. And my passion is to help also people find that for themselves too. So yeah.
This is a bit of a side note, Cait, but what were your parents thinking when you went to change? Like, were they really supportive of you in doing that? Or because we have so many students that have a cool career, and
they were
like, well, sorry, I keep on interrupting you, but
they were really supportive. Like, my mum is pretty creative as well, and she was like, just follow your heart, darling. Like, that was her kind of thing. My dad is also very supportive as well. He was a bit skeptical. He's like, how are you going to get a career out of that? And now he's like the proudest dad ever. Like, I was kind of like, just trust me, because I kind of knew I didn't know what I was doing, but I knew that I was on the right track. So, they did. So, yeah.
So it's like going back home to mum and dad's like a gallery of Cait's work all over the walls.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a,
Imagine. Well, we'll head into the next question then. It actually goes quite nicely into the next question, whether you believe, do you believe that students, or do you believe that anyone needs to actually do further education to actually be a photographer for, say, Roxy or WSL? Do you need to actually go to, to uni to do that?
No.
No.
You don't. Trust me, you don't. I think what uni taught me, I keep talking about discipline, but it did teach me discipline, and it taught me having deadlines to actually do, like to act on that. Like it kind of made me do a lot, if that makes sense. So those type of things, a lot of things that I was shooting, like I don't know, it was such a weird experience because I could see a lot of people were shooting just for the approval of teachers, and I was kind of doing that at the start too. And then I was like, no, this is not. So by the third year, I was like, okay, I'm just going to shoot the way that I want to shoot. And I think like I had a bit of a love-hate relationship with uni, to be honest, but I kind of knew in my heart what I wanted to do and what I was going after. So I kind of just followed that, and it worked out.
Yeah, that's awesome. A theme that we've kind of been unpacking over the past couple of days has been, skills and, identifying your skills and actually prioritizing that, like working out what you're really good at and what you love, as opposed to, the next step and then the next step and then the next step. So, what skills do you think the photographers what skills do you think that you need to become a really great photographer that gets hired and, taken all to these amazing places all over the world? And then, what is your best skill set? We've been asking everyone. I'd love to know what yours is.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. I think like it doesn't even have to be a lot about your talent as a photographer. I think it's definitely like it's about 50% that and 50% how like relatable you are to clients, how easily adaptable you are to certain situations. Because I've been thrown into situations where like I could have easily just cracked it like a diva and been like, fuck this, but I was like, you have to be just easily adaptable, and I think those types of skills are I guess required to be a photographer. I think my best skill set, I don't know, I think it's like my maybe open nature. I'm like easygoing, which sometimes does bite me in the back a little bit too, because like I've done a lot of jobs where I might have done a lot of like favors, or I probably didn't price myself as highly as I wanted to, but I feel like it's all learning, and I've definitely learned like so much over the course of what I've been doing. So I think that kind of easygoingness is probably one of my strengths. But yeah.
No, that's awesome that you touched on that, Cait, because, you're right. Being easygoing, is incredible, and it, opens up such great opportunities because people, see you and value what you do, and they know that they can work with you and you just get it done. But it's great that you kind of identified that it can kind of sometimes, be a little bit shit as well, because it's all about valuing yourself, and then as well, especially when you're, because you would classify yourself as self-employed, so it's interesting that you and thank you for diving into that. I would love to. The next question is around your job and around what you do now, because I'm just going to ask you, like, it cannot be as amazing as it looks on Instagram, is it? Like, it's just.
I get this question like a lot. They're like, "Oh, Kate, you live in the life," and like, I love my job, and I want everyone to have a job that they love. I think that is so important. And I have chosen something that I chose a lifestyle, and then I found a job within that lifestyle. That was my kind of thing. I didn't look for the job and then the lifestyle. But yeah, like there is certainly, like I'm very lucky to have these opportunities to travel and get paid to fly around the world to these incredible spots. But that also does come with its downside, because I'm not home a lot. I miss out on a lot of social events, weddings, birthdays, all that kind of stuff. And relationships, that's hard to hold down relationships when I'm darting around the country. but yeah, it's like it definitely has its perks, like, and it definitely has its downfalls. And I try and be I'm a pretty honest person, and I try and be as open and honest as I can on Instagram. And I hope that, like, yeah, I just try and be as real as possible, I think, because yeah, it, like, there are really hard times. It's a lot, like, long days, stressful days, you know, when you're on a shoot and everyone's like having wrap-up drinks, and you're like have to sit there and do 2,000 photos in the bar, and you're like, oh God, this is hectic. Like, you know, there's times where you're like, far out, how am I in this situation? But yeah.
Or how much salt water you have to drink, you know, you get dumped on.
Yeah, I get absolutely poleaxed in the ocean most days, so it's not that fun.
Oh, that's awesome. No, thank you. I mean, you know, we have an awesome vast attendance at CareerCon. So, you know, people that are still at high school, people that are in uni, and then people that are, you know, living, you know, careers that they thought that they might want to, you know, take on forever, and now they want to change course. So I'd love to sort of ask you a question about, you know, just say, for example, you know, I've done my training, you know, I've, you know, picked a photography course and I've completed it. How do I actually get a job, and how do I get seen? Like, how does that sort of process happen?
Yeah, this is like the number one thing that I get asked. And I think like number one is choose something to shoot that you enjoy, that you're passionate about, and that you stand for. And I think once you kind of decide on that, then that's where, like, things can really open up for you. You know, all the obvious things like the Instagram accounts, you need website, all that kind of stuff. And just, you know, whatever it is that you want to shoot, just shoot a lot of it and share a lot of it. And, you know, if it's brand kind of stuff, like tag brands, like, you know, and email people. I remember emailing people when I was like younger, like I emailed the head of like Surfing World of these like horrible shots. I thought they were great, but looking back, I'm like, oh God, what are we doing? But I was like, all right, well, what's the email, the editor? Okay, cool. Like, let's just send them off and see what happens. And it's kind of like there's no harm. Like, the worst that's going to happen is they're like, oh, like, sorry, we don't want them. Yeah. Okay, cool. Then bounce on to the next idea. Like, there's like no harm in reaching out and just being active in searching for work. I think that's the difference between photographers that might not get more work. It's like, they're not necessarily, they're sitting back and waiting for people to come to them. But, you know, especially now when there's a lot of content creation going on, you also have to go and seek that out and email brands like your portfolios and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's definitely a path for you if you want whatever you want to shoot. Like, photos aren't going to die tomorrow. Photos are around forever. So it's something that the world will need for a long time. So yeah, it is a great career path.
Well, Cait, we've got a full Q&A box here. So I'm going to get into asking you some questions because there's some really good ones here. The first one is, and I love this question, is, did you have to do a lot of unpaid gigs before getting your first paid gig? How does the transition from shooting for yourself to shooting for a client?
Yeah. I did a lot of like fun, like kind of shoots that I would just set up on my own to shoot women in the water and that kind of thing, to build up a bit of a portfolio. I did a few like. Yeah. Sorry
to interrupt you, but just on that, why did you actually decide to choose shooting people in the water as opposed to being like a wedding photographer or something?
Yeah. Well, that, like, women's surfing has always been my passion. I don't think it'll ever change. I loved surfing from a young age, and I am very, it was like a kind of a personal thing really, because I was, you know, a young female surfer at home in Victoria, and I was just surrounded by guys, and I'm like, what the hell, you know? And I just wanted to express that it's okay for a female to be elegant and feminine in the water in a lineup full of men and it not look sexualized, or it's not coming across like that. It's coming across as beautiful and graceful. And I think it's something that we still, surf brands and everything struggles with now still. But yeah, that is was the very reason I got into that. And yeah, I will probably always be really passionate about it.
Love it. So sorry, the question about the unpaid gigs to paid gigs. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So I did a lot of, not a lot, I did a few free gigs, but I also was quite I don't want to do a lot of free gigs either, because, I was I feel like you have to learn to value your work, and it's a battle that a lot of photographers have, because they're like, oh, my this sucks, my work sucks. If you keep telling yourself your work sucks, you're never going to believe that it's good. So you kind of have to change your mindset around that and be like, yeah, my work's good. That's a good photo, and kind of fake it till you make it and make yourself believe that your work is worthy, because it is, and price it accordingly. So yeah, I try not to encourage people to shoot for free, because I think if you want to do it for career, then you're not going to ask a plumber to come and fix your toilet for free. That's what I say. So yeah.
Okay, awesome. That's an awesome answer. So another question that's come through from Anonymous is, do you think that a degree in photography helped you in terms of developing your style and skills to go professional?
I think, I don't know about style. I think style comes just from, getting inspiration from things around you, and yeah, I don't know if photography helped style so much. I think there were definitely some skills, but honestly, I'll be honest, all the Photoshop stuff that we learned at uni has just completely gone over my head, and I don't use Photoshop anymore. So it's I kind of took on what I wanted and what I thought I needed and pretty much blocked out the rest.
Yeah.
And I don't, there was a lot of days I was just I don't even need this, because I want to shoot in the water. They didn't teach me surf stuff. I had to learn all that myself. And yeah, you kind of can take what you want from it. And I took a few things, but yeah, there was a lot that I kind of didn't take.
Oh, that's awesome. This is as a side note, there was plenty that I didn't take from uni. But I think that's an idea for another event, is literally just to interview people and find out what stuff did they learn at uni that they have never used again. So yeah, 100%. Maybe we can do that, Cait. We can get Roxy to sponsor it. Yeah,
let's do it.
Talking about Roxy, actually, the next question is from Sarah. And Sarah's actually asked, did you reach out to Roxy and Billabong and Cotton On, or did they reach out to you? How did you get on their radar?
Yeah, so when I finished my uni degree, I spent a year in Bali. I lived in Bali for a year, and I was like, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to work. I'm going to try and get as many brands to work with as I can. So I was my Instagram was growing. My Instagram grew a lot years ago when it was first a thing. And so that was all helping me as well. And and then the Roxy thing came up. I got an email from the team manager, and they were like, do you want to come and meet us? Because the girls are coming on a trip to Bali. And I was like, what? Are you serious? This is my dream. And so I was riding on my scooter and going, it was wild. I was so nervous. But it was, they loved my work, and I kind of just went for it. And yeah, I still work with them today. It's been amazing. I still pinch myself. I grew up literally walking around in Roxy clothes. So to now kind of be a part of the imagery that they create is insane. And then the Cotton On stuff came, a few years after that. And I just did a trip with them a couple of weeks ago. That same thing. I was on another trip with someone, and then someone from their PR team reached out to me. So it's all the networking is really important. As much stuff that you can do, as much jobs, trips, that kind of thing, you'll someone will find you.
Yeah. Oh, that's so true. And I think that's important to actually note that, you know, you were actually pretty authentic during your whole journey, and then for just being yourself and showing up and doing what you do, then people actually discovered you, you know. So it's kind of, you know, it's awesome just to know that you sort of stay true to yourself and, you know, stayed in your own lane. And I think that kind of leads in nicely to this next question, which I personally love. I think it's an awesome question, and it's, how do you think the increased access to smartphones has changed the role or relevance of the professional photographer?
Yeah, that is a huge one, because like when I finished uni, 2014, Instagram was like a year old or something, and you know, like it's so strange to look back on how the iPhone has changed the way that we have access to taking photos. I think that it has, like, people might say that it's negatively impacted, but I think it's actually like made a positive impact, because there is more space to be creative. So brands are now hiring purely social media people. They're hiring the BTS shooter on the shoot, like, and there's roles for that now because you can do it on your phone. So I think that in terms of like creating more jobs for people that like taking photos, I actually think it's been like a really good thing. But yeah, there's so, like, with editing and stuff, there's so many apps now that you can edit with. That's kind of like, you know, everyone's selling presets and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it is getting quite saturated, but you know, you kind of just like pick and choose what you want to see and use, and just ignore the rest.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Oh, thank you for answering that question, because you're right. It's kind of like anyone and everyone is now a photographer. But you know, I guess the trickiest thing is now is like, are we actually ever seeing the real thing? Like that's what I love so much about your photography, because you know, literally you are in the depths of it. Like you are, and guys, if you actually don't know, or you haven't actually met Cait or been privy to her Instagram account, you know, make sure that you go over and check out, because it's absolutely insane. And I love that she mentioned the BTS, or the behind the scenes photographer, because that's one of the questions that I was actually chatting with her about last week is, you know, now you're actually the photographer, but you're actually getting shot as well. Like it's crazy
most of the time.
It's crazy. Well, Cait, you know, we there has been so many great questions that have come through, but we're kind of running to the end of our time, or we have gone over actually. But I really wanted to ask you, before we go, I really wanted to ask you, you know, what's one piece of advice that you would have given to Cait back in the day?
Yeah, I think like I wouldn't change anything over my time. I think I've learned a lot of things, and you know, no regrets. I actually would just tell my 17-year-old self to have the confidence to dream big. Like, if you're sitting there going, I have a massive dream, but I don't think anyone else around me understands it, go for it. Like that is like, you know when you're going to get there. And so like having the guts to dream big, that's like, I would tell my 17-year-old self, like, don't go small. Or go small if you want to, but whatever it is you want to do, just do it with passion and do it, you know, and it is hard work, but like if that's your path in life, you'll get there.
I could see that quote on like a huge poster or something, you know, like, you know, and it's funny too, you know, you decide if you want to go big, but if you want to stay small, like it's just, I love that, Cait. Thank you so much. And also,
I was just going to say, like,
go.
Like you have a choice, like it's your, whatever career path you go down, like that's on you. So maybe if you're in a uni degree and you're like, I don't actually like this, then make an active decision to change it, you know, but don't waste those opportunities. Like it's your choice. It's your, like it comes down to you. The responsibility is on you. So it's like, you know, if you really want to go after something, like go for it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's so good. And is that the kind of reason why you've actually started the Clique? Is that because you kind of, you know, want to show a different way of how you can actually. So can you just really quickly explain what it is? Because I know that we're going to be distributing some really awesome information out to everyone that's participated, because it seems like, you know, creating content and being a photographer is so popular right now. So can you just really quickly explain the Clique for us?
Yeah, so I started the Clique last year. It started with some surf photography workshops up in Byron, and I've done a few in Sydney, Melbourne, and in California as well. I then did an online course. I created an online course because I just feel like I had a lot of like knowledge, and I want to teach people my way of how I did it, because it's not necessarily the conventional way. And so, yeah, the Fearless Photographer, the online course, that's been really popular. And yeah, I just wanted to create like a community of like-minded female photographers, because there isn't really one. And I feel like that community aspect and being able to learn from each other and ask everyone questions is like so valuable. And yeah, we're launching a brand new online platform in like a month, and I'm not going to reveal too much, but it is like, it's going to be nuts. It's going to be a game changer. And it's basically going to be, yeah, I'll say a mini social network. But yeah, it's going to be great. So if you're a photographer and yeah, you want to come on board and learn, and yeah, please join us.
Oh, well, Cait, thank you so much for joining us at CareerCon, and thank you for, you know, really unpacking that in such amazing detail. And I know that if anyone wants to reach out to you, that you're very willing to offer advice and, you know, and give tips. So I encourage everyone to do so. But thank you again. Thanks for joining.
No worries. Thanks for having me. See you guys.
Oh, you're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
Hey there, Cait. Well done. That was really good. Just hang on.
Hey guys, and welcome back. I am terribly sorry about the delay that that you're experiencing, but we are so pumped to get these conversations and to get all your questions answered. So this is so exciting, and I am absolutely thrilled to introduce our next guest, because there are so many people that reach out to us at the Cool Career and they're like, I have an idea. I want to make something. I want to do this. You know, how do I go about it? Do I go onto Alibaba? You know, what do I need to do? And so it's really important that we sort of take you back and get you some experience and be able to get your questions answered by someone that actually works in the business. So I am terribly excited to introduce Rachelle Austen. So Rachelle is, and I'll give you a little bit of information about her by reading her bio. So since studying industrial design at Monash University, Rachelle has acquired over 16 years of global product development experience by working as an industrial designer and product development manager in the fields of exhibition design, children's toys, and childcare products. Massive, right? Her focus on human-centered design with the goal to improve lives through meaningful yet affordable practical design with relevant innovation has enabled her to launch successful products throughout her career. As a product development manager at Britax Childcare, Rachelle has committed to sharing her unique perspective within the childcare category, ensuring the importance of product and brand authentically by leading a highly collaborative, cross-functional and creative multidisciplinary design team. Woo, that was a bit of a sentence there. So Rachelle has a Bachelor of Design in Industrial Design as well. So without further ado, let's bring Rachelle to the stage. Welcome to CareerCon.
Hello, Cora. Thank you for having me.
Oh, so exciting. Welcome. I think we're going to get straight into these questions, Rachelle, because there are so much stuff to unpack about your career and also your studying. So can you just sort of take us back to, the decisions that you made when you were in high school, and tell us a little bit about yourself and maybe what you were like back then and how you kind of got into the career that you are in now?
Wow. Well, this is really interesting because my journey has been, I had no idea. So, and I think that there's a lot of people out there who have never had any idea what they wanted to do. I was one of those people that was sort of good at everything, but not exceptional at anything. So I guess that's really challenging because you don't know, oh, okay, well, I'm sort of good at everything. So what do I do? There's no clear path of which direction I should go in. So I found that I loved maths, I loved physics, and I loved art and creative subjects. And my careers counsellor back when I studied at high school actually said to me that there was no career path that required all of those subjects. So they were encouraging me to go down one path, either go down the design and creative path or go down the sciences. And I couldn't decide, and I just was like, well, you know what? I'm just going to disregard what you've just advised me to do, and I did all of them. So, which I didn't even know what impact that would have on me or what I was going to do. In fact, I had no idea what I wanted to do, but I ended up doing my work experience at the detective training school. I had no idea. This is something that just fell in my lap and I just did it, which was pretty bizarre. So I guess from there, my dad had always encouraged me because I have a sister who's 4 years older than me. And she was in the creative field and she was up to her second course and third degree, like she was doing a degree. And so he said to me, well, you've got to do something that means that you're not going to be an eternal student like your sister. And I was like, oh, okay, what does that mean? So I had a look around and I looked at graphic design and I thought, oh, that looks sort of good. And then I also looked at advertising at RMIT. So I got into all of them. And then because of my dad's enthusiasm for me to get a job that would, do a course that would get me a job at the end, I chose advertising. And it got to crunch time where I was actually had to attend classes. I freaked out and I pulled out. I was like, I don't think this is me. I'm only doing this because of what my dad had said. So I quickly rang up my second and third preferences, and in the end I was able to go to Western Metropolitan TAFE to do 1 year of design. And I sort of did that and I was like, yeah, okay, this is more what I want to do, but it didn't seem right either. So I basically did that first year, took a year off, worked full-time, looked and researched all careers where I could, because obviously when I was younger, the internet wasn't so good. And so it was a bit harder than what it is today. It's not like just sitting at your desk and just Googling things. And I ended up finding out about industrial design. I was like, oh, that's perfect, because I guess the thing that I wasn't so committed about for graphic design was that it was all on the computer, or it was all flat, illustration work. And what I was really interested in is sculptural work, something that's more 3D, something that's more tangible, something that relates to human people, in everyday lives. And so when I read about that course, I was like, oh, this is perfect for me.
So what I did was I enrolled in a folio building course because I had some stuff, but that's sort of stuff that you do at high school and it's not specific to that field. So I did that at RMIT, did a folio building course. Then I taught myself something that's called third angle projection drawing, which is basically where you do a side elevation, front elevation, which is your technical drawings of how you submit to a factory. And then I applied for industrial design and I got in. So what I ended up doing was I got into all of the major universities, so Swinburne, RMIT and Monash. But I chose Monash because they were more focused about, I guess, the manufacturing side, because I felt more confident on the design side, and I think I really wanted to understand more about the manufacturing, and so that was more of an emphasis at Monash. And basically that's where I am today. I mean, I've followed that career path. It took me a couple of years, but you know, at the end of the day, there is no clear direct path for anyone. I think that what you'll find is that you will start with one direction and you may move off to another. And that's just the natural part of people's lives, is that you move and evolve and things change.
Yeah. Wow. And this is just a bit of a side question, because I actually didn't realize that you had gotten into so many different courses. So can you explain to us as to, you know, I know that you mentioned that Monash University sort of offered that thing that you were sort of wanting. Did you actually apply then meet with each of the universities, or how did you weasel out what it was, you know, to find out what you wanted?
So I went to all the open days because I'd taken that year off. It was much easier for me. And I guess I had the time to go or physically go and talk to some of the lecturers. And I think that that was really beneficial from my part, because I started, and I also got to meet some people who were actually doing the courses and understanding what they didn't like. So that was really good. I understood that RMIT was very focused on the design and the aesthetics, but I guess from my perspective, you know, I sort of wanted something that was more overall arching and really would give me that step up. And I think that that's what you really need to always look for, is something that's going to set you apart from other people, that when you go into an interview, you can say, no, manufacturing is one of my strengths. Because manufacturing and affordability and pricing and all of those things is what businesses make their money on. And so from my point of view, and every interview that I've been to, you know, if you can talk about how that product, I mean, you can make something look beautiful, but how is that product relevant for now, and how is it going to be manufactured to an affordable price that you can sell larger volumes? So, I mean, yes.
Yeah,
so
that's exciting.
You know, really doing heaps of research on what sets you apart from other people is really how you can be successful.
Yeah. So Rachelle, can you take us through a day in your life right now and explain what it is that you actually do? Because, you know, there's product design, there's industrial design, you know, what is it that you currently do in your job?
So mine's a bit different now. So I originally was an industrial designer, which is basically, an industrial designer is the same as a product designer. Product design is more focused around everyday objects. But, you know, under industrial design, you've got areas like automotive design, then you've got furniture design, you've also got everyday objects, which is what your product design is. White goods, anything. So think of all the things that you purchase. That's basically what can be covered under industrial design.
Yeah.
So I was an industrial designer, but I guess now my everyday. So the thing is, as you move up your career path, sometimes you can maintain doing the same job that you did for 20 years, and that's something that you can choose to do. But I guess sometimes the natural progression is also to lead people, a group of people or a team of people, to do the job that you used to do. So currently that's what I do. I'm basically the product development manager, and I have to look at strategy, forecasting. So that's once you develop a product, or even before you develop a product, you have to understand what what the needs of the market are. So it's all about research, and then you've got to think of a concept that will actually be innovative, something that's going to be successful in the market out there, that's better than something that exists or something that's new, that's never been designed before. And then basically you've got to sort of work out what the costings are, what the price of that product needs to be competitive in the market and be successful. And then once you've got that target price, then you can start briefing that into your team. And so you can say, we need a particular product that does this. This is what exists in the market with all of the competition. And then you've also got to sort of have an insight into how the consumers are using those things and how things have changed and evolved over the years. So, you know, looking at the past and then thinking about, okay, well, how do I improve that product for the future and how people are living their lives today, because the way people live their lives today is so different to how they lived them 50 years ago or even 10 years ago. I mean, 10 years ago, we were not so tech savvy and there wasn't so much on the internet. So now we've got this really, which has empowered consumers, so people who buy products, is that they can search and get feedback or reviews on products that exist out there. And so you have to be really smart and be able to engage with those consumers at their level and to express to them what your product can do and why it's better than everyone else's products. So, you know, the job that I have to do is oversee all of that from the start of the concept, or, you know, you've got the idea and you've sort of understood that there is a need for that product, right through for concept, prototype or models, all the way through to manufacturing, production, and then launch of that product, which is your marketing campaign. So I would work directly with the marketing team, get your photography done. So I have to brief all of this in that this is our research, this is what we've found, this is why we've designed it, and this is what makes it so good. Yeah. So it's
awesome.
It's pretty intense.
Yeah. It is intense. And I think too, you know, I would love to know from you, what's something that you've actually created? Like, what's something that you've actually made that we might even know of that you're most proud of? Probably because if I go back to my industrial design days, because I'm not physically creating things anymore, I worked for a toy company called Miers Toys, which is an Australian and Melbourne-based company. And at the time, I was one of 3 industrial designers there. 2 of them were males and 1 of them was female. That was me. So I was designing girls' toys. And one of the toys that I designed was a creative toy called Beattie. And it's a toy that you basically have tiny little beads, put it in a tray and you can make a design, spray it with water and it joins together. Right. It was pretty extraordinary. I think it was my 2nd toy that I designed. And then, of course, it was so successful. It was making millions of dollars globally. So it was in most countries across the globe. And that was a pretty amazing feat to have a product that was so successful. The thing that I'm most proud of, though, about that product is not that how successful it was, but the learning experience that we had, because we had it was actually a terrible experience where a Chinese factory that was producing it changed the chemical formulation on that product, which meant that the entire product had to have a wide world recall. So that's where it's unsafe. Children were actually eating the beads and going into mild comas. And so what happened was that it had to be taken off all the shelves. I know it's pretty crazy. And then basically we had to work with the China government to work out how we could actually bring this product back and allow it to be brought back in each of the countries that had been removed from. And I guess what I'm most proud of today is that with all the work that we did and all the learnings that we did and all the, I guess, processes and systems that we put in place to ensure that this kind of thing would never happen again, that product is still in the market today. And so, you know, that's something that
you know, you can be really proud about. It's not that, you know, that was your product, but it was our product. There was a team of people that worked on that, illustrators, graphic designers, industrial designers, product managers. And at the end of the day, we were able to bring something back to life that is still in the market. And that shows you that, you know, a product can maintain and have a really long product life cycle. Because these days it's very hard to have a product, and especially a toy, in the market for long periods of time. So that's pretty exciting.
So, you know, because we've got a couple of people in the chat box that have actually said that, you know, they loved Beatos. How exciting. So can you just quickly rattle off, Rachelle, like some of the other toys that you've probably worked on? Because I'm guessing that it's probably quite a relevant age, you know, to the, you know.
Yeah, but I thought about that and I was like, oh, that's probably about the right time. There was also, so I worked on something that was called Mighty Beans, which was early on in Moose's days. There was a product that was called Magic Fabric, which was like sticky fabric that you could put in a machine, put some foam in between it and make a little plush character. What else? Party Animals, which is tiny little teddy bears that have little costumes that you can put them in out of. What else did I do? Magic Sand. Does anyone remember Magic Sand? Because that's a pretty awesome product. And what else was there? There was something called Mixies, which was like the similar Beatos material, but you could create your own doll. I'm just trying to think what else.
I'm going to actually get this. Sorry, what was that?
Egg flips. It was like a little collectible plush that you could turn inside out.
Wow. Well, I'm going to actually get into some of these questions, Rachelle, because we've got some really good ones that have come through, and we'd love to, you know, have you, you know, answer a lot of these student questions. So the first one comes from Anonymous. Oh, very sneaky. But the subjects are, the question is, what subjects did you study at uni? I'm looking at doing a similar course, but I'm in Queensland.
Okay. So what did I sort of, not that it's a major, but I would say, sort of describe it as a major. I sort of majored in more furniture design. Our course was pretty structured. So it wasn't, when I was at university, it wasn't as open. You couldn't take electives per se. There was only maybe very limited, maybe your direction was either automotive design or furniture or product. Like there was only 3 sort of elective subjects. But I really, when you take your, I guess, your design subject, you can choose anything that you want to design. So when you get to your first year, they sort of set your tasks, but in your second and your third and perhaps fourth year, because sometimes there is a 4-year degree, is that you start to target the field that you want to go in. You choose the things that you want to design to be focused around that direction. So I guess it's less about the subjects, because it's, you know, what they have at that course, like in the course, was electronics, 3D modelling, but that came in later because that was quite new when I was at university. Gosh, I sound so old. Electronics, drawing, model making, just trying to think what business, art history. So as you can see, like what was really good from my perspective was that I was sort of good at a broad cross-section of subjects. And so when you go into industrial design, it is mathematics, it is, you know, the sciences and the arts combined. So, you know, I think that at the end of the day, what I would just say to people is that choose the subjects that you have the most interest in, because if your career path is going to be predominantly most of your working life, you want to enjoy it. And so you choose the path that you most enjoy. Whether that's going to make you the most money, I mean, that's up to you, whether that's your directive. But I mean, ultimately, things just happen. I mean, I had majored in furniture, but I would never have thought that I was going to be a toy designer. And it just so happened that the company I worked for, furniture company I worked for, went bankrupt. which was an experience.
Wow.
And then I was looking for a job, and the job that was actually most appealed to me was a toy design. I was like, oh, okay, that sounds amazing for me. And I looked around my room and I was like, oh, I've got heaps of toys. Okay, perfect. And so, you know, there are just some things that happen by chance as well. It's not maybe something that is a clear outline of something that you're going to, you know, focus your whole career on, but something will just come across and you just say, oh, okay, well, that's sort of cool, and that sort of fits me and what I really enjoy and what my passion is, and so you just go for it.
Yeah.
Don't
well, that leads really
one straight line.
Oh, yes, amen. That is like the one key takeaway that would love everyone to take away from this whole, you know, 2-day conference is that you know, that there is no one straight line. And, you know, that leads in perfectly to our next question, Rachelle, which is about still along the sort of same theme of industrial design, but somebody wants to know what kind of things can you do with an industrial design degree?
Oh, whoa. This is the thing.
How long have we got?
Even if you do a degree, once you've done a degree, you can pretty much branch off to anything. So I know people that I went to university with, or people who have done industrial design, have become model makers, have become packaging designers, graphic designers, because you still need to understand all of these basic principles. My best friend who I studied with actually is now an architect. What else can you do? You can be a furniture designer. You could be, I mean, it's anything. If you think of any creative field, because industrial design gives you a really good fundamental understanding of all things. It's actually, I guess, when you think about it, originally before there was a industrial design degree, it was architects that were doing industrial design and graphic design and all of the design things. So now it's sort of like architecture is more about buildings, but still architects can be an industrial designer. And Mark Newson was he was a creative, and he's an industrial designer now. There is no, as long as you, I think that I wouldn't be an advocate that everyone has to study, but I would say that studying does give you the fundamental building block for you to say, yes, I can do this and I have these skill sets. So once you have those skill sets, you can actually go to a business and say, look, I can do this, and you can apply for one job, but I can also do this and this and this. And so sometimes building your career can actually be, okay, I can get a job doing, all right, graphic design, but that business, I might be able to feed into other elements later on down the track. So there is no, I don't think that you should ever think that doing one degree means that you can only do this job. I think doing a degree means that you can do maybe 30 different jobs.
Wow. Yeah, that's so good.
I think it's the mindset that you study something and that's what you're going to do. But most of the time you don't. Like when I was at university, I was the only female in most of my classes. There was 2 girls that were sort of had similar classes, but there was only 2 of us in our class. And most of the guys wanted to be automotive designers, but how many jobs are there in automotive? Well, none anymore in Australia, but there was at the time, there was manufacturing here. And maybe 1, 2 people might have gotten a job, and they might have been on a team of 5 people designing a side mirror. So, you know, this aspiration of what you want to be and may not eventuate, but it gets you to a point of saying, okay, this is what I would dream to do. But then the world sort of opens up and you start saying, okay, well, maybe that isn't what I want, once you start understanding what that means and experiencing it. Because sometimes the experience is like, oh, this isn't what I thought it was going to be, so I'm going to try something different.
Yeah. Oh, that was just... Oh, that answered it, and so much more. I think there's just so much great advice in everything that you've said, Rachelle. And, you know, I wish we kind of had, you know, we could have a whole day talking about this because, you know, even as you were rattling off all those things, I'm like, excuse me, like there was even a time, you know, when I was studying at uni that I was like, I actually had this idea on how to make a sharpener. I really wanted to make this particular sharpener, and I had no idea how to do it, you know, and I was just thinking now that's the kind of thing that you know, the industrial design is everywhere. It's everything. You know, it's you know, making an iPhone, it's everything. So thank you for that. I mean, you know, as I mentioned, we would love to have so much time with you, but I would love to ask you one last question before we go. And that is, you know, cast your mind back to, you know, 17-year-old Rachelle. What's one piece of advice that you would love to have given her when, you know, when she was younger?
So I would say, don't worry. Don't worry so much. Don't worry that you don't know what you want to do. Don't worry about changing your career if you had something in mind and then suddenly realize that maybe that's not suited to you. I think that at the end of the day, the one thing that gets you where you want to be is just hard work and dedication. You can do anything if you put your mind to it. And I think that that's one thing that I've learned. So telling myself that just keep working hard and you can get there. And it's worth it. It is totally worth it, because if you want to relax and not have a stressful job, that's fine too. But I think that if you really want to pursue your career to, I guess, you know, to the most fullest that it can be, it does take hard work. And if that's not what you want to do, then, you know, maybe that works for you too. You just can't ever foresee what that future holds. But that future is anything that you want to make it.
Oh, wow. How's that for an ending? That's just amazing. Thank you. Rachelle, thank you so much for joining us at CareerCon and explaining, you know, the skills that you need to get into the industry and all those little loops and pieces, and especially telling us about the toy brands that you've worked on. That's just insane. So thank you for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you for inviting me.
No worries.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. Bye. Hello and welcome back. We are up for the most incredible session right now, and this is actually one that I've been wanting to get to all day, because there is so many people that have reached out to us that are interested in STEM careers, you know, careers in science, and today you'll be able to ask all your burning questions to Lynette Beattie, who is actually the research associate at the Uni of Melbourne. She is an amazing woman. I'm just going to rattle off some of the things that she's done, and then we'll bring Lynette live. So, you know, she's actually from Queensland. You know, in 1997, she did and completed a Bachelor of Applied Science, Medical Laboratory Science at the University of Technology. You know, in 2000, she actually did 1 year of honours at QUT. She has worked in, she's done her PhD in immunology by research. Now, I am going to get Lynette to explain a lot of this stuff for you guys. But over the course of her careers, you know, she has an expertise in immunology and how the body responds to infection and to vaccines. You know, think about infectious diseases, think about, you know, even think about COVID, what we're going through right now. Lynette has worked in Australia. She has worked overseas. So I'm going to, without further ado, I'm going to bring Lynette live to the CareerCon stage, and we'll get into some awesome conversation. So welcome, Lynette. Thank you for joining.
Hi, Kira. Thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure.
No, well, thank you very much for joining, and apologies for being a little bit late, a little bit behind. Hopefully we can get through a lot of the questions that we had, because a lot of them actually have come from people that want, and students want to work in your industry. So let's get into it. You know, can you take us back to, you know, explain a little bit about Lynette growing up in Queensland, and you know, explain the kind of things that you were into and why you chose the career path that you're on currently.
Yeah. So I went to high school in Brisbane, to just a public high school in Brisbane, and my parents didn't go to university, so they always valued education, but I didn't have an academic background at all in my family. So in high school, I enjoyed high school. It was fun. I did a lot of things that I enjoyed, but I also really liked science. So I enjoyed a lot of subjects, but science was kind of one thing that I kept coming back to that I really enjoyed. So I didn't really know, though, what kind of career I could have in science. I didn't have any role model or anyone I could ask about it. So towards the end of school, and when it came to applying for university positions, I spoke to someone who said that they worked in pathology labs, so diagnostic laboratory science labs. So when you get a blood test taken, your blood gets sent to these pathology labs. And I thought, well, that's a career that I can understand in science. So that's the path I took at that time. Yeah. But now it's very different.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. You know, so I know a little bit about your backstory, and I find it really interesting about you know, what actually happened, you know, the kind of things you're interested in from year 12 onwards. So, and can you explain a little bit about, you know, that next step? Because was it that you wanted to be a fighter pilot?
Yeah. When I was at school, I really wanted to be a pilot, and I thought, you know, that was the path I was on. So I applied to the Australian Air Force Academy, and yeah, realised that I probably didn't have a high enough level of understanding of mathematics to be a pilot in the Australian Defence Forces. So instead, yeah, on a whim, decided to change my path after speaking to this person about science. And I knew I had liked science, but I didn't actually study biology at high school. So yeah, I applied. I got reasonable marks out of school, and I got a high enough entry score to get into med lab science at QUT. So I did it. And yeah, the other path was aerospace avionics. I would have needed to be much better at maths, so I didn't go down that path, but it was the other option.
You know, it's interesting because, you know, you mentioned that you weren't that good at maths, but you know, from an onlooker looking into your industry, I always believe that you would need to have an understanding of maths. So that's awesome for anyone that's, you know, studying in high school right now, and they're like, oh, get me out of further maths, or, you know, maths methods, and I don't want to do it. You know, that's interesting that you can still do something within a science industry and not love that as a subject. So yeah, you know,
and I think also I didn't study biology at high school, and yet I'm now a biologist. So yeah, the choices you make at high school don't determine the path you have to go on at all. So.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, you know, that sort of, you know, leads really nicely into the next question, Lynette, because, you know, and I think that this is probably one of the industries where, you know, it might be a great idea to, you know, to go into further education, but maybe you've got a different perspective. You know, do you believe that, you know, that people need to have, you know, gone to further education, whether it be uni or TAFE, or, you know, to get into the industry that you're in now?
I would say yes. So right now I work in research science at a university. So I'm biased because everyone that I work with has been to university and has at least a degree. But I think, I mean, TAFE and further education to me has a lot of benefits, and it's not to say it's for everyone. I think different paths are important, but I think there's a lot of benefits to going to university or take further education, and what it does is it teaches you how to think like the career that you've chosen. So you study law, you'll learn to think like a lawyer. If you study science, then you learn to think like a scientist. And it's not actually the facts that you absorb, it's more the way that it teaches you to think that I think is important. And also it sets you up for the networks that you create, and the people you meet will potentially become your colleagues, and you can also have a lot of fun by doing further study in a tertiary education type thing. So
yeah, no, I agree. I mean, essential, a massive theme that we're discussing and we're unpacking during the last 2 days of CareerCon is this whole kind of notion around skills and skill sets, because, we've just come out of National Skills Week, and, it's so topical right now, and it's actually something that, we always hear about, even on your resume, list your skills. What kind of skills do you believe that we need to have to work in your industry, whether it be in any of the jobs that you've worked in, and what is your best skill?
Okay, so I think in my current role, the skill that I use most is communication. And I think that's true for all jobs I've ever had. So as a scientist, I have an obligation to communicate my results to the granting agencies that fund my research, my colleagues, to the general public, and that's a big part of my role, but also communication in both ways. So it's really important that I'm open to communication from other people. I need to absorb information from other people and kind of apply that to my own work and my own research. So I think there's a kind of growing expectation that scientists communicate their research to the general public through social media platforms, and Twitter has become a really big tool for scientists to promote their research. So I think communication on all levels, skills in that are kind of paramount for most careers these days, I think. But I think the other thing is resilience and tenacity, because a hard part of science is that experiments don't always go the way that you want them to. You don't get the results that you were hoping for. So yeah, having the ability to pick yourself back up again and move forward and keep working hard in spite of maybe not always getting the result you were hoping for is a pretty big skill too.
Yeah, that's a massive skill. Yeah. So, I mean, your career and the current role that you're in right now is, I'd love for you to just explain it to us, Lynette. Like, you are a research associate, but what exactly does that mean? And maybe can you, even give us an example of something that you're working on right now, or maybe something that you've worked on in the past, just to sort of give us a bit of a bird's eye view onto your career.
Yeah. So after my undergraduate degree, I did a full 1 year honours in research. So I spent a year working in a laboratory. I was given a project that I had to run with and troubleshoot. And at the end of that year, spending a year in the lab, I had to write up a thesis, which I submitted. And then I moved on to a PhD, which was 4 years of full-time research. But at that point, you start to get paid. So I had a scholarship, and that paid for my university costs, but also a living allowance for me to be able to live and feed myself. And that involved kind of spending all day, every day in the lab running experiments. I spent a lot of time sitting in a microscope. And at the time I worked on malaria, so parasitic disease, that's a major problem in the third world, trying to understand how our bodies respond to the malaria parasite. So when I finished my PhD, I moved to the UK, and again, I was in a lab full-time, looking at the immune response, so how your body responds to a different parasitic infection, which is a big problem in the third world, and yeah, publishing the results. So an average day for me now is a bit different. I have a bit less time in the lab because I'm spend more time supervising students and supervising my research assistant. But mostly it's just looking at data, interpreting it, writing it up, writing grants to get funding, just generally thinking about how things work in our body.
Wow, that's awesome. I mean, you know, malaria, you know, I find all of these things that you've worked on just so fascinating, because it's something that you know is always happening, but it's not actually you know, just even in the news and popular culture, like it's not really something that we hear about a lot, that there are all of these people behind the scenes working to keep us safe, you know, like even in COVID, like this moment that we're in now, you know, has there been a change in the lab that you're in? If a new infectious disease comes out, like, you know, like COVID-19, do you all change gears and, you know, go and find a solution for that?
Yes. That has happened, not me specifically. So my research is still focused on what I was doing prior to COVID. It's a little bit harder to do it now because of the restrictions that are in place, but we're still considered permitted workers. So we are still in the lab even during COVID. But I work at the Doherty Institute, which has really become in Melbourne one of the faces of the research response to COVID. So a lot of the people in our building are working on that. They're getting patient samples from the hospital every day. They're looking at how those patients' cells are responding to the virus. There's people testing the potential vaccine candidates and trying to generate new vaccine candidates or test therapies that might help in the response to COVID. So the entire building has undergone a big pivot to COVID-19 research, and that's what this building is for. That's what the Doherty Institute was established for. There's a big public health team who've been advising the government on how to respond to this disease. So yeah, it's an exciting place to be. There's a lot going on, and it's really interesting to hear what people are doing.
Yeah, well, we've got some great questions that have come through. So I'm going to hit you up with some questions, and hopefully, I think you'll be able to handle this, handle these questions, Lynette. The first one that we've got is that I'm looking at going to QUT. Did you like it? And you know, maybe you can elaborate a little bit about your experience at that uni as well.
Yeah, so QUT is a good university. It's one of the more kind of modern technology-focused universities, and because it's in the city, it's got a real kind of downtown feel about it. There's, you know, you spend your days going into the city every day, so that's it's a good place to be. I think the courses are well structured, and they've always prided themselves on being focused on. In my day, I don't know if they've changed their slogan, but they used to be the university for the real world. So, that was my experience. Yeah, and I think my course taught me a lot about how to function as a scientist. I think it's a good.
Yeah, wonderful. You know, it must be hard. I mean, let's just think about it this way. You know, it must be hard for, you know, someone that's finished high school. You know, you see all of these universities and all of these colleges and that are all pumping all of their marketing at you. And, you know, it must be hard to really, you know, find one, you know, from the bat, you know, what you want to, you know, apply to and go to. So, I mean, it's awesome to know that you thought that it was a really good place. And I love that slogan. That's awesome. You know, the next question that we've got for you, Lynette, is about, this is a good one, actually. Have you ever met someone that works in your industry that didn't go to uni?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of peripheral jobs in the science industry that are scientific support. There's people that work in this building that support scientists in all kinds of ways, administration, through teaching support, through helping us with procuring reagents and making sure that all the contracts are in place. And there's a lot of support roles in that way. In terms of research science, the people in the lab, undergraduate students do sometimes come in and do work experience and things like that. But I I don't know of anyone who operates as a scientist in the lab that doesn't have some kind of further education. But yeah, there's a lot of support that we get from people who are not university trained.
Yeah, no, thanks for
But
that.
that's very focused on research. I mean, STEM as an industry is massive, and I can't claim to know all of the facets of that, but I'm sure there are, yeah.
You know, and I think it's really interesting that you mentioned that it is a massive industry, because, you know, I know that we've had a conversation before actually, you know, joining us at CareerCon in regards to, there's this whole big thing about women in STEM related industries, and there is actually a question in the chat box right now about, as a scientist, do you see many women in your job? And I think that it's really interesting to know there is, you know, such an incredible vast industry that is the STEM industry. You know, so do you see at your level a lot of women scientists, or even within the institute that you're in? Is there a lot of women that are actually in, you know, senior roles in that industry?
There are some. I wouldn't say there are a lot, and it's a major issue in the STEM industry. That there are a lot of people working really hard to address, actually. So at my level, I'm at the career level where the numbers of women participating in my industry really takes a nosedive. So we have really good percentages of women in the early career stages in the biological sciences. And once those women take career breaks and reach a point where they need to be promoted through the triangle of promotion through to professorships, there's less females present, and that's an issue that really needs to be addressed. But at the Doty Institute, we have some really good role models. The director of our institute is a woman, a very impressive, capable, amazing woman. We have some really senior scientists who run big research labs that are women, and yeah, we have people to look up to now. But yeah, that's taken a while to get there, and more broadly within other STEM sectors, maths and physics and engineering, it's even worse. It's even harder to get to more senior roles as a woman. But you know, that we just need to be the change ourselves and exactly. Keep pushing hard for us to get there. And yeah, I think there's a lot of things in place that will help over time.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think that's why I believe that an event like CareerCon is so important right now, because it gives people visibility. You can actually see what it is that you can achieve, because look at all of these amazing people that have done it before you. And it's important to see those people. Like, it's important to see yourself as a, you know, as a senior member within the institute, you know, and leading teams. And it's important to give people visibility of that. So, I mean, that's the perfect ending to the segment, but it's not over yet. We've got a great question that's come through from Cait, and she's actually said, if you study to be a scientist, is it easy to branch into other fields, or is it quite restrictive?
No, it's easy, and it's so diverse. Science is such a good background for so many things. And this morning I actually sat down and wrote a list of all the things that friends of mine that I've trained with have gone on to do other things. And the list is huge. So, for example, I have a friend that works for L'Oreal in Paris as a scientist. I've got friends that work in pharmaceutical companies, both as scientists and in administrative and communication roles. I've got friends that do teaching, that do lecturing, who work in clinical trials companies. One friend who's now a pastry chef, because science is a really good background for that, because you understand the processes, and she's amazing at it. Patent attorneys, people who've gone on to study medicine, because science is a fantastic background for being a doctor. Yeah, the scientific sales, technical support, editorial, journalism, it keeps going. It's a really good background for a huge number of roles. And I think when I wanted to study science at university, I got a little bit paralyzed by not knowing where I would go after I'd done my degree, which is why I went for a very practical degree that had a very defined outcome. But actually, you could do a basic science degree and go into any number of industries. So, yeah, it's a really good starting point.
That is, thank you very much for adding that in, because, you know, it does sound like that science is just an amazing sort of, you know, springboard to multiple different things. And I think, you know, personally, I think that careers within this kind of sector are just so, they just seem so fulfilling and rewarding. And, you know, just being able to actually, you know, do real things to make a real change. I just put my hands up to you guys. I think that it's amazing. You know, but before we let you go, Lynette, I am going to ask you a question though, just one final question. And it's a question that we're asking everyone that appears on the virtual stage. And that's about what's one piece of advice that you would have given, you know, 17, 18-year-old Lynette, you know, growing up in Brizzy, you know, what's one bit of advice that you would have given her back then?
Yeah, it's an awesome question, and I've thought about this a lot. I think it would be brave, because I have an older sister who is very wise, and she sent me a card, and it says in it, and I've held on to this, you're smarter than you think and more capable than you realise. And it's so true. It's so easy to get fooled into thinking that everyone else has their shit together and you're the only one that doesn't. And it's really not true. Everyone else is scrambling. And just ask for help. Put yourself out there, be brave, you know, seek out a mentor that you admire and ask them if they can support you, because actually the most flattering thing for me now at my stage in my life and career is when someone asks me for help. And that, yeah, be brave, ask people for help, find yourself a cheer squad, because you're going to need it at some points, but have people that around you that will support you, and yeah, just go for it, really. But I think if 17-year-old me, I would probably tell myself to go back and study bioinformatics, because data is such a big thing right now. And if you're interested in biology and you have any interest at all in data, study bioinformatics, because it's the science of the future, in my opinion.
Ooh, that's amazing. You know, we've just got a really interesting question that's come through. It just pipped at the corner of my eye, and it's like, do you mind repeating the quote that your sister sent you? So what was that? That was, yeah.
It was, you're smarter than you think and capable than you realise. And I don't know if she got it from somewhere else, but I'm quoting her because she's been championing that for a long time for me, and having someone there who's cheering you on is, yeah, it helps you get through some things sometimes.
Yeah. You know, and what you just mentioned then too, you know, Lynette, it doesn't just ring true for science related, you know, industrial careers. It's across the board. You know, I think that's awesome. And, you know, if there are any students or anyone that's interested in a career, you know, whether it be sciences or even, you know, even doing anything, you know, that you kind of do at the institute, or, you know, can they reach out to you? What's the best way to do that? Is that through LinkedIn or Instagram or?
Yes, any of the above. I confess, as a scientist, I'm not the best at social media platforms. I'm trying hard to learn. LinkedIn, yes. Email, old-fashioned email is also good. You can find my email address on the Doherty website, or Instagram. I'm new to Instagram, so yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I think, you know, even from a person that's not entirely across this kind of industry, I just find everything that you do so amazing and so fascinating. So thank you for being a part of CareerCon and for sharing all that knowledge. Enjoy the rest of this rainy day. And thank you again, Lynette. Truly appreciate everything that you've done. So thank you.
Thank you, Kira. I've really enjoyed it.
No worries. Thanks. guys, we are at the pointy end of this event, which makes me a little bit sad, to be honest, because I am so jived just to get out there and actually just to make a massive impact. You know, not only in my job, but also, you know, in helping everyone else get to where they want to get to. So I am so pumped. And I cannot even tell you how excited I am for this segment, because Amy Clark, now I'm just going to rewind it a little bit, because Amy is actually, someone that I have followed for, I would guess, say a year. She has the most incredible, energetic, like electric energy about her. She is just so super sweet, so incredible about her job. But I'm not going to, you know, don't listen to me. I'm actually going to read her bio, give you more information. Just to let you know as well that this session is actually on the media landscape and what it takes to be an editor in this current landscape that we're in at the moment. So as I mentioned before, we're joined by Amy Clark. Now, Amy is currently the senior editor at Adore Beauty. Yes, that Adore Beauty, you know, Australia's fastest growing online beauty retailer. You know, so what does that actually mean? Well, it means that she will put just about anything on her face. And it's true, I'm a testament to that. And body and hair, and you know, you kind of get the idea. She'll do anything and everything for her job. And previously, Amy was the senior lifestyle content producer at Australian women's media company Mamma Mia. She was actually the host of the You Beauty podcast. And I must admit, there has been many times when I've reached for my wallet after listening to Amy talk on that podcast, or even through her Instagram stories. So I know that a lot of you have actually heard and listened to Amy over the years. So Amy, let's bring you live. Welcome to the CareerCon stage. I'm so excited to have you here.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Very good. I don't usually get glammed up like this in this post-COVID life.
Tell me about it. You know, I think we're going to get straight into some really great questions, Amy, because I think, you know, we're going to have quite a lit Q&A box that's already starting to sort of pop up in my peripheral vision. So let's just, you know, can you take us back to, you know, Amy, and we grew up, because I know that it's different to where you're living now. You know, can you just sort of take us back to that time at school, explain who you were and what it was that you were interested in, and then kind of what ultimately made you choose the further education path that you went down?
I'm from Adelaide, so, you know, shout out to anyone down in South Australia. I'm from Adelaide, and what was I like at school? I loved choir. I loved playing sport. I was really just that typical, like, all-rounder kind of student. I loved school. I loved the social aspect of school, and I guess I always loved English and writing. So that's probably, I know it's pretty cliche for any journalist writer to say that they loved English, but I did. But then I also, I think I had quite kind of lofty aspirations for what I would do for my career in terms of, you know, I sat the tests that you've got to do if you're going to be a doctor, because I just thought, oh, yeah, like, what's a pretty important job, doctor. So I sat that. I was terrible at it. I did work experience at the Royal Adelaide Hospital, and I fainted as soon as they put me in the gear. So I knew pretty, you know, early on after that I wasn't going to be a doctor. But yeah, I think I loved English and drama, those kinds of, and languages. I did German as well. Went on a German exchange. But there was always something that was pulling me towards, oh, this is what you should be doing. You know, being a writer isn't, you know, serious or professional enough. So in year 12, I did chemistry and biology, psychology, like all those kind of those typical, like, hard subjects. So I did that. And then I think probably because of the expectations that I had on myself to do, to have the big important job that saves lives and makes the world a better place. But then I realised I wasn't ready to go to uni to do that. So I took 2.5 gap years in the end. So I ended up, when I finally got to uni, I was a little bit older, probably like 24. But I went to Ecuador. I worked for the first year and went to Ecuador to be a Spanish language teacher. Never done Spanish before. But I just decided to do that because I thought, yeah, volunteering is like something I should do. And then also I came back home, still wasn't ready to be enrolling in uni. I went and thought I'm going to do another year traveling. So I went to Europe by myself for about 9 months. Came back and thought, okay, I'm ready to go to uni now. I'm going to be a foreign correspondent, or I'm going to be a very serious journalist. So I started, enrolled at Adelaide Uni and was doing a double degree in media and international relations, I think. Got through a year of that and really I personally didn't enjoy uni that much, to be honest. I'm sure we'll get to that in a bit. But and then I ended up deferring again. The second week of my second year, deferred again, went traveling again, came back, and finally, I guess, came to that realization in myself that, okay, it's actually, still worthy to want to be a lifestyle writer or a beauty writer or, a journalist that writes about, women's topics, So then I deferred to UniSA and did my Bachelor in Journalism. And that's kind of, I think I've rabbited on in that six enough.
No, that was awesome because I love, and I'm actually going to, let's just backpedal a little bit to what you mentioned about this whole gap year thing because, I'm going to be honest with you, there's been so many speakers over the past 2 days that have gone from straight to school, straight to uni. What was it in your last couple of years at high school that made you think, do you know what, I'm actually just going to take a bit of a break here? Like why were you one of those people that thought that?
I think part of it was not being ready to go to uni yet. I wanted to work. I've always had a part-time job of sorts. My stepmom, got me into the workforce around age 15 and I hated it at the time, but I'm really grateful that she made me do that because that kind of has instilled a work ethic in me, I think. And so I wanted to just work, save up a lot of money, go traveling, and I guess I thought at the time I want to do this while I'm young, and then when I came back I still wasn't ready, so I thought I'll just go again. Uni will always be there. I don't regret taking so long to get to uni because I had a lot of really amazing experiences, and working and traveling on my own is something that has served me well. Moving states, which I did. But part of me thinks, I could have got probably just done 1 year or like 1.5 years, not 2.5, 3 years.
Oh, well, I tell you what, it's led to you to where you are now. And I guess, even from, I didn't do a gap year, but even from just some travels that I've made, to Europe or just some long-term travels, just the things that I've actually was experiencing that I could bring home and be like, do you know what? In Italy, actually, people sleep from like midday onwards. So why can't I do that in my job? That never happened, but no, thank you for explaining that. And I know that you mentioned before that you didn't actually like uni. Can you explain that to us? What didn't you like about it?
I don't know. I think it's the same thing as when I started my first full-time job. I just having a lot of my friends already gone to uni and they were doing courses where the cohort kind of stays together and you have all your classes together and you make amazing friends. So they were doing things like law or speech pathology, to be a physio, those kinds of things. So, but because I enrolled, a lot of arts degrees and comms degrees, you don't have that. You don't have, you might be lucky to make some friends, but I think I got there on the first day and was expecting to meet like my best friend and, realized pretty quickly, like this isn't what was sold to me. about going to uni and just having a friendship group and going out together and studying together and doing all these things. But the other thing that I, and this was in the double degree, but also when I did move over to the journalism degree, I think it is a lot of theory and which is great, but not much practical stuff in the journalism media degrees, or it was when I was there. So I think I was just kind of sitting there and thinking, surely there's like other things I could be learning, other skills. Why aren't we doing more? One of my favorite subjects was a radio subject where you actually did get to get on the tools and, make your own show, or any of the ones where you had to go out and do video journalism and stuff. Those were the things that I loved, but the rest, it kind of felt like just ticking boxes to, have a degree as such. And I just didn't really enjoy it. And I think because I had been working, and it probably in my second to last year of uni, I started picking up some freelance work in the creative industry, like advertising, digital marketing. That was way more exciting, and I felt like that was going to get me further. And I was like, I want to be able to work. I don't want to have to sit in this lecture. And everyone's different and every course is different. But thankfully a lot of my tutors and lecturers were kind of like, if you said to them, hey, like I've got a paying gig in this area, they were like, take the job. Do not give up paid work in writing, advertising. Make those connections, but still hand everything in. But I do feel very much that I had to get it done. And I do think in journalism and a lot of those journalism, advertising, things like that, the piece of paper is kind of something that you just have to have. But I didn't really, I don't think I really learnt much about being a writer or being a journalist until I actually got on the job. And then, but at least I had the backing of, having to stick something out and actually having to do things that you don't want to do. I think that was probably the lesson that I took out of uni.
It's such a crazy thing, because I was exposed to so many, and I was interested in so many American movies growing up, and so I was the same. I kind of thought that I would get to this college or this university and there'd be like things to do, and I'd be in the same kind of room with a lot of people. I actually had the same kind of experience where I was like, this is awful. Like it just kind of didn't really, and I was sort of,
and I think I'd spend the day there, say like a day of uni, and I'd almost talk to I'm a talkative kind of person, but there could be times when you would just walk into the class, sit down, not speak to anyone or have any kind of interaction. I was just like, wasn't what I thought.
Oh, I know. Well, I would love to. I'm going to keep on going with some of our questions, Amy, but there is so many questions coming through from the Q&A box as well, and I'd love to get to those. So I guess the next question that I'd love to sort of, touch on is, you did go from studying and then I'm sure that there's lots of stuff in the middle, but how did you get your job at Mamma Mia? How did that sort of, happen and transpose over?
So that happened in my last year of uni. I did an internship at Mamma Mia. So I, came over to Sydney for 2 weeks and did the internship at the Sydney office. And after that, I went home, I finished the degree. I do wish I could have done more internships. I think that's one thing if I had my time again, I'd do more because I think that's just the key to landing a job after uni. But then once I graduated and it was about that time to start applying for jobs and getting my LinkedIn sorted and all those things, I just contacted the person who was my intern supervisor at the time, asked if they would be a referee on my resume, and they said, we're actually hiring for these 2 roles. One role was a weekend content producer role and the other was an editorial assistant role. So I ended up applying. I applied for both. I got through right to the end for the editorial assistant role. I was actually told I came down to the final 2 and I didn't actually get it. And it was right before Christmas of 2020. think it was 2016 Christmas, and I was really bummed. I didn't get it. I was told, it came down to the last two, blah, blah, blah. And then after Christmas, came home, madly started applying for jobs, probably applied for about 50 jobs in, journalism, marketing, social media, anything. And I remember just at the end, it was probably like Friday at like 4 o'clock or something. I'd just been sat there applying for jobs all day, and the phone rang, and it was, hey, it was Mamma Mia, the role. Turns out, whatever happened to the other person, but the job's yours if you want it. So then a month later, I moved to Sydney, and that's where it started.
Wow, I love that story, and I love that you mentioned that you wish that you'd had completed more work experience, because I just think people see you're in the industry, you're in that job that you want to be in, and if you play your cards right, there's just such amazing opportunities that can come from that. So thanks for explaining that. I'm gonna head into these questions, Amy, because there is so many of them. The first one that this is a great one. This first one we haven't really spoken about. The kind of actually, I'm just going to go straight into the question. So this is from Anonymous. How do you have the confidence on screen, like in your Instagram stories?
Oh, I think that just comes from practice, and I think putting yourself out there, it's part of being a writer in 2020. I think a lot of the times is so much of ourselves, our personality and ourselves goes into our work, and it's kind of like some professions perhaps there's quite a split, work is work and home is home, but I think in creative industries the line is so blurred. And so I decided to start doing Insta stories and things like that, and I guess how I got the confidence to do it is to just put it up, even if I thought it was going to be shit. Just put it up. And the feedback that I've always had from whether it's followers or people that have read my work on Mamma Mia or now Adore Beauty from the podcast is like no one wants perfect, because perfect isn't real. And, real people say and real people kind of stuff up their words and get things wrong. Real people like have their face way too close to the camera or the wrong angle so you can see up their nostrils. So I think like the more I just went with it and I had such positive feedback, and I was like, okay, I should just be me, and I'm not super polished. And I think that's probably where the confidence comes from, is just, okay, I'm just gonna put this out there and see what sticks.
No, great, wonderful. Thanks for explaining that too. And you're right. You should see the setup that I have in front of me right now. Like it might look, kind of professional, but who is anyone if they don't have, reams of paper boosting up their laptop, So,
absolutely. Or pajama pants on the bottom.
That's right. Oh, good on you. All right. The next question comes from Anonymous, and it is, I don't have an undergrad degree in journalism, but I do have a passion for writing. How do you get experience to break into the industry without a degree?
I think, well, now more than ever, I mean, probably 5-10 years ago, it was blogs. That was, that was the way that people got their work published, was just by self-publishing. Now we have Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, although I feel like I'm far not technologically advanced for TikTok. But I think putting out your own work on your own platform, whether it be a website, whether it be you want to write, short work on Instagram, like doing that, even though it's not with a title or you're not getting paid to do that, at least you've got somewhere where your work lives. And then what you can do is, freelancers, a lot of freelancers and a lot of writers can get their chance just by pitching to publications and starting to work more on that kind of like freelance commission basis. And what that involves is and one of the things, if we were going to talk about skills, I think one of the most important skills if you want to have your work published is to know how to pitch and know how to pitch your stories well. But to at least have something, whether it be on your LinkedIn or your Instagram or on a website that you make for yourself where you've got work that you can link to and say, here's what I've written before, here's what I've done before. I think that's probably the best way. I mean, if I'm commissioning someone, it doesn't really, I don't need someone to have a degree for me to commission them. It just needs to be a good story that's been sold into me well. You know, if someone pitches to me a great story with a great headline and very succinct kind of recap of what the story is, you know, editors and writers know we're always looking for ideas and for the next good story. So it doesn't really matter at that stage. And then once you start to get your work published, then I think that is you're starting to build a bit of a portfolio, and then that can help you when you're applying for jobs for a more like permanent work nature.
Yeah, wonderful. Oh, that's awesome. That's so many tips in that one little answer there, Amy. So thank you. And I think you're right, you know, learning to pitch, wow, that is just a great skill. So thank you for raising that as well, because that was a question that we didn't get through before, but we have so many more to go. So let me just dive into another one. Do you think someone with a business management background has a chance in journalism?
Absolutely. I mean, I think, to be honest, like having any degree is going to help, whether it's a marketing degree or a business degree, a law degree. You know, it's just, I think, kind of the reality of the current situation. And this could very well change in 5-10 years' time when, because of technology and social media, you know, all the credibility you need is starting to be that you make for yourself online and your online presence. But for the most part, in my experience at the moment, having a degree is kind of just that, you know, first step. But again, it's like, I think even if you do have, say, a business degree, if you're, you know, pitching well, if you start pitching to publications, self-publishing your own work, or having your work published by whether it's digital publications, you know, a lot of retailers have publications now, all of that, then, you know, that kind of, I think that's enough. It doesn't need to be just a journalism degree. I've known plenty of people that have gotten into writing that did psychology at uni, or they did law, or they did, I don't know, other stuff.
Other stuff. Yeah, no, awesome. Thank you. Another question that we've got here is, what are the biggest challenges you have faced so far in your professional working career? Does the future scare you? Example, does the future scare you? For example, how COVID will impact on your career?
I would say, to answer the second part first, what scares me about how coronavirus is going to impact my career is more just from the way we work, in terms of, you know, currently at a door, you know, all my colleagues are in Melbourne, you know, kind of bunkering down and getting through that time in Melbourne, and you know, who knows when I'm going to meet them, who knows when I'm going to be back in an office. And I think that's probably more what, like, quote unquote, scares me, because I'm the kind of person that needs to have somewhere to go. I need, you know, I work really well with structure, and, you know, working from home, it can be hard to find that structure and focus, and then just the social interactions. I think that's probably more what scares me in the short term. I mean, I made the move from publishing to, you know, brand side. So, you know, a lot of journalists and writers have been made redundant since COVID, and it's, you know, so I feel like I've made the move at the right time to come brand side. But, you know, I think the main thing also is just that everyone's probably stressed about is, am I going to have a job? you know. It kind of, that's basically the simple nature of it. And then in terms of challenges, I think the biggest challenge that I've faced is, I guess, dealing with criticism and rejection and negative feedback, whether that is in the work environment, in terms of, you know, your editor giving you feedback on a story, or, you know, being given feedback on a pitch, or if you are doing, say, a podcast or you do YouTube, you also get a bunch of really lovely negative feedback from people who have never met you. And that's just part of what we do. You know, if you put yourself out there and you get so many amazing benefits from that, the flip side is people are going to have their opinions about you. And so I think the first, in regards to, say, when I was an editorial assistant and when I was pitching and, say, my ideas didn't get chosen that day, you know, you've got to, the challenge is to not take it personally. You know, there's always, and ideas are always so subjective, right? So what I think is an amazing pitch, you know, to my editor who is thinking about the day's content in the context of what's going on in the news, what have we already got, what holes do we need to fill. A lot of the times when someone says no to your pitch, it's not about you at all. It's really not got anything to do with you. It's got to do with, you know, what's right for our publication on any given day. And you know, so that was, I used to get stuck on that quite a bit and go, why do I keep getting rejected? Or I write something and the editor might make a fair number of changes, you know, and that's something still to this day, you know, it's, ideas and pitches and things are very personal. You know, whether you're writing about opinion or news or lifestyle or beauty, you know, it's hard not to take it personally, but the more you can kind of try and separate the emotion from it, the more you can use that as an opportunity to just keep making your pitches better. So, you know, from taking the learning from why that story didn't get picked up and taking that into your pitch for the next day, making your next day's pitch better. In terms of feedback that comes from, you know, the public or, you know, Facebook comments, those kinds of things. It used to really get to me a lot, and I think you'd be like a robot if it didn't get to you when someone's saying, oh, this girl sounds like she's 12, or how does she know anything? You know, she's only, you know, I do have a bit of a baby face, so often I'm 28, but often people would be like, this 21-year-old, what does she know? Stuff like that. You just have to learn to recognise what's the feedback worth taking on and what's the feedback that actually has, again, nothing to do with you and has everything to do with the person that's giving you that feedback. But it is tough, but you kind of get used to it, and I think the pros outweigh the cons eventually.
Wow. That's awesome. You know, and you're right, the pros do, you know, overshadow everything. And I guess too, you know, you build yourself up to be more of a resilient person, especially in the media. And I think that's one thing that we need to sort of highlight here, that, you know, I know that we didn't get into talking about skills, but, you know, this whole resilience thing, we have so many questions that have popped up about pitching. You know, so, you know, being resilient and, you know, taking the yeses and the nos and moving forward every day, I guess, is something that you'd have to work on in your industry as well. We've got some really great questions about pitching, so I'm kind of going to join a couple of them together for you, Amy. So I guess, what is your number one tip for pitching yourself and your work?
So my number one tip is to, if I know we talk about like an elevator pitch in certain things, but when you're pitching a story or pitching yourself to a publication, you know, saying, hi, like, I'm a writer, I write about these things, blah, 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 you've really got such a small window to grab someone's attention. And, you know, something I've realized moving brand side into the retail beauty space is, you know, I get far less emails now than in terms of just the daily influx of emails in your inbox. If you're an editor, a journalist, a writer, the number of pitches, the sheer volume of emails that you receive means that you really skim read a lot. Some you don't even open. I know that sounds really like shattering. Some you just don't even open, and it comes down to the subject line. So the first, the subject line in the email when you open it with the pitch, there should be a headline already. So the headline that grabs my attention and tells me what this story is about, and then maybe just a few dot points that outline what it is. A lot of the time people might send a pitch and they really, they want to make sure that they get all the information in there and that it all comes across. But if I open a pitch and there's a chunk of text this long, and it hasn't already grabbed my attention from the first few lines, the chances are that it just won't get read. And so to be really succinct in that way, so spend time coming up with good headlines for your pitch. Pitch it how you envision it to look on the site. Another tip would be to, I guess, do your research about the publication that you're pitching to, because again, editors and writers, we can have, we'd know quite quickly whether something's going to be for us or not. And so you can tell, for example, with Mamma Mia, we don't do stories about weight loss and things like that. And so if I was ever pitched any stories about, weight loss transformations or anything, I just either wouldn't open them or they go straight in the bin, because that person hasn't done their research to know that we don't cover those topics. So knowing who who the audience is really important. I think that kind of sums it up. It's got to be short, sharp and shiny.
Yeah, no, that's such a great tip. And I must admit, even myself, pitching is such an incredible art, I think. Like and it's something that I'm so happy that you actually brought it up, because it's just, even when reaching out to people on LinkedIn, or when you want to ask someone for work experience advice, you're pitching constantly. So I love that you brought that up, Amy. Okay. Okay. Do you frequently post on LinkedIn to share your work, and how do you find the courage to do so? We've kind of spoken about pitching.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I don't, to be honest, I don't use LinkedIn that much at the moment. I used it a lot when I was looking for a job, and I just keep it up. Although now I'm thinking, I don't know if I've done my latest update. It's, it's something that I've used as a tool to get there. So I don't really post, for example, the articles that I do on LinkedIn, because LinkedIn also isn't my main audience. I guess, my main audience is Instagram. And so that's where I post. So same essentially. I post my work on Instagram. And I mean, having the courage to do so, I think it's, for example, when I was writing, at a publication, there's the pitches that you get to write, that you've pitched and you get to write about and follow through, that you're really proud of. Sometimes you have to write about things you don't really care about, or you don't want to write about. If I've written something and I'm really proud of it, then why wouldn't I want to, put that out there and put my hand up and said, yeah, I did this. I think you have to just kind of be a little bit cocky in that way, in that, you put it up and, what's the worst that can happen? Like, really, what's the worst that can happen? I've had a lot of, worst case things that have happened. But sharing my work with people isn't one of them, because you also know that you can't please everyone. Especially with writing, your writing isn't going to be everyone's cup of tea, but there's going to be a group of people that really resonate with what you do. And so you're putting it up for them. You're not putting it up for anybody else.
Yeah. Oh, such important things to remember as well. We aren't going too well for time, Amy, but I am going to ask you just one more of the questions. But I wanted to just pop in. If we haven't got to the questions that are in the Q&A box, can they reach out to you and potentially ask them off CareerCon?
Yeah, absolutely. Slide into my DMs.
Okay, awesome. There's your invitation, everyone. So yes, I love this question. This is why I really wanted to get to it. But Anonymous has said that she goes, I love this. Do you have any advice for getting your writing published, please, as a freelancer, but not as a staff writer?
Yeah, I think, again, it comes down to pitching. What you can do, because you say, okay, you're going to pitch, but where do I send this email? Who do I send it to? I mean, something that I've used, I have used Instagram to reach out to people. And I think, you know, in these times, like, it's one of the best things I think about Instagram is say, and this isn't to say that just because you message an editor that they're going to either get back to you or that they're going to pick up your story, but also you have nothing to lose, and they might. So, for example, I have, you know, I've people that I feel like I never would have met in real life, other editors or, you know, people that I've looked up to in the beauty industry. I've been able to connect with them on Instagram just by literally either liking their photos. It's kind of like dating, liking their photos for a bit and then going, oh, love this, or putting some kind of comment in there, starting a dialogue. But that, you know, that's a way you can do it, is to just contact, you know, follow people, follow the editors of publications on Instagram, you know, follow the writers. A lot of writers for publications will have their email contact with their byline, so you can email them directly from there, and then just keep pitching. Like, even when you get rejected, you've just got to keep going, and sometimes it's a numbers game, you know, how you know, keep going, and then statistically someone is going to get back to you. And once you've had that first piece published, you know, it gets a lot easier, because you can say, I was published here, or here's where you can read my other published work, and it just kind of grows from there. But yeah, definitely, I think reach out to people, and the worst that happens is they don't get back to you, and then you can contact them again.
Yeah, and I think, you know, just circling back to what you mentioned before about relevance and knowing who it is that you're pitching to. Like, don't pitch to Mamma Mia if you've got a story about, you know, weight loss, like you mentioned before. So, you know, doing your research and diving in and having a look at who you're pitching to. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Amy.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, you know, really tailor your pitches to the publication. So, for example, if you're pitching somewhere like Mamma Mia love a first-person take on whether it's something in the news or a first-person experience, whereas somewhere like the Sydney Morning Herald, they might want something that's a bit more kind of overview, kind of look at something. So yeah, have a look at read the publications that you want to pitch to.
Yeah, awesome. And Amy, we're just going to finish off with one last question, because we missed this from before, but I'd love to know if anyone is watching right now and they want a career, you know, whether it is at Mamma Mia, maybe they want to be on a podcast, or maybe they want to be an editor like you at Adore Beauty. What's one thing that they can do right now that will help them get into that industry?
I think, you know, the main thing that and the advice that I think I would give to myself as well is like say yes to opportunities when they pop up, even if you think that you don't, even if you know that you don't know how to do what someone is asking you to do, or even if you think, oh, I don't have enough experience to do this, or I don't feel confident. Saying yes and putting your hand up for everything is like a guaranteed way to kind of get yourself further, because it's like a series of doors and windows. You know, you say yes to one thing, you have that experience, then you say yes to the next thing, then someone thinks of you for the next thing. You know, that's kind of how I started on the You Beauty podcast. Was I hadn't done a podcast before, but they said, do you want to do it? And I thought, yeah, okay. And I was absolutely shit scared. But, you know, I think you've got to say yes to the opportunities when they come, and don't let your own fear of not being able to do it well enough, not knowing enough, hold you back, because you can also ask questions. You know, no one's expecting you to know everything.
Oh, well, there you have it, guys. Like, honestly, that's like a tiny smidgen of Amy Clark. Like, you know, can you please fly to Melbourne, sit in my lounge room and continue the rest of the conversation? Because I would love that. No, it's all true. It's all true. I mean, I wish we had more time, but unfortunately we don't. So thank you for being a part of CareerCon. I'm glad that my pitch to you worked. And,
yes.
and thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And guys, make sure that you slide into her DMs. There's your invitation. So thanks, Amy. Thanks for joining us. No worries. Bye. And we are back. And I'm actually a little bit sad that this is the last session of the day, but I mean, you can see how far behind we are, and that we've actually, you know, really wanted to give every student the opportunity to ask all their questions. So thank you for hanging around and for sticking with us. It's probably a little bit wrong to say that we're saving the best to last, but I am, and I'm sure that most of you are, massive fans of Patagonia and the brand and the movement and everything that comes with it. And that's why I am just ridiculously pumped to bring this speaker live with us today. It is the incredible Elle, and I'm going to actually read from her bio because it is so impressive, and I really want you guys to get everything from this talk as possible. Please remember to ask any of your questions in the Q&A box, and we will get to them at the end. So Elle is the PR lead at Patagonia, Australia and New Zealand. She has been working as part of the marketing team in support of its mission, and its mission is we're in business to save our home planet. Like, how amazing is that? Prior to landing this position, Elle worked as an editor and writer for online and print publications in Australia, Japan and Jordan, plus held formative sandwich artist jobs. She's also been a lifeguard and a bookstore assistant, and you know, she did all of this to get through uni. Talking about uni, Elle has a Bachelor of Arts and Media and Communication in honours, and a Diploma of Languages from Deakin University. So let me just repeat that again: a Bachelor of Arts and Media and Communication, and a Diploma in Language from Deakin University. Driven by her opportunity to communicate solutions to our current climate crisis and encourage people to connect with the outdoors, you know, she has also volunteered with Charity Climates and the Australian Volunteer Coast Guard. When not glued to her laptop, she lives for hiking, diving, surfing, doco nights, and playing frisbee with her puppy Jed. And I am so excited to welcome you, Elle. Welcome to CareerCon. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Kura. Thank you so much for having me. Really excited to be here.
Oh, very excited for this chat. I love the direction of the brand, and in particular, you know that I'm a big fan of your career in general as well. So let's get stuck into these questions. The first one is, you know, would love for you to take us back to, you know, your time at high school, you know, kind of explain experiences and what it was all like and how that sort of helped you get to where you are today.
Yeah, sure. So firstly, I'm calling in from Torquay on Victoria's surf coast. So I just wanted to take a sec to acknowledge that I'm calling in from the lands of the Wathaurong people of the Kulin Nation. And so I'm paying my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. And to start with your question, so back in high school, I guess I grew up in rural Western Victoria, and I have a twin brother, and we travelled on the bus to school every day. So that was like an hour each way to getting to high school. And we went to this particular school because we had sports scholarships, so we were really sporty. I think that was a result of me trying to keep up with him when I was younger. And that meant that I loved school and I applied myself in school, but I was always really busy doing a lot of co-curricular things. And sometimes, yeah, that really influenced my direction in my high school days. But then at the end of year 11, I sustained like a really bad knee injury, and I found out I wasn't going to be able to run for a year. So that really changed things, and it got me focusing on my studies a lot more, reading a lot. And that's when I really kind of discovered that I love storytelling so much, and I wanted to maybe go in a journalistic or communications direction. Yeah, and so I think during that VCE time, we had a really good careers program at our school, which many of you probably have all been through with a careers counsellor. And my careers counsellor was really wonderful. She helped me focus on what my strengths were in relation to the classes I was doing well at, and then what careers they could potentially lead to. And at that time, I was a bit all over the place. I thought maybe marine biology or fashion design or aviation and things like that. And so even right up to near the preference time, I was still kind of confused about what I wanted to do. But she helped set up an orientation. Many other students did it at a university in Melbourne, doing the like a 2-week fashion design intro course. And that was great. Like, I loved it, but it kind of cemented to me the fact that it was going to be really competitive. The lecturers were really honest about it, and how much commitment you'd have to be, and that maybe if you just enjoyed it as a hobby, you might want to reassess your options. And so that's how I kind of came to move into media and communications after high school. I don't think it wasn't my first preference. I knew I wanted to be in Melbourne because even though it was only 4.5 hours from my family, it was still kind of the closest to my family. And I was still only 17 when I went to university, because I guess mum had pushed us off to school pretty young. And so I didn't want to be too far away in that respect. And so I got into a media and communications degree at Deakin University in Melbourne, and I went from there. Please interject if I'm just like running off on a whole story.
No, that's awesome, because we would just keep the conversation flowing, Elle. Just as a side note, is your brother into the same stuff that you're into? Did you go into the same career path?
He's an engineer, and he does love the outdoors. Like, he loves like ultra marathons and things like that. But I would say he's a bit more conservative than me. Maybe he did a year in the military. So even though we're twins, we're quite different. But he still does share the same love for the outdoors.
Okay. Very good. No, thanks for that. It was more of some little personal knowledge that I sort of had. But I love that you sort of talk about your time at uni. I know that you kind of haven't circled back onto it, but you did actually choose to, you know, to do a diploma in language as well, and that kind of led you to work in another country, you know, and then, you know, can you just sort of explain that? Like, why did you actually choose to actually go to work in another country? Was it for experience?
Yeah, that was a really interesting one, because it just kind of happened, opportunity after opportunity. When I was in one of my first classes for media and communications, I just remember it was a huge auditorium of around like 200 of us, and I looked around and I'm like, wow, this is going to be tough, because even at that point they were telling us how the media industry is really changing, and you need to have all these different skills and play all these different parts to get a job. And I just thought, well, what would set me apart and what would give me extra skills? And then I looked at the diplomas that you could do at the same time as your degree, just kind of picking up a bit of extra study on the side. And yeah, the Deakin offered a really good Arabic language program. And to be honest, like the small place where I grew up with, like there were no Arabic speakers in the town. I didn't really have any family connection. It was more, I was just a curiosity, and I thought that this language would really offer something different on my CV and things like that, but also teach me a lot. And at that point, I thought I was interested in telling women's stories and traveling, and that the Middle East might be a good place to do that. And then as I signed up for that course and I went to the class, I think there were 8 people in it. It was really tight-knit in comparison to the huge auditorium. And so, yeah, I just really clicked with those people, even though we were all really different and doing everything from science to picking up the language because it was part of our heritage. And then through that, an amazing thing about language programs is often they'll do in-country visits where you do some study in the holidays. And so that was, my first big trip out of Australia was to Jordan to study that as part of uni holidays. And then I loved it so much in my first year, I did it again in my second year, and that was to North Africa. And then, this was kind of really mind-blowing for me, because I came from this tiny little town. I had moved to Melbourne, which was already like, whoa. And then I had gone overseas with the comfort of having my uni friends and lecturers, and then it had blown out my horizons again. And it just really helped me to both increase my confidence and just broad knowledge, but connect with people that were different from me and learn from them as well, which I really got a lot out of.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then after the 2 language programs, at the end of my degree, I still had a couple of the units of this diploma to do. So I thought, why don't I just actually do like a 6-month exchange and finish my studies off over at the University of Jordan, where I had been 2 years before and had some friends there. And so then I went over and decided to finish my degree. And part of it was strategic. I had applied for some grad positions with big media outlets in Australia, and I hadn't really made it past the initial interview stages. So that was like a little bit of a blow, because at first I thought, I wanted to work for SBS, or I wanted to work for ABC. And I thought I had done everything in terms of, I did an internship while I was at uni with Herald Sun, but considered a big name in media, and that maybe that would all amount, but it didn't. It was a little setback for me, but it kind of encouraged me to take this step and go finish my degree over there, which in some ways I wasn't competing in the same way with other grads for jobs, and I was able to get a journalism job there after some time, quite organically through meeting a friend at a party and not being asked to submit a story, and then going with that, it turned into a job, which was great.
That's awesome. Oh, so it just goes to show you, you know, the whole you know, traditional pathway is kind of shot, really. Like, it doesn't really exist, and you know, any opportunity could be an opportunity. You know, that's you know, a big sort of theme that we've touched on over the last 2 days is this whole kind of notion about skills and transferable skills, and skills that will take you from one career to a next, or one job to another, and you know, and how to recognize them in yourself. So, you know, with your career, or let's just focus actually on Patagonia and being involved, you know, as the PR lead. Like, what skills do you think that we need to have to do that career, to do that job?
Yeah, sure. Well, I came to my PR role having not done specific PR studies. I'd done writing for professional practice, and then I guess I had that journalistic background. So I think I leaned quite a lot on my writing skills, and PR is about raising the brand awareness and often through the media and connecting in that way. So yeah, I think the writing was a big part of it, being able to prepare and present things just as a journalist might want it, and be able to pass that over. But yeah, also the other skills that I had developed, whether it was when I was little through the sports and then travel, just being able to chat to different people, because a lot of it is finding a common ground for mutual benefit. Like the media outlet really wants their readers to enjoy what they're putting out, and your job is in PR is to make sure your brand's included in that. So meeting in the middle and really offering something that can do both of those. So yeah, I think having the strong writing skills and the confidence helped me. And then in a way, having the strong writing skills made me confident to enter into those conversations.
Yeah, wonderful. No, that's awesome. No, thank you for that. I think, you know, you've touched on all those great skills. It's fascinating to learn that you didn't get into the sort of PR world until later on in your career, and I guess that kind of opens up, you know, and us to ask questions about, you know, Patagonia in particular. And I guess, you know, just from working with a lot of young people and seeing the kind of changes in the careers that they want, and you know, we know that the next generation coming through are really into, you know, openly speaking their truth and working with brands that align with that, you know, conscious consumption and actually thinking about things instead of just actually going and buying. And, you know, there are so many questions that we get from students who want to work at companies like Patagonia or people that are doing good for the planet. You know, why do you think that's so popular now?
I think it's a few things. Like, at this point in time, we've never been so informed and educated. So people are more than ever before aware of what's going on outside of them. And then given that you spend quite a lot of your time and energy in your job, I think people want to align both of those things and feel like the work that they're doing is for the greater benefit. And yes, I think that's one of the main things, like finding purpose and feeling like the little thing you go in to do every day is having a bigger impact. And I mean, I'm really fortunate because Patagonia and increasingly other companies now, especially through B Corp and different programs like that, are mission led, and that kind of just means that it's not so much about profit and your shareholders. It's a bigger idea. And you mentioned our mission before, which is linked to our environmentalism, and we're in business to save our home planet. So that kind of directs everything we do, and that means you can feel empowered that the work you're doing is helping mitigate this climate crisis that we're all living through and very much experiencing the impacts of now. But yeah, I guess that is also to say that, like, not every business will be mission-led or focusing on their environmentalism, but in most roles there is kind of a way in your scope of what you do that you can encourage improvement from the inside as well. So I think people can find purpose not only in purpose-driven companies, but in other wider roles too.
Yeah, awesome. No, thanks for explaining that. Yeah, I'm actually quite pumped about the future and the future generations. And I think that even though we're experiencing some tough times at the moment and people are a little bit unsure about their courses that they want to study and if the industry that they're interested in is going to be around, I think you just nailed it then that, you know, there are lots of different skills that you can acquire that will actually to help you, you know, move through and you know, and potentially work with someone that has an environmental factor or, you know, there's lots of things. Don't keep that open mind, you know, keep it nice and open and, you know, see what opportunities can sort of come your way. You know, and that, Elle, that leads us really awesomely into the next question because, and I know that I've asked you this question before, but can you actually tell us what it is that you do in your job? What does a PR lead mean?
Right, yeah. So as I mentioned before, it's kind of spreading the brand awareness out, whether it be to the general public, different stakeholders. Yeah, so you're in public relations, relating with the public. And then I guess as we've talked about, doing that for Patagonia is a little bit different because the brand awareness that they're trying to raise is a little bit different. But I mean, on a day-to-day level, it's a lot of reading, a lot of emails and a lot of meetings and just, yeah, working with the marketing team to craft these stories. So we have a really great range of ambassadors from different sports and then this other group of people called global sports activists that are really focused on different environmental issues. So I get to work with them and share the stories about the work they're doing. We also have a grants program through what's called 1% for the Planet, which means that we give 1% of what we make to grassroots environment organizations. And so that's a really exciting part of the business for me. And so that means not only am I doing brand awareness for Patagonia, I'm trying to share the stories of our grantees, whether that's about the Fight for the Bite Alliance or the Tarkine Rainforest in Tasmania. It's sharing stories in different ways. And so then you have the different mediums too now. As you mentioned, things change so much. I remember when I first started in media, individuals were just getting on Instagram, businesses weren't at all. But so when you're sharing these stories about your brand, maybe you're doing it on social media, maybe you're doing it through the media, whether they be print or online, or also a bit like this, like I help with events and increasingly they're online at the moment. Yeah, so it's a range of things inside the marketing team.
Yeah. So I know that you mentioned a couple of the causes that you guys are involved in. How do you as a team collectively decide on, you know, a project that you're interested in or a cause that you're kind of, you know, interested in?
Yeah, it's really great because, I mean, we're not as well known in Australia, but the brand started in the US in 1973. So there's a really long history. And the founder, Von Chenard, was a climber originally. So climbing, he moved from he wanted to make climbing tools and hardware that was less detrimental to the rock faces as they were hammering them in, kind of thing. So those kind of causes have been part of the brand's like heritage from the start. So in terms of protecting the wild places where people do these sports or pursuits, I guess, because for many people they're more than sports. So anything that really comes along in that stream fits with us. And then because we're operating in Australia and New Zealand, we look at what's happening here as well as what as a global company. So we have a really great head of environmental and sustainability at the team, and she works with a lot of different NGOs and groups that are either trying to do different activism against big corporations or even in a political sphere. And then we'll all kind of come together with her expertise in knowing the environmental groups to help with that awareness side of things. So getting the message out as wide as we can, getting as many people informed and passionate about these things too.
Yeah. I love that I'm chatting with someone that their role is PR, but you haven't actually mentioned apparel, products, how that is just it's blown my mind that you can be the lead of PR, but the whole ethos is actually is actually living to the mission. That you see people that have got a mission, but you guys actually, it's just all about practicing what you preach. And I just love that. And I think that's why I'm personally so in love with the brand, and so many people I know are. But Elle, we have some brilliant questions that have come in. So I'm going to open it up to the Q&A box, which is an interesting place to dive into at the end of each speaker chat, let me tell you that much. So the first question is from Anonymous, and it's, how many people work in the PR team Patagonia, and do you offer work experience?
Okay, so at the moment we don't have a work experience program, but we do have a really successful one in the US. So when we can, we really want to take the model of what they've been doing and employ it in Australia. But that's like, watch this space. Unfortunately, it's not at the moment, but hopefully it isn't too far away. And that kind of leads into the next bit, which is we're a lot smaller than you might think here. So I'm the first PR employee they've had for Australia and New Zealand. Prior to that, we have a marketing team, and there's 4 members of that team. So previously, the marketing manager kind of also did the PR role, but outsourced to a lot of PR agencies that did the work campaign by campaign. So every couple of months, if they needed help with a brand awareness, or there was a particular story to share, that was done externally. So yeah, the PR team is me as part of the larger marketing team, and no work experience yet, but hopefully in the near future.
Oh, fingers crossed. Let's just hope that that's a possibility, because, what would it be in comparison, Elle? Like, if you were to compare Australia with the US, what would the PR and marketing teams, in terms of size, be like over there?
Yep. So we also have regions. So the Asia Pacific region, there's a PR manager for that region who I kind of report to, and who I can bounce ideas off in that. And then, after that regional grouping, then you've got the global grouping, and then also, as it's part of global, there's the US. So I'd say there's maybe 6 people focused on PR in the US.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. It's amazing. It's from my perspective, it's probably not as big as what I envisaged it would be. So thank you for explaining that. That's it's good to know. Next question. How is the brand changing because of COVID?
Yeah, so I've been working here in my living room and house since March. So our head office closed down, even though we are in Torquay, which is stage 3 at the moment. We just decided to do that. And especially with schools closing down and things like that, it allows a lot more flexibility for the staff. So our head office has been closed. Our stores in Australia have been closed, and a few have now reopened. But we've been fortunate, our online side of the business has been able to stay operational, whereas in the US and some other countries, they had to close everything down. So it has been a really challenging time for the company globally. But I mean, it has been for everyone globally. It's really a new kind of, lifestyle and workplace functionality that we're living with right now. In terms of what we're doing, we have tried to kind of quench the thirst for content that's happened at this time. So we have a film company, Patagonia Films, and we've been trying to share as many of our films as widely as we can, and giving people great stories to read while they're in lockdown. So from, thinking about PR and communications, that's been a big focus for me, focusing more on those sort of things and being considerate to not advertise outdoor gear when people can't go outside in those locations and that kind of thing. But yeah, fortunately in some areas people are still able to get outside and enjoy the outdoors just with new precautions. And then when they're doing that, they still want good gear.
Yeah, no, that's all. Yeah, I mean, yes, we cannot go anywhere, so please don't pump all those beautiful. Actually, no, I mean your production, the videos and even all the content is just, they're so inspiring, and it's just it's going to be an incredible world that we can attack as soon as we're allowed to get out in amongst it. So no, I think that's a brilliant way of changing the PR landscape that you work in internally, and just pivoting a little bit and, you know, showing us more of those incredible stories that you do so well at telling. So I guess that sort of leads into another question, which is around grad positions. So a little bit before, you mentioned about you know, finding a position post you know, uni. So a question is, how do you find grad positions? Is that through the uni itself, or?
Yeah, when I was at university, I remember there was a job board, like a virtual job board, and that's how I knew about the graduate positions for the big media organizations. And I think for NGOs and things like that too, they also advertise on those spaces. And then yeah, often they're very competitive because they're big companies and they do get a lot of applicants. So it's a bit of a intense period of polishing your CV, and I guess that goes back to having as much work experience and extracurricular little bits to add on there to get noticed. And yeah, as I mentioned before, I never really made it past the first few interview stages, but I did have some friends that ended up in their first roles through grad positions. So I think it's definitely a process that you should go through, and even if it is just to help you rework your CV and get some more practice with cover letters, or even in face-to-face interview scenarios, I think it's very worthwhile. And yeah, the University Jobs Board was how I came across it. Or the organisations themselves will usually advertise.
Yeah, great. It's another thing for everyone to sort of take note of, you know, because, you know, you go to your further education provider to learn skills, but, you know, sometimes you actually don't think to sort of use them as a way to actually get a job. So I think that's awesome, you know, sort of connecting the two together. You know, Elle, we have more questions in the chat box, but I'm just really conscious that we're kind of running out of time. So I would love to ask you one final question before we sort of close everything up together, and that's you know, if you could just give us one piece of advice, you know, just one piece, you know, can you give yourself, what would the all right, I've said this sentence many times over the past couple of days. You think I could nail it, but no. What's that one piece of advice that you would give your 17-year-old self?
Yeah, I think a really fitting one at this time would be to just confide in the idea that you are really resilient. For me, in my career, I had different knockbacks. I mean, there's so many barriers as you progress along it. Maybe you don't get that job interview, maybe you can't move to that place, maybe you get your heart broken, I don't know, all these things that impact the trajectory you take for your career. But having gone through that, just being able to now confide in that when things go wrong, I'm going to be okay, and maybe good opportunities are actually going to come out of these things that felt like they were wrong turns anyway. And I think as challenging as the time is now, with students trying to do exams under these conditions, and then the university landscape changing, it might feel like everything's against you. But if you just kind of confide in the fact that you'll get through it, I think that will put you in a better position to be open and curious about the opportunities that might come. So I wish I kind of knew that and chilled out a little bit along the way as I was taking those turns.
Oh, that is just such the most perfect ending to this session, Elle. And I think, you know what, I just know just from chatting with you that you just have, you know, just so much heart and love for everything that you do, and you know, COVID, pre-COVID, post-COVID. Like, I'm just so excited to hear more about, you know, the journey that you take. And thank you for being so open and honest with your answers today. And if anyone wants to connect with you, are they able to sort of, you know, potentially connect with you on LinkedIn, or, you know, are there ways that students can ask you questions?
Yeah, LinkedIn's probably the best way because it'll come direct through to my email. And then, yeah, especially if you have specific questions around Patagonia, I can either answer them myself, or I can forward you on to the most appropriate person to, yeah, get those answers for you.
Oh, Elle, that was amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here and for being our last speaker and for literally ending on such an amazing note. So thank you for being involved.
Thanks so much for hosting, and yeah, it's great to be a part of it.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too. See ya.
Bye. Oh, guys. Well, there you have it. There's our last session of the day. It has been, to recap, it has been a huge 2 days. We have had the opportunity to speak with 25 speakers from a plethora of different careers and jobs. You've been able to ask questions. Hopefully you've been able to get the answers that you need. You know, you've been able to chat one-on-one, you know, connect with people. I've actually seen people reach out to me on LinkedIn and to our speakers on LinkedIn, which is fantastic, because that's what it's all about. You know, my true feeling is that how can you be what you want to be unless you see the pure possibilities out there? You know, before we end today as well, I would love to announce our 3 winners for our competition. So please give me 2 seconds as I go into and read the winners out. So the first winner is Orange Monkey Media. So Orange Monkey Media is one of our winners. Thank you for being a part of CareerCon. The second winner is Zoe. Now, I'm actually going to pronounce this incorrectly, so let me see if I can do Zoe's surname justice, which is Puskarik, maybe. Zoe, reach out to us. You've actually won a prize as well. And the third one, the third lucky winner for our 3 prizes today is Zareen Shah. So at Zareen Shah. So if you 3 guys can reach out to us, even DM us on Instagram, you know, give us your details. You have won you've each won a $100 voucher from Mecca. So thank you for being a part of CareerCon. Now, before we close the session today, I would love to invite you guys to please keep in contact with The Cool Career, because launching tonight will be another huge live event. We're actually going to take a journey which is going to give you guys an inside view into some of Australia's biggest companies. So think about brands like Tom Organic. Think about brands such as Bondi Sands. We're actually going to give you an opportunity to sort of get right into the company virtually, like a virtual work experience, and ask questions to the guys that work at the company. So it's going to be huge. Again, I want to sincerely thank you for joining us. It has been one thrilling, major thrilling ride. I would also love to thank our event sponsors, Business Chicks, and to the brilliant team at AV 24/7 who have just guided this event with just true grace and been so helpful. I would love to thank you guys. And I would truly encourage you guys to overnight take one step that will get you to where you want to get to. You know, it could be with relationships, or maybe it's about your career, or maybe it's about telling your parents that you actually don't want to do that medicine degree. Whatever it is, take that one step and open up your own possibility to your very own cool career. So my name's Kira Antonello. I'm the founder of The Cool Career, and have a most amazing weekend. Thank you, guys.